And we are back live. So, good evening, and for some even good dinner. We are here at the second of the 4 parts of the Paul Ricard. Just after we crossed, we are nearly into 8 o'clock. And I'm Cristian Romano. I'll be your commentator for the next several hours, even until 3 AM, I think it is. And so it's going to be quite an interesting ride with me. It's still the same names that were doing the broadcast until now, so Jack Conan and Kevin Galvin. And we are now looking at a possible battle that may happen up in front. For whoever doesn't know me, I'm possibly the only Italian in the booth, and so apologies if some things are a bit wrongfully said or anything. Because yeah, I will try my best to provide the best possible action to you all, and to provide a very good performance with all the layout and such. But anyway, we are currently also, I think the closest battle right now is Schaffer in the 255 and Steel Vassen in the 962.
Yeah, I mean it's been a bit of a crazy couple of hours since we've jumped in. We're now halfway through our quick stint here, but Lofi Motorsport now making their way up into P13 with the Vason Motorsports car just behind them in P14, the number 962 Aston Martin. So plenty happening, but still no difference really up at the front end. We have, of course, the Williams Esports Audi, currently driven by Tinko van der Velde, who still leads this race by almost by about 40 seconds right now, with Tadeusz Kavicius in P2. He's the West Competition Racing car in P2. Then Veloce Esports currently with Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of that car, and Mark Toll in the other West Competition Racing car in P4 at the moment. And then you have the Pulse Sim Sport car in P5, currently still being driven by Felix Tazvinza-Hacker in P5, with Jonathan Seville now behind those guys, so they've been overtaken since we last had a quick look. But still lots to go on, but still, Kevin, no sign of the rain easing off.
No, absolutely no sign of the rain. This is very unlike the weather that we're used to seeing in the south of France. Normally, this part of the world is basked in glorious sunshine, and it would be around the time that the heat has kind of gone out of the day. You know, that kind of gorgeous time where you're on holidays, the heat's kind of gone out of the day, and you get that kind of smell of the warmth, and you know, there's a little bit of a breeze, and it's not too hot to go out, but it's still warm enough that you can wear a t-shirt. That kind of time. Not what you're seeing on the screen in front of you, which is absolutely lashing rain. It looks like something more like something in November and January than a race that's taking place in April. But look at that temperature, look at that track temperature, still very high, so slippery, awkward. And when the temperatures as the night will set here, you can always see the headlights kind of making their imprint as Robin Schaefer now goes down for move. That was actually on a lap car, I think. Keeping his 13th position. He's a good bit back from the Veltin Esports car. Just as we were transitioning over, just a couple of notes of some note taking to say as well. Penalty for there was a penalty earlier on for the 48 car. That is the 48 is the Yeet Esports car. And then there was also a penalty for the 81 Creme de la Course car. So just a couple of penalties, drive crews, teams having to clear. But yeah, looking kind of interesting. I mean, 17 hours left, still a long way to go. Thank you for joining us. And if you are joining us, do give us a subscription. And also remember to drop a comment or a question in the chat. We'd be more than happy to answer whatever you want answered. Once it's nothing to do with our personal private lives, then feel free to work away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not telling you how I'm going to vote, but like, if it's to do with the race, then feel free.
Yeah, we have, of course, Craver Esports now. They've been dropping through the field, and once again, now they're going to come victim to Yas Heat. Here comes the number 296 up the inside. So that Porsche is very much struggling, and Valentin Barrier is now going to go through on the inside, and they move up into P7. So good tracks being made by Yas Heat. They were down in P10 a little bit earlier on, but they've worked their way back to P7. Of course, John O'Lacey Esports have been into the pits recently, so they're now P9, and well, they sort of have a little bit of a pit stop in hand for now. So there's still lots of time left in this race. We keep mentioning that, but there is 17 hours and 41 minutes left on the clock. And we were mentioning, I don't think this weather would actually be particularly nice to be out in, to be honest. It's 24 degrees Celsius air temperature, and it's throwing it down with rain. So I don't know, like what do you wear in this situation? What like you can't really wear a jacket because it's too warm, but also you can't just wear a t-shirt because it's too wet. So
Just wear nothing.
Right.
That's an idea. that's not the best idea, but it's doable. You can try it if you want.
For legal reasons, for legal reasons, I don't think we could condone that.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know, like, I mean, there's nudist speeches all over France, aren't there? I mean, what's to stop you? Ooh, that's a little bit of a wiggle there from the yeah, that is a very much a moment for the Unicorns of Love and Pulse Sim Sport car. You can have a look at that again from behind. Just look at this back go. Ooh.
It's very packed around here. We are battling for P6. There is Seville in 6th, Barrier in 7th, Eder in 8th, and all of three are basically in a single second among each other. So this is getting very spicy as we are crossing into the straight, and the Porsche went in the distance, possibly for a mistake. I suspect.
Yeah. It looks like the Yas Heat are all over them. Valentin Barrier is obviously an RCI regular as Valentin. He was obviously very active in the last round as well at Watkins Glen, going for a move down that inside, and Jack, it's that move we've seen so often already this evening. The corner number 8, turn number 8, getting the job done, and that draft is so strong down the Mistress. It's almost as strong as the Mistral wind itself, for those of you who know it. It's absolutely rapid. It's such a big difference.
I don't think it's just the slipstream. Honestly, Barrier is setting times, because Sevilla went in 03.2 the last lap, Eder in 03.6. Barrier, you can see from the graphic down below, 01.9. So he is absolutely flying, and I think with this rhythm he can get even to P5, because Tasmik Hacker is just 6 seconds up ahead, and obviously with 17 and a half hours to go, 6 seconds are basically glued together in a sprint race. And honestly, I wonder if the pace of Sevilla is... Oh, that's why. Because he went into the pits, that's why he was falling away. He went into the pit, and I suspect for a change of tires and fuel, but not for dries, because obviously the wet is still going to
Looks like it might
remain.
be a drive-through there, Christian. Could be a drive-through for the number 4 car.
Is it? I will see later on, because now there is a battle for 24th between Restlanger and Busing, Aston and Mercedes, home of Sim Racing Esport, against car number 77, Prime Racing. So I think you were right, because now I'm looking around there. No, they are into a pit stop, effectively. They are into a pit stop. So beautiful, maybe early pit stop to undercut everyone. I'm not entirely sure about that.
Yeah, pit stop for the Unicorn of Pulse Sim Sport car, slightly out of kilter with the rest of them, but of course, look, plenty of time to get that strategy back on plan. We're looking at one of the very few battles that's taking place here. That's Malte Busing in the Prime E Racing number 77 Mercedes AMG GT3, battling the home of Sim Racing. Sorry, it's the home of Sim Racing 222 car. That's piloted by Michael Reislinger. That, of course, is an Aston Martin. One of the better looking cars, I have to say. I really have a graw, Jack, for the Aston Martins. I don't know what it is about Astons. It's just the way they look, the way they sound. Even in ACC, they're kind of my go-to car.
Yeah, I think they look great. They sound great, and you know they always have a soft spot for an Aston Martin. I mean, I think you've got a soft spot for these cars. Just I think it's probably James Bond that's done it. To be fair, with these Aston Martins, just growing up and watching. I mean, I was a big Bond fan when I was growing up. So like you have in the back of your mind that Aston Martins are just cool, and they really are, especially out on the track as well. The GTE ones look great. The GT3 ones look great. The GT4 ones even look good as well. And as well, they just have that glorious sound as well when they come down the straight as well. I mean, the V8 sounds great, but the old V12 Vantage was just outrageous when it went down the straight. I remember being at I think I was at the Goodwood Festival of Speed a couple of years ago. Highly recommend a visit to that if you haven't been as well. It is an unbelievable weekend of seeing old cars getting thrashed up a hill. But there was an Aston Martin V12 going up the hill there, and it was probably one of the loudest. It was a GTE version as well. It was probably one of the loudest things I have ever heard in my life. It was on par with the F1 cars, the old V8 F1 cars that went up the hill as well. The only other thing that was louder than it was the Porsche GTE, because my god, that thing is ridiculous going up a hill as well. That was the weekend as well, which is another fun, interesting one. The car that's currently being driven by the John Lacey Esports team, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. That was the weekend that was debuted I think to the public. And it was out on track for the very first time. And what does the test driver go and do? He goes and crashes it right in front of me. And again, it was the first time it's ever been seen. It sounded great coming down, and then you just hear the tire squeal and bang into a tire bale. The only other thing that happened as well was the current land speed record holder, I think it was Andy Green, I think is his name, crashed a Jag as well in the same corner. So a man who went about 700 miles an hour crashed a Jag at about 40 miles an hour going into Malcolm Corner.
Well, you got the full experience.
I got the full experience, exactly, and I got somebody to bin a brand new GT3 that was the only one in existence.
Did you get any carbon fibre off it?
No, actually, I didn't, because you couldn't get over the hay bales, and the marshals would have probably looked at you very funny. We have talked about this, robbing parts off of cars, but before.
Yeah. Anybody who watched, was it IMSA? The IMSA at Sebring?
Sebring,
yeah.
Sebring
IMSA this year. Oh my god.
Sebring was quite an ending, to be honest. Seeing all apart from the fact that basically the entirety of the race was basically a full course yellow.
Yeah.
One third of the race was a full course yellow, and then at the end, a literal explosion of everything, with a BMW coming away without any single purpose or reason, and it was quite the ending there.
Yeah, it was just your man that was leaning over the barrier trying to rip off the front splitter. Like, it's just like, I still laugh when I think of that clip. Like, how? Like,
where are you going?
Does he seriously think that he's going to get away with ripping an entire front splitter off a hypercar without people realizing that he's doing it? Like, where is he going to put it? You know what I mean? Like even if he gets out of the race, like out of the course, okay, maybe if he's driving. Imagine trying to check that in as a plane. Like, sir, have you checked your own bags? Yes, sir. Have you any any kind of dangerous objects? Oh, what this? The snapped front splitter? No, this isn't dangerous at all. No, I'm just going to put it under the seat there in my carry-on. No need to worry here.
Finders keepers.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting topic, of course, and but I mean, there was somebody did try something actually at the most recent Formula 1 weekend. Somebody tried to get out of security with the front wing off an F3 car, the whole thing, the full assembly, nose cone and front wing that they found on the side of the road. And just before he was about to get out of the door, Van Amersfoort Racing came up and ripped it out of his hand. So
they should.
So they should.
Technically, that's a property, so they have all the rights.
Yeah, but again, it begs the same question: what are you going to do with the front wing of an F3 car?
Putting in the front of your, I don't know, Ford
Honda
Focus.
Civic, your Honda Civic.
Just building a go-kart and welding it to the front of your, probably plastic, probably carbon fibre, so it doesn't weld. That looks like it was the number 25 BMW, just slightly off there in the background as we're looking at. Michele, Christian, please.
Right, Michele Romano.
Michele Romano in the Italian job 179 Honda. Was that all right? Is that a little bit better?
7 out of 10.
I'll take 7 out of 10.
Pass.
I'll take it. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, that's an honours degree in university where I come from.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, 17 and a half hours to go. Yeah, it was just speaking of accidents, Jack. Just as well you weren't at Portimao this week when our friend decided to what would I say? Maybe pole vaults over the fence. It looked like the car was just. It looks like the Porsche Carrera was just like, you know what? I actually fancy being a fan for a change. I think I might park over here in the seats.
If there's ever an expression of you can't park there, this was the Porsche way. We've had someone in Twitch chat, Crashneck, saying F3 front wing, home decoration, of course.
Of course, yeah.
It gives downforce to your roof.
Yeah, exactly.
Not sure how much useful it is.
Now, just to point out as well, interesting development. The rain is easing off in 30 minutes. Less rain. So we are going into territory of, I think, drying up within the next little while or so. But you can see in the top right of your screens, 30 minutes. It's no longer torrential rain. It's just a little bit of rain. But again, it definitely does seem to be quite it's brightening up sort of around the track at the moment. But within 30 minutes, we're going to have an easing off of the rain at the very least here at Paul Ricard. It's been with us for about 2 hours or so, 2.5 hours actually. We've had rain, so sort of around the 3-hour mark since we jumped in. It's looking like it could ease off and maybe dry up again. I mean, we've already had 2 or 3 transitions into dry now, so again, maybe the drivers are even starting to get used to it at this point, switching over into these conditions. But it does obviously throw some spanners in the works, but the drivers will have to be thinking about that now, because of course that will screw up the pit stop strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody give Ben Langford a ring quickly and try to get him back into that 26 Wild Things Racing BMW, because he says, as he says himself, Jensen Button conditions potentially on the way, as we're looking at the ED Sports trying to battle off the GPR Esports. That is a battle, and the TMMS, that is a 3-way battle that's been very interestingly developing over the last hour or so. And do remember, of course, like as you say, it looks like the weather might be drying up, Jack, or Christian, like, you know, it's 20 to 8 now in the evening. We're talking gone 8 o'clock, the weather starts to subside. That means it probably won't be until about 8:30, 9 o'clock. You're battling light, and light brings heat. So when the light goes down, the temperatures drop, and it's much more difficult for that track to dry up. So not too much of a wind either, only 10 degrees southeasterly wind, or very southeasterly, so it's not a huge amount of drying out there. So even though the weather might let up, I can't really see the track drying a massive amount, other than the lines where drivers are running around the course. But in terms of natural atmospheric drying, I can't see a huge amount of it going to happen.
The main issue is that when the night will approach, because it will at some point, the wetness will stay longer, as there is no... It's already cloudy, so it's already very difficult for the wet track to get dried up. But with the night time, it gets even harder, considering the temperature will get lower and lower. And thus we may see many drivers maybe trying the bet of putting dry tires, but possibly still used to the fact that on afternoon clock it gets drier in a certain span of time. In the night time, that span of time has to be doubled, and maybe some drivers may go and get trapped by the situation, putting dry tires during sort of still damp or even wet conditions, or even the opposite, maybe waiting too much because you are not sure in the nighttime when exactly the situation will get better, and thus you may go over, you may overrun the wets, and basically find yourself in a bit of a stuck way where you are already too late to put dry tires, but you are not entirely sure if at this point it's better to just wait even more. You already lost enough time, so lose even more to put dry tires. So it's going to be quite interesting to see during the night which will approach in, I think, in a an hour and a half, and the wet and the rain conditions will stay until minimum an hour, because that's 30 minutes to now that the rain will rain less. That it will rain less, not that it will not rain at all. So it's going to be quite interesting. Fact is that until now I think we had 2 or 3 switches. I can't count usually. So I think we had 2 switches from dry to wet, then dry to then wet again, which is the current situation, and then we will get possibly another dry situation. So basically it's very much depending on luck at this moment, considering that you have to pit at the right time, or you may be pitting at the worst possible moment. Let's put half an hour until it dries up, and then you effectively stay on a bit of a dangerous spot while we go for the helicam as the Italian job tries the inside into the hairpin, and the Porsche has to go wide. He went wide, Bischoff went wide twice on the very same corner, and the second time the consequences have been brought up to air, as Bischoff now lost the position of Romano, and now Trapani is about to come across the Porsche too.
Yeah, Bischoff is struggling, and to be fair, the only one in that car that was struggling, because we saw his teammate struggling about half an hour ago. I don't know, is it the setup potentially of that 977 Porsche 911? It just seems to be struggling a little bit as we see the 179 going into the pits now. So having worked so hard to get ahead of the Kramer Racing Esports car, they're now back in the pits again. But I wonder how much longer the Kramer car can stay out, because they just really are struggling. Maybe they weren't anticipating wet weather. Maybe they were hoping they could get by it, but it really seems like they're struggling.
Dry setup,
as you say, could be a dry setup, as you say, particularly on turn number 8 here. That is, of course, Signes, which leads into that very twisty last section. So Marco Bischoff trying to do his best to hold on to the reins, but I think they will be having a conversation now as to what can we do to make this easier, because I am struggling out here, Jack.
Yeah, I think it's the case of as well. Marco Bischoff has only been in the car for a couple of laps as well. They came in and they swapped drivers, so he's obviously still trying to adjust to the conditions. More pit stops happening up at the front end. Pulse Simsport and Yas Heat both into the pit lane now as well, so that'll promote John Alacy Esports back up into P5 from their positions as well. So keeping an eye on those. There's Darren King now, and they now run in 4th place, so back up to where they were on sort of an alternate strategy. West Competition Racing as well, the 33 is into the pits as well for now, as are Williams Esports as well. Our race leaders are into the pit lane as well from P1, so they are again on a slightly different strategy compared to everyone else. West come to 2nd place. West Competition Racing car is also into the pits as well, so lots of pit stops happening as we approach the 17 hours and 20 minutes to go. Mark keeping a close eye on any changes. I can see Tadeusz Jukavicius has been in the car for a long time, so I would imagine if he's going to stay in again, it's going to be a long old stint for him in the number 1 car, but let's see if he does manage to keep himself in the car. It doesn't look like there's a switch going on there, to be fair, so he's going to carry on again for another stint. But Tinko van der Velde in the number 5 Williams Esports car out in front, no issues whatsoever, and actually sets one of his best lap times on his previous lap by as well. So still plenty of things happening around the track at the moment, but Williams Esports still in clear control out front, no issues at all in the lead of this race, and still lots that can happen in this one as well. West Competition Racing getting themselves back up into P2, and it does look like Jukavicius is going to carry on again for another stint behind the wheel of that number 1 car. I think this might be going on 3 hours in the car at this point, Kevin.
Yeah, there's 5 of them in the car. I mean, somebody might have to give him a bit of a break. I'd say the poor guy hasn't been to the bathroom in the last 4 or 5 hours, so maybe it might be his last stint. We'll just have to wait and see. Luke Whitehead in the 75 Veloce Esports, they're certainly holding their own there in the bottom step of the podium, and that would be a great result for them. Now, do remember, of course, in the context of the championship, this race is particularly important because given it's a 24-hour race, it means we have double points, the opportunity to score 400 points. That is 100 points for completing, plus 100 points for winning, plus the multiplier of 2 for the 24-hour race. So that's a great opportunity for them. George Boothby in that car now in position 3. Boothby, I always think of George, the Williams driver. No, sorry, not the Williams driver, the Mercedes driver. In F1, George, I can't think of his last name off the top of my head. This is going to really annoy me. Come on, Jack, you're the F1 expert.
Russell?
George Russell. Yeah, I always think of George Russell when I hear George Boothby's name. I don't know why. George Boothby, or George Boothby's fans, if you're watching, that is a compliment to him, by the way, because he's always up the upper echelons of things going. He regularly competes with Jaroslav Hanzik as well, who's in the Asperina cars. Primary Racing sneaked their way down the inside of the Wild Things Racing of BMW. Dom Healy in that, the 26 car. They're now in P24s. They're going side by side now down they're just leading down the front straight as we head into the first section of the course. But Christian, really nice pass there from Prime E Racing, just keeping it nice and tidy down the inside and slipping down the inside of that 26 BMW M4 GT3.
77 and Mercedes trying everything that was possible into the last corner and effectively making the overtake. A bit of door-to-door that obviously had to happen to make the overtake. Obviously, 24-hour race doesn't mean 24-hour sprint, so always the overtake is made in a sort of aggressive way, but also in the safest. It's basically a compromise between a safe way and an aggressive way, because obviously 24-hour means many stints, and if you get stuck behind someone for an hour, it may also mean that you lose 20 seconds. Obviously, in a very long race, it doesn't mean that much, but it's always those 20 seconds that you say, I kind of won them. For now, the gaps are quite, I wouldn't say stable, more like there are some gaps, even if the battle between 77 and 26 is still ongoing. Prime Racing and Wild Things Racing. Mercedes against BMW, battle of the best German car. Both cars are front-engine cars, and quite different in their behavior. One is very understeer in some in certain conditions, while the other is possibly the most stable car all around the grid. As Tico van der Lende is back into the pits.
Oh, this is a bit of a shock.
Oh, that's not
Van der
good.
Velde.
That's not
Is that
good.
a drive-through penalty for the Williams? I wonder. We shall see
No, it is
whether they
for
dip into
sure.
the pits or not.
It has to be.
Yeah, it must
You
be.
would think so. There is a lot of flies finding their graveyard on the front of that Audi. Quite a lot of dirt on that. Tico van der Velde going through for the drive-through.
drive-through.
Although 43-second advantage, you'd imagine they should be able to hold on to first place. No, I think so.
Still 20 seconds.
Still 23 seconds, yes. Quite a bit of a gap to Sebastian Apostel in the West Competition Racing #1. And guys, just generally, like, and Christian, you'll notice because you broadcast particularly in the opening round, West Competition, for me anyway, have been kind of a surprise package. A lot of very young drivers, obviously backed by BMW, but a team name that I wouldn't necessarily be as familiar with as I would be with the likes of Veloce or Pulse or Yas Heat. But still, like, I've been absolutely flying in this championship. Fastest lap already. They have the 100 quid. And P2 at the moment. They're having a great start to the season.
In fact, the #1 is one of maybe the underdog situation where they are fighting with Veloce, Williams, Pulse Simsport, Yas Heat, and they are kind of the underdog in a certain way. The one name that you notice the most. Because it's not always there, and as you were saying, the #1, bit of a backstage view for the team, now in second place and 15 seconds behind the leader, was founded 8 years ago, and it just has 12 drivers, which usually it's a bit of a low number considering some teams have even 35 or even 40 members. But they really have some very young drivers. We have Sebastian Apostel, the one who is driving, who is just 17, and he has been, his curriculum is full of great success. He has been P5 in the SRO Esport International GT Challenge, he has been a finalist in the EMEA Logitech G Challenge. He has been winning and having podium left and right. I've been racing even with him and I couldn't catch him, I'll be honest. As he currently approaching a back marker, I think that's the number 76. In fact, it is the number 76 light speed in 11th place. And currently, the team is composed by 5 drivers, all of which I don't have everyone's age here. But as you were saying, they are all, they are pretty much a very kind of young approach there. But obviously, it's also quite interesting to see all their achievement. We have Drago Simeon, that he has been a silver, P5 silver in the EGTC, Coach Day P4 in Pro, Logitech G Challenge winner in the Romanian sector. Then we have Gerd Fischer, that he has been in the podium several times and multiple wins. Victor Nicolai, even for him, P5 silver in the SRO EGTC and P4 in the Pro Coach Dave 1000. And then we have Tazdes Duknevicius, which I spelled in the worst possible manner, that he has been in the VCO per LFM Flexstream Rivals Vice Champion, so P2 for him, and definitely a very nice team to look forward to, because as I said in the beginning, they are fighting no one else than Boofby, Van der Verde. We are fighting with Foch, even 4 position up Janel Z Esport, and this team has just to go up and up. And I think we will also have a bit of an inside view in the upcoming minutes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, we were just saying there. You know, I've heard of issues with talking about people's age in esports events, which is always a fun thing. Sebastian Avasol, he'll be fine at 17 years of age, but I mean, there's always that thing. I mean, when there's prize money involved, everyone's like, what age are you really?
Yeah, I know. It's a bit like you know, when you have those competitions where you need to be 18 or over to enter, you know, or you need to build player's position, and all of a sudden the passport gets whipped out, and it's not exactly. We're looking at Malta boosting here in the 77, as it looks like that's the Wild Things Racing BMW going off there in the background. I don't know. We'll have a look at the glorious instant replay here to see what happened there. A little bit of a sneak, and he manages to get on the brakes, just slow it down. Does well there, actually, in fairness, because that could have been curtains for the 26. The 26. Wild Things Racing, piloted by Dom Healy at the moment. But yeah, thanks to all of you who are in the chat. Sack Squatch, hello to you too, sir. Thank you very much for joining us, and to the other hundreds who are watching on here. And of course, anybody who is interested, do subscribe to us or leave a comment. We do love to hear from you, lads, don't we? I mean, we have a 17 hours 13 minutes left, so I suspect if you put a comment in the chat box, we'll probably find the time to get around to it at some point over the 17 hours.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the fact that 125 of you are still around at this point in the race is great to have you. Great to have you all with us. Just to update you, there have been driver swaps for the P2 and P3 cars. Well, there's been multiple driver swaps actually. Tinko van der Velde has stayed in the car for Williams. Sebastian Apostel, of course, he swapped into the second place car. George Boothby is now in the Veloce Esports car, and Marco Jonkers is now in the number 33 West Competition Racing car, as well as the 296 car has also had a change, and they now have Samir Fock, who's now in that car as well. So there's been lots of driver changes in this part of the race. He's now in the Yas Heat car there, Samir Fock in the Yas Heat car as well. So there's still lots that can happen. 17 hours to go, and we've seen absolute proof of that. Williams Esports picking up a drive-through, but remember that that has now basically cancelled out to what it was before, because West Competition Racing got a drive-through about 2.5 hours ago, which brought the gap out to about 40 seconds. Now Williams have got that and brought it back to what it was, 16 seconds or so. So they're now balanced out between each other. And the lap times between them, currently Van der Velde with the advantage at the moment. He's in the 2-minute ones. Did a 2-minute 1.6 in the previous lap. Apostle with a 2-minute 2.3 for the moment as well. So again, but a reminder, the rain is easing off in about 10 minutes.
And the track is damp, not moist, damp, not moist, which is I know people's least favorite word to hear. But yeah, it's certainly getting a bit drier. And just speaking of Samir Foch, he's not breaking the car, Samir. He's doing a great job there in the Ask Esports 296. I just wanted to take a moment to have a chat about his teammate Jaroslav Hanzik, because obviously Jardy is very quick and well known as a streamer, but what's really impressed me over the last couple of months is he's kind of doing a little bit more real racing, and that guy spends more time in the gym in the last 2 weeks than I've spent in the last 3 years. He is absolutely banging it out in the gym at the moment. He's doing a huge amount of physical work, and I think we looked at the likes of Jimmy Broadbent, of course, who obviously got a real race seat. James Baldwin, who's very quick in this platform, is real racing. The commitment to the actual physical aspect of racing is something that I think sim racers, when they've been given the opportunity, have really taken on. They really have hit the gym hard, and they've understood that the physicality needed to drive these things around. It is very hard work, and I'm not just talking about your direct drive wheels, but G-forces, neck, just the ability to hold down food when you're going around a corner at 200 kph. And I'm just really impressed. I just wanted to kind of make a note of it, because whenever I see Jardy at the moment, he's doing a huge amount of work in the gym. So kudos to him, props to him, because that's not an easy thing to try and get into. But he's really making the most of an opportunity for himself. So yeah, kudos to him.
Yeah, he's again putting in the work and continuing to prove again. He's incredibly quick. He obviously was recently had a test with Alpine as well, after taking the Alpine Esports series as well, which is coming up soon. And yeah, he's again putting in some great work behind the scenes as well, continuing to balance all that with content creation as well on top of all that as well. So a great job to him. But we have plenty of great drivers out on the track at the moment, with just under 17 hours 10 minutes to go. Still battles going on throughout the fields. One of those is Hannes Bierwinkel in the Petrol Brothers Mercedes, behind the ET Sports number 47 car, which is currently being driven by, just having a quick look here, position number 36, being driven by Harry Blobber, I believe, is at the wheel of that, yeah, in the ET Esports car as well. So there's still a lot of time to go, but you can sort of see the track is now damp. It is not raining as hard as it was, but like we have been discussing, there is going to be less and less light throughout the track. It is going to take a while to dry, if it dries at all. I've had situations before. I did a race at the Nürburgring once where it stopped raining and then proceeded to not dry up for a solid 2 and a bit hours. So there's, this can still remain a sort of damp track for a good while longer, and that's the beauty of having these changeable conditions, is that, unlike other games, if it stops raining, it's going to dry up. That's not necessarily true here.
Well, possibly the nighttime will really help your hypothesis, considering that it will probably get into 17 degrees without any form of heat in the track except the drivers themselves, and possibly we will get to I think a greasy track, but not a effectively dry track, and it will be quite interesting to see effectively how many will stay into the wet and now effectively into greasy conditions. But even low damp conditions require you to go with dry tires. The problem is that you have to run them basically at a stupid level of pressures, because otherwise they don't work. But the wet tires, you can't use them because they overheat and you can't use them. So basically, either way, you have a problem. You just have to decide which one you want. The overheated wet tires that basically explode the very second you look at them wrongfully, or the dry tires that are surely colder, underinflated, and not really the most stable platform to work with, as we are going from the Helicam, as possibly Prishman in the Remvelten Esports is trying the overtake on the low fuel motorsport. From the inside he goes at the right hander just after the main straight, and he makes the overtake on the wet. Ferrari number 255 losing the position on the German driver that is now in front of the LFM car, so battle against Ferrari. In the last lap, Prishman was definitely quicker, and by many seconds too, 1.5 seconds quicker than Tipac, even if possibly Tipac doesn't want it to be over already, as he was already trying the overtake on the left-hander, but the 71 remains on top of this little battle, and now there are 15 seconds that have to be recovered for the Remvelten Esport that have made their pit stop about 10 laps ago, so they are on fresher tires. Obviously, all the pit and all the situation of the pit strategies are basically shuffled after the rain came, and all the different approach to the race schedule, because many drivers may go with a very long schedule while others may choose a shorter one to get the best pressure on the tires, which is a good tactic. Even before as it stands, the rain is with the weather forecast coming down less and less, but it's not yet a completely cloudy situation with no rain, and it will still continue to come possibly for the next 40 minutes with this rate, as we are now 5 minutes away from the hour, and it also means that we can go with the hourly update. And I'll be honest, I hope it works, because obviously it was working well, so apologies if it doesn't instantly.
Let me jump in so while you're sorting that out, Christian. We were talking about Lucas Tipac earlier as we look at the highlights now of the last hour. Lucas Tipac, we're back live here for the moment. Tim Peachman, the Remvelten Esports being put under pressure by Lucas Tipac, who describes himself, Jack, as a professional salt dispenser. Now, you might laugh at that, right? I can hear you laughing in the background. But that's essentially what Salt Bay... Like, Salt Bay is essentially a professional salt dispenser, isn't it? Like, that's essentially what he's made his empire in. Sprinkling salt. So, like, if Salt Bay can do it, I can't see why Lucas Tipac can't. I mean, the 23-year-old, I mean, he's been in the team since 2020. I presume he dispenses more than salt to say that he's staying in the team.
I mean, these are conversations that are supposed to be for 2 o'clock in the morning, not not 7:30 UK time. We're talking about, is dispensing salt a real job? Is the level that we've got to?
Salt Bay is essentially a professional salt dispenser, isn't he?
Is he the only professional salt dispenser?
Well, clearly not, because Lucas is as well.
Maybe we'll ask him later. Do you get paid?
Let us know. let us know in the comments. Do you know any other professional salt dispensers? That's what we'd like to know. Also, what I'd like to ask chat, if people are so kind and willing to give us their opinions, as we're looking at that battle now between Visceral Esports and the home of Sim Racing. That's the battle for P24. 3 cars in on that. We were talking earlier about the F3 front wing. If you could take any part of a GT3 car and turn it into a piece of furniture, what would it be? Let us know in the chat comments. That's what I'd like to know.
I think that's definitely a question that has never been asked before. But yeah, no, that is an interesting question. Like, we're talking any part of a GT3 car. Oh, that we could take it.
Good. Yeah, anywhere you could take the engine block. You could. I know some people turn engine blocks into coffee tables, so that's probably be one. You could take the seat, but then that's a bit unoriginal, isn't it? Like, I'm going to take the seat as a seat. Like, I mean, if you could take a part off a GT3 car and repurpose it into a piece of furniture, then what would it be?
Yeah, well, we've had one answer. I'd turn the tire into a table. Sasquatch says, "It's a good shout." We've got little Timmy saying, take the rear wing, turn it into a shelf. Which is again, it depends.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Great idea.
Rear wing into a shelf. Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah. Now it depends what GT3 you want. Do you want you got Porsche, who's got a massive rear wing, which would make a great shelf. Or you could have like the Ferrari one, which is a little spindly one, mightn't be so good for a shelf. Sasquatch has got a great answer. If I could take any GT3 part, I'd take the whole car.
A car isn't a piece of furniture. Sorry, no, a car is not a piece of furniture.
It's a nice table. It's a coffee table, nevertheless.
But they've said they take the car and turn it into another car.
I guess my project car, the BMW M4 GT3.
Yeah. How much work did you put into it when I bought it?
I took it I borrowed it. I borrowed it. I take it into a lease, obviously. But anyway, I resolved the highlights theoretically. So we'll go just now with what I hope it is the situation with the highlights. 777 making the overtake on the wet surface on the BMW Yeet Esport. That was on the inside of the very first, of the very final part of the first sector. And then you can see there the Audi going out into the distance. That was the 777, which is now in, it is now in 25th place. And then there is the Ferrari 22 there, going a bit on the outside compared to the Mercedes. And then a little spin into the very external part of the hairpin. Then an overtake is a Porsche, losing the position on the Lamborghini. Currently in 8th place. Then there is the BMW, which is, I think it is the 81. Currently in 17th place, losing the position on the Aston Martin just in front. Yassit making the overtake, always in the wet and not in the dry on the Yeet Esport, I think it is. Or I think it is indeed the Yeet Esport on the left side of turn number 1. It doesn't happen until maybe turn number 2, which is a bit of a switcheroo for the Yassit Ferrari. Now in 6th place. Then we see here side-by-side situation into the main straight, being a bit also speaking of main straight. That's, I think, a Porsche against Porsche action. Looking at the cars on the inside here. I'm not entirely sure who this was, and it was indeed a Ferrari, not a Porsche. Sorry, apologies for the mistake. Number 9 Audi going a bit wide into the right-hander and losing the rear. Number 9 currently in 40th place, same with the Ferrari 44 that had a terrible round 1, and I think it is the same. It has been the same for the current situation, where 44, which not by doing it on purpose, is right on screen. Miguel Reno Ricci in 25th place, just behind the 222 Aston Martin, being driven by Vians for the home of sim racing. Currently 19 seconds behind GPR Esports in 24th place, and the battle may be very close to get spicy, considering there has been 7 attempts for the last several laps. But now I'm seeing that Michele Rino Ricci is a bit faster than Wiens. Last lap was at 02.2 for the German driver, while, as you can see from the bottom part of the screen, Miguel Rino Ricci is, for Visceral Esport, a bit quicker than his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we had plenty of action right there, but thankfully we've got some interview to give you right now. We have Williams Esports competition manager Alex Siklovan joins us. Alex, it's looking good for you guys out there. You've been in the lead for a good while. You've got the only problem now, obviously, drive-through penalty for you, but looking good out there.
Well, actually, we're giving chase to Williams. We're from West Competition, so basically,
I was told that you were Williams, right?
sorry about that.
Sorry.
We are in the same battle, in the same mix, and now it's one each in terms of DTs as well. We kind of leveled the scores with we took ours earlier in the race with the number 1 car. And now the Williams Esports car also took their DT, so the situation has got way closer now in the fight for the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously it's evened it out now with those 2 drive-throughs as well. But you've got 2 cars fighting up at the front end. It's again, the conditions are constantly changing as well, so it's a big challenge out there. But it must look like at the moment this track might take a while to dry up if it does stop raining.
We are not in a hurry to see it dry up. This type of conditions have suited us even earlier in the race. I think in light rain conditions and on a damp track, the BMW works perfectly fine. It's clearly an advantage for us, whilst on a fully dry stint, the drop-off on the Audi on the leading car is inferior to ours, so we cannot keep the same pace across the stint. So basically, this type of conditions are clearly favoring us, and we would like them to stay, if possible, for a longer while. But you never know.
Yeah, we've that's two different things we've heard now. We've heard you guys saying that you want the conditions to stay. We have the Wild Things Racing team saying that they want them to change as quickly as possible. So there's lots of different stuff happening around. Still a long way to go, though, Alex. But both cars running second and fourth. I'm assuming you're still aiming for that win.
Absolutely, we are confident that the number one car, we have selected 5 drivers that are capable of taking up the fight. I don't know if it's too much to ask for us to be thinking about the win, but we're clearly considering it, and we're obviously trying to give chase. We have split our guys. First 2 drivers have taken up these early stints. The first 6-7 hours were shared between Tadas and Sebastian. And now we are preparing fresh drivers for the evening. Victor Nicolai is ready to jump into the car after this stint. He had a lovely day at the racetrack in real racing cars today, so I think he's fully chuffed up. And then we have Hert and Dragos for the cruel stints in the night. They are as fresh as possible, so we'll see what we can do with that car. Whilst for the 33, the car currently in P4, Marco Jonkers is one of the faster guys on the racetrack right now. His main aim now is to steer clear of the chasing pack. There are 5 or 6 cars, I don't know, in closer than a DT. So basically, you cannot say that you have secured this position. But I don't know, anything can happen up front, so basically a double podium would be a dream for us at the end of these 24 hours. I don't know if it's too much to ask, but we're clearly aiming for that.
Yeah, there's still 16, nearly 17 hours to go, so nothing.
Way too early. Way too early for any prediction. No, it would be a fool. It would take a fool to start calculating overall standings and stuff like that. No, we're gonna do these things in the last 6 hours, no earlier than that.
Absolutely. Just finally from me, Alex. I mean, we made this note earlier, but you must be impressed with your team. You know, you're battling with the likes of Veloce, Williams, and I suppose your team maybe wouldn't be as well known as those guys. So it's obviously you must be so impressed with them fighting up at the top.
Clearly, our aim for these past few months in Flexstream Series, at the World Cup, and on, has been to establish ourselves, let's say, as one of the leading teams of the Tier 2, below the giants that you have mentioned, the teams that everyone knows that have legions of fans and the most consistently fast drivers in ACC. Occasionally, we can put up a fight. We hope to be doing this more often than not. We're clearly on an upward trajectory with the whole team. We have selected very good drivers to join us in the past 3 to 6 months. So we can tackle now the VEM and other important endurance series with a clear aim of fighting for podiums and maybe wins.
Alex, Kevin here from Kevin Galvin here. Look, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate any and all teams that join us in the commentary booth. Just because of the fact that you have obviously 2 cars up the front, does that kind of make your job a little bit more difficult as team manager? You're kind of having to balance 2 teams, or does it make it easier in the fact that the number 1 car now has a wingman?
Honestly, I would never call it a wingman. It's difficult in such long races to have your cars positioned in a way that the second car might help. It would be better suited, I don't know, to have a car way more off pace than what Marco and the gang are doing now, if you really need a wingman. But in this position, everybody's fighting for their best possible result. And honestly, in a series like this, when you have 24-hour races, I would have never considered joining a series like this without having two solid crews, because anything can go wrong with one car, and it would be a shame for all the fight, for all the preparation that everybody's doing, not to have two horses that you can bet on in a battle like this. They have collaborated brilliantly. They made a very good setup that is obviously working well both in the dry and in the wet. So now that we have two bullets here in this fight, if something goes wrong with one car, it's we don't shut down the garage. It's not game over for us.
I wanted to ask you something a bit more unrelated to the race, but more like
Sure.
a team one. Considering I'm always a bit looking around with the teams and kinda trying to stay into the loop with all the teams and everything. What is your idea of the team? Because I saw you have 12 drivers, and I'm quite interested to see your idea of the team. What should be? It's a bit. I know it's a bit of a odd question to ask, but as I'm in another team, I want to know your opinion about it. Considering
Again,
you are so high into the fields.
In my personal opinion, this is a good follow-up to the previous question. In my opinion, we need to have enough solid drivers to be able to tackle any endurance series with two crews, to be able to fight at the front in this configuration with two cars as you see them right now. You will see us in Mesaroi GTC, if I'm allowed to say the names of other cities where everyone is also racing, or almost everyone. We're going to be with two cars there as well. In my opinion, we had to expand. The past season has been focused on taking the best out of the domestic scene. We come from Romania. We took the best sim racing drivers from the country. We paired them into this team. But you cannot proceed only by flagging, raising the flag for Romania. We became of interest for known names on the ACC scene. So basically now I think that we have enough drivers. It's clearly a good number for us to cover 24 hours like this with two solid crews. As you can see, other teams are struggling to have a second crew. Even important ones have joined forces with other structures to be able to tackle a series like the VEM with two crews. For us, this has been a priority. In the current state of development of this team, a series like VM will be prioritized, and that's why you see a fully fledged team effort here with everyone pushing on.
And another, because I like speaking about these things, how does I won't go too much into details because obviously everyone has its own way, but how do you choose a driver? That's a bit of I know it's a bit of an odd question, but how do you?
It's not odd at all. In my opinion, there are several factors that come into mind. We're looking for something that everybody strives for, and that would be stability. I'm looking a lot at the characters. If you have a chance at some point to interview one of our drivers, they may recall their first interview with me before joining the team. The objectives are always clear. Okay, if you happen to like the BMW brand, it's gonna be a plus, because we're obviously gonna run BMWs most often, not always, but let's say 70 or 80% of the time you'll see us in a BMW. We have a strong connection with BMW here in Romania, and we're expanding it now internationally. So basically, if you have a good character, you adhere to the brand, and of course you are fast, because fast drivers, they're not so rare. Honestly, there are a lot of good drivers, but good characters, good work ethic, and good chemistry, I would say, the balance of knowing exactly what you want to achieve, we don't really need all the youngsters that have all the time. Of course, we have some of those as well, but I really like the real racing drivers. A lot of our racers have pedigree, have done karting, have a lot of trophies won in various countries. I can name Marco Jonkers. He's now in a car. He's a multiple karting championship. He has a karting team as well. Haris Mitropoulos from Greece, he's not in this race, but he's also racing karts very well. Dragos Simeon, he's a Romanian endurance champion. Myself as well, I'm not sim racing, but I also race in real life. A lot of people do this. Zahir Essa as well. He's a vice champion in Formula V in South Africa. So there's something shaping in a motorsport environment that's very fitting in our sim racing structure as well. So I'm not shying away from this type of hard characters that you might get in real motorsport. They are always welcome in a team like ours.
Thanks for the answers. And maybe, Kevin, you want to ask something else?
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. And I suppose you were just saying there about good characters and needing good characters. I mean, how do you trade off? Like, do you have a certain point where, okay, they might be, like, how slow can somebody be? I'm not asking for myself, by the way. How slow can somebody be before they actually, like, I suppose it's kind of like that balance between how fast they are and what their attitude is like. If you have somebody who's has an amazing attitude, a brilliant work ethic, ticks all the boxes in that way, like, how much slower can they be than somebody who is, there's a bit of a bump there, sorry, going to interrupt myself, that's the 44 and the 222 car, and the 44 just swinging around trying to get back on its way. That is heading, this looks like the last section. It looks like the Aston slid slightly wide and just touched into the Ferrari there. Not sure whether there's going to be a penalty for that. We'll keep an eye on it. But Alex, like, how much, I suppose you can see where the question is going, like, how much speed does that difference does it make, or how do you decide really at what point does somebody just not become available?
It's like in any sport, you have to, have an eye on the potential of a driver. You have to see beyond the lap times. I'm really keen on analyzing data, a lot of data. Sim results is my good friend, and my drivers, they know very well that they get a lot of excels from me after the races. Even now, I have congratulated them for the previous stint when they were clearly one of the fastest possible, faster than the leader and everyone else. So we're really crunching the data, and then we discuss like one-on-one questions. It doesn't really have to be an established person, a very fast guy. We have formed a lot of debutants. 2 years or 3 years ago, we took people like Sebastian Apostol or Andrei Miklea from the F1 leagues, and we help them develop in the right path in ACC. It's like many sports. If you set the base correctly, then you can shape them into really fast drivers. I think nobody has any questions about Sebastian's speed now, but we do remember, and we kind of take our time to always remind him how he was in the beginning and how he has formed up in a year and a half or so.
Yeah, it's important to keep them grounded. We have a question here in chat. I always love to see people getting involved in chat.
Yeah, there is a question in chat.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone in the chat.
Do feel free to comment in if you want. Sack Squatch said if both cars are in the podiums come, let's say, the last couple of hours, will you leave them battle it out for, let's say, first or second and third, or will there potentially be team orders, or how do you figure that one out?
I see no reason in the second round of 8 possible rounds to have team orders. It's like Formula One. Almost everyone watches Formula One around here, I'm sure. Whenever you see team orders at the 3rd or 4th race of a very long season, everybody's like, hey, why are we doing this so early? Why do we set a favorite like we have right now? Let's say you have Perez not being able to fight all the times with the champion. Same here. I think it's way too early and I have communicated this to my team. They can battle it out as long as they want. We don't really have a good history of clashes. We don't have Ocon in the team, so we're fine. We didn't really mess it up completely with our cars colliding and such. So I think maybe our attitude will change once this will happen. But until then, we're kind of dreaming that everyone is responsible and this will never happen. So be convinced that they will battle it out if they're in the same spot. Of course, they didn't really battle it out in the first hour. That was obviously an instructed tactic back then. It was dependent on qualifying, but if they will fight for a podium or for a win, you will see them giving it all without any interference from my side.
And finally, the most serious of all questions, one we've asked the chat earlier on. Jack, Christian knows what's coming here. If you could take any part of your glorious that we're looking at now, purple and violet adorned BMW GT3, and repurpose it as a piece of furniture, what part would you choose and what would you turn it into and why?
It wouldn't be the first part of a race car that's in my home as a piece of furniture. So I'm positive about that. We kind of have a tradition at the racetracks. We kind of take lunch on the rear wings of our cars. If we have big wings on our cars, then they are very well suited for a barbecue or the end product there. We kind of did it today as well, so that's why maybe I'm in such a good mood. So I would definitely take the rear wing. It's not as purple as other parts of that car, and I would put it as a bar table or something in my home.
Nice. We did have a comment earlier on saying rear wing into a shelf, so not a million miles away.
We don't need a shelf. We need a shelf for food now. We need a shelf for burritos,
I was gonna say
for
your
tacos,
trophies.
for
you need it for
everything
trophies. You need a trophy shelf. You could use your rear wing as to store all the trophies it's going to win as you guys progress.
This sounds good. This sounds good. Yeah. Here's to all the series that give real motorsport trophies in sim racing. We really, really love those. So bring on the trophies. We're preparing the shelf or the rear wings.
Yeah, you get the rear wing. Else. You can use the $5,000 if you win this series to go towards a trophy or two. Alex Nicklavan, thanks so much for joining us. The team manager
always welcome
at West Competition Racing. Of course, the number 1 P2, the number 33 P4. So Jack, it's going pretty well for them at the moment. Thanks, Alex.
Cheers.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thank you, Alex. So there is plenty of great information that we got out of Alex there. I mean, he didn't have to stay for that long, but he gave us some great stuff there. So he would take the rear wing, ladies and gentlemen. My favourite one has come into chat though, that you take the windscreen for a window. Wow, amazing.
So original. so thinking outside the box there. Just amazing.
You can take the wiper like a stand for the phone. Maybe.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh yeah, that's an unusual one. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Take the wiper and put the air.
Especially, the way the wipers, if you want to change the blades, you can flip it out. So you could put something on the wiper blade, and if you could get it to get something to make sure it actually stays in position, then you could hinge it out to open up the table and then open up the stand and then close it over.
I've got a bit of an outlandish one actually. I've got a bit slightly the wheel nuts as shot glasses.
I love that.
I mean, they're perfectly shaped. Hear me out. They're perfectly shaped, and you could probably fit a copious amount of alcohol into those wheel nuts. And if you can get the blown wheel nut out, then you've got a hell of a glass there. Big cup for those right there. So that'd be my one.
What you can use, the rear camera that you have on your cockpit, you can use it as a mirror.
As a what?
You replace your mirror with the rear view camera.
Oh,
directly.
Yes.
Yeah, but why would you need I suppose you could do that, but then you'd have to have a screen for it, wouldn't you? Oh, I suppose I see what you mean. You could put the little.
No, you replace the mirror with a little screen.
Yeah, I
That's
get
it.
you. I get you. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else. Like, could you use the, could you use the
The diffuser,
I was
like,
gonna say you could use the diffuser as the. I used to. So this is a slightly. I'm gonna make this long story short. Girlfriend still uses coal in her house, and the mother has a little like plastic ramp thing that she uses to put the coal in. And every time, because he needs to put the coal into the bucket, and otherwise you'll end up spilling it all over the place. Long story short, every time I see a rear diffuser, all I can think about is that little plastic ramp thing. So maybe you could use the rear diffuser as some sort of shovel, like maybe to scoop up dog poop.
when there is snow.
Potentially, or
I
as a
mean,
snow plow.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like sled/snowplow for the rear diffuser, or something like that. Do you see what we've realised is there's amazing amount of use for a GT3 car after it finishes its life out there on the track. So if anyone again, this could be a business idea for somebody. So I mean, you can take some credit for that. If you could start.
Ring the guy in Sebring because he seems to have the knowledge of how to procure car parts, whether legitimately or not. As that's the TF Racing gone off there. That's in Sector 3, I think.
Yeah, that's in the fast right-hander. So that's not the first time we've seen a car go a mile off the road there. So that's Konstantinos there trying to get back on the circuit here. We'll get a view of that. He was following the Veloce car at the very least as he came up there, and that's him reappearing onto the circuit there. But he's obviously had a bit of an excursion, probably had a bit of a moment on the way in, and is now rejoining. While we're in that interview, weather update, ladies and gentlemen. The rain is stopping in not too very distant future. You can see it in the top right there. Half an hour, the rain will stop. So now that does not necessarily mean the track is going to instantly dry, as we know with some games, but this is going to again possibly change some strategies around, depending on how quick the track dries, if it dries at all, because it's going to get dark in the not too distant future, possibly within the next hour or so. It could get darker. In this whole sequence, by the way, Tinker van der Velde has been lapping consistently in the 2-minute ones. Sebastian Apostel has got into the there now, but the gap is opened out to 25 seconds. That was 16 when they came out of the pit lane, so he's opened up 10 seconds over the West Competition racing car. So there's again great work by Tinker van der Velde, and this should possibly keep him in the car for a little bit longer. But we are gonna get rain stopped in about half an hour's time, 40 minutes time, and we're going to get a bit, possibly a move on here at the BF Racing car and the Team Shizou, which has managed to get back going again. They had a bit of an excursion earlier on with their internet connection and falling through the floor of the track and whatever, but they've got back out onto the track for now. But rain is on the way. Well, it's been here for 2.5 hours, nearly 3 hours, and within about half an hour's time it's going to stop, but this track may not dry that quick.
It is indeed a bit earlier than I expected, to be honest, because I thought the rain was staying for a bit longer than the 16-hour to go mark. I expected it to remain until the 15, even because now it's 8:30. It's not yet dark, and possibly it's just in time. Not even 16-hour mark. It's going to be in the next 10 minutes. And possibly just in time to have a dry track before the night time. Now, obviously, it will be, in our perspective, it will be a fun and very interesting situation for the race. Having the rain, the wet track, all the different variabilities that may happen with a track that is getting drier into nighttime. So basically combining the two most difficult situations. But possibly every driver is just cheering in the background, looking at the fact that it will not be, for now at least, rain into the dark, which possibly saves some driver. But I also think that it may be a bit of a terrible news for some other, because I know that some drivers went for a more wet prompt setup, while others went for a dry. Now, I'm interested to see the top 3 setups. Not like effectively their setups, because I will never see them, but more like if they are more into a dry or a wet setup. because then we would know who would prevail in the night time. Even because I take the IMSA example when Porsche was just flying into the night. So possibly even the setup may change because of the night.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and this is the thing about... Great thing about ACC being so dependent. Like when we look at the Kramer Racing team, they obviously have been struggling with their setup at the moment, given the wet conditions. But if it was to turn dry, would that setup come alive then at night? Would that allow them to jump people? And the fact that you really don't know what's coming down the line, you know, I mean, obviously weather predictions and all that can happen. But when the weather's like this, quite changeable, as we've already seen, it's really hard to know, you know, who's going to be in the car, when they're going to be in the car, how comfortable they are with the setup in different kinds of conditions, and then also you bring in the night as well. So obviously the night stints are always just a case of trying to survive, staying out of trouble and making sure you get through to the morning and keeping yourself, if you can, on the lead lap going into the final 6 or 5 hours, where you do then begin to strategize seriously. But I think setups are going to be a huge thing here. There's really not much separating all the teams. Even now, you can see the lap times are getting quicker all the time. We were talking about cars in the high 3s and 4s about an hour ago. We're now into the 1s. Tinko van der Velde, 201.2 was his last lap. The leader, as we see another incident with the 22 Ferrari. We saw that getting a bit squirrely and hitting into the outside out of another car earlier on. Now he is battling away there in the final sector, but nothing happening there. Look at them, look how they're all kind of slowly starting to drag themselves across the start finish line, as Jamie Luca van Kalben in the Luce Motorsport Esports, number 22, bearing down in the Yeet Esports, who's been, Jack, in and out of traffic quite a bit, the Yeet Esports. They've had a very busy time of it. We seem to be mentioning their name a lot.
Yeah, they're definitely busy out there as the ET Sports car, but they are continuing to circulate. That's the main thing, keeping themselves in check with everybody. And well, you can see the top right of your screen now. Rain stopping in about 10 minutes' time, so it's no longer going to be raining around Paul Ricard. It started raining approximately 3.5 hours ago. It's rained solidly for 3.5 hours. And now it's about to stop in the next 10 minutes or so. We expect the sun to go down in about... It will start to go down in about half an hour's time as well. So it is going to line up with it getting dark around Paul Ricard. So that's going to make it difficult for the track to dry. It could stay like this for the foreseeable again. And you could see... The two different kinds. You see a possible move being made here by the Lucia Motorsport car on the ET Sports car. Not quite enough space there, and has to back out of it. But you could see the two different. You could hear West Competition Racing saying they don't want the conditions to change, and then you have the total opposite being said earlier on, saying that we hope that the track is going to change quicker, sooner rather than later. So West Competition Racing obviously won't want to have seen that the track is changing, but others will.
I was looking a bit at some drivers while for the Enduro Cup for the Unicorn of Love per Pun Sim Sport overtakes Schwarz, and you were talking about the fact that the rain may change all the different tactics and such, and currently there is the GPR eSport, which is now all the way down into 27th place with Kevin Rendet. Just went into the pits, put some fuel and went back out. So possibly they had the worst possible situation where the fuel was just over. At the very same second it didn't have to get to go on that situation, because they went into the pits and they went out immediately after, just after 10 seconds, possibly just by putting some fuel into the car. And that's the problem. Sometimes it's just a bit of a gambling situation where you pit and you hope that you time it correctly. And unfortunately they had the worst possible outcome, considering they lost several seconds and positions. And well, obviously it will be, now they are in 26th after some other drivers went into the pits for the very same reason. And it's getting interesting because many drivers are getting into the pits for just a splash and dash, because they don't have any more fuel. But the rain is still coming for the next 10 minutes. So now it's just a phase where if you are lucky enough, you stay on track. If you are not, you get into the pits, and this really shuffles the field around.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm just seeing this battle at the moment and keeping an eye on George Boothby just behind as well in the Veloce car. He's trying to get through at the same time. He's also streaming on Twitch and has a very cool sort of mixed reality view of his onboard as well, which is fabulous to watch. You can get a separate angle of what it's like to try to get past lap traffic around Paul Ricard as well, as he continues round in his Porsche car. But they're running P3 at the moment, 11 seconds adrift of West Competition Racing. Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esports car continues to open the gap out front to the cars behind. The gap is now 28 seconds. That was 16 when they came into the pit stops. So he's done some great work out there as the Dutchman, and continues to open out a fantastic gap out the front and bring it back to sort of almost what it was before they had a drive-through, which is an insane consistency from Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esports Audi out front, which but great to see how he's getting on right there. He's going to continue to ride on board here. Lucas Tipak in the low fuel motorsport car being chased down by the Honda of the Italian job. They're carving their way back through the field. They had an early incident and are now actually almost on the cusp of a top 10 here. So this is good stuff from the Honda. They just kept their heads down, kept going, and they're on the cusp of a P12 now.
Yeah, they're in a great position. Just coming back to that earlier on question that you were saying, Christian, about pitting at the wrong time and just not quite being at the right time. And I would love to see people in chat maybe get involved in here, because I'm not brilliant on strategy. It's certainly, as a relatively new fan to the endurance racing, given it's only been probably about 4 or 5 years I've been watching it, I wouldn't be as learned as other people. But is there anything to be said for just like doing a splash and dash now and carving up a few quick laps while you're low on fuel, and then pitting again and changing your tires? Because you're gonna have to pit anyway, so why not pit and give yourself the opportunity to get on the best tires as early as possible?
Because by doing... Oh, the Honda goes on the inside there. 255 remains on the outside. I will get back on your question as soon as I can, because now the Honda was trying the inside on the very last corner. Still one after the other into the main straight, and then into turn 1. We'll see who will prevail. The Honda gets on the left side of the track and goes onto the inside. They managed to get side by side with the Ferrari. It will be Tipac now into the inside. It's a bit of a switchback move for both drivers, trying to get the inside on the next corner. The problem is that just one of them will prevail. With currently side by side into turn number 4. Ferrari on the inside. Now the Honda will stay on the inside, but the next one will be a right-hander, so I think the Ferrari has still a chance to remain in position. Side by side for the entirety of the first sector. Very clean racing. Not a single contact between the Italian and the German. And the 255 is still in front of the 179. Italian job car is trying the best they can to get back on a top 10 positioning, while the Honda is still on the it's practically glued to the rear diffuser. Speaking of home decorations, the diffuser is possibly one that the Italian wants to bring home back. The Ferrari's diffuser, to use it, I don't know, maybe as a spice holder. But for now, the Honda goes on the outside of the slipstream and managed to still stay glued, but loses a couple of times, possibly not trying the overtake on the inside, possibly not really feeling the trust there of the car with these conditions, because now it's damp and the wet is not and the rain is not falling anymore. So now the Honda will possibly try the undercut on the Ferrari. But speaking of undercut strategies, I'm quite sure that the choice of getting into the pits for just a splash and dash was just a pure bad luck situation, because you don't want to lose 47 seconds for a couple of laps. And definitely it's not a good idea to pit for those little laps, even because now the rain is not in the track anymore and is not falling on the track anymore. And this really put into perspective how many times it's just just the luck that composed your strategy, just the Honda is back on the inside, and the Italian job this time, again, same situation, from the Helicam we go, and the Honda this time pushes a bit the Ferrari outside, and gets the position done. We can see it from the glorious replay, what happened exactly. From the Helicam, the Honda gets on the inside, brakes very late, and kinda pushes the Ferrari out of the racing line, and gets the position number 12. And now Pushman is the next objective for Delfante. Eric Delfante currently in 12th position in the 179 and lapping quite quickly, as also there is Vars and Durkop still making overtakes left and right.
Yeah, it's very, very close up through the field there as the Pulse Sim Sport UOL car tries to go up the inside. Heiko Schwarz side by side, little bit of contact going through the corner as well. George Boothby is sort of just watching in behind as well. He's trying to get through past these guys as well, trying to lap on them, but he's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to get too close to them as well and get himself in an accident as Schwartz goes a little bit deep, has to go to the inside line of the next corner as well, gets side by side with them, and will try to get up the inside of the next part of the corner as well. As he comes late on the brakes there, Schwartz opens the door for him, and through goes George Boothby then in the Veloce Esports car. So for the first time in over 3 hours, we can say it has stopped raining at Paul Ricard. The rain is no longer coming down, but the sun is going down as well. The lights are coming on, and we will see now how quickly or at all if this track will dry in the next while or so. Armamentario, Michael Moonen coming up the inside of one of the Aston Martins, at number 962, gets in front, and he's in front before they get to the corner as well. So great job by the number 121. They go through, but it's beginning to get darker here at Paul Ricard. The headlights are on now, and we are seeing more and more. We see more and more drying sections will start to come in eventually, but it is still very much a damp track out there, but no more rain falling here at last, Kevin.
Yeah, very much going back to what we're used to seeing at Paul Ricard and Le Castellet. I mean, this place, I always have memories of getting the bus, the Cartrez bus down to Le Castellet and going to the beach down towards La Ciotat. It is a superb part of the world. I was looking at a nice little overtake there. But normally, as I said before, normally basking sunshine, normally it's an absolutely gorgeous place. You white sandy beaches. You're not too far away from the Calanque of Marseille that I'll be visiting myself again in 2 weeks' time. I'm very much looking forward to going back to the city in which I was lucky enough to live for a while, and a city that in my opinion is vastly underrated as a place to go see, so I would absolutely advise you to go see it if you can. Here's Michael Moning in the Armamentario racing team. Has the distinct advantage of being at least 5 hours behind the rest of us, so probably will have a lot more sleep as we head towards these nice stints, and that's something we could talk about in a second, about these 24 hours and potentially having a transatlantic split across your team, as Jamie Luca von Calvin in the Lucha Motorsport Esports team goes side by side with the Esports. This has been a battle that's been going on for quite some time, and the Ferrari takes the bragging rights, at least for the moment, with 16, just a touch over 16 hours left on the clock here as we approach 9 o'clock here in the south of France. But yeah, it absolutely stunning places. That Ferrari has gone wide. You can see the back stepping out, and Jamie Luke, and so did the ED Sports. He went wide too, and that allowed the SOP car to just go, okay, I'm going to slip up the inside here. Is the SOP, I think, lapping them? I'm not sure. We look at the glorious replay here, and look at that back stepping out there. That's Tokyo Drift style here in the south of France. And then the ET Sports saying, oh, I want to follow you too. Let's go on an adventure. And eventually the ET Sports getting through the SOP, and the Lucha Motorsport Esports team having to slot in behind those two. I think the SOP car is lapping these cars.
Yes. Yeah. They're in 14th place, and they're all into the pits.
And they're all into the pits. Oh, the SOP's trying to get in there too. Oh no, what is the Ferrari's trying to not lose any place? Sports, they just about make it in. Oh lads, that was very tight. Let's go to another glorious instant replay. I didn't think the SOP Sports was going, because it just dived late into the pit lane, and the Ferrari didn't realise it either. The Ferrari thought he was going in behind the ET Sports. All of a sudden the SOP car goes in on top, and the Ferrari is in somewhat of a BMW sandwich. But thankfully, I think they all managed to make it through unscathed. Lads, I expect to see plenty in the pits now. You can see it down your timing table. Dry tyres on the way, sir. I suspect a good helping of dry dry tyres for all of the runners here as the ground does begin to dry up. It looks like the track is already considerably drying, which was very unexpected, with the Veloce Esports wipers still going on in the 911, so nobody really knows. So very strange.
Yeah, it does. There's like barely any spray at the moment. It's the track is still damp, but yeah, it's interesting to see. I haven't seen too many overtakes or side by side on the way into the pit lane in Paul Ricard. That's definitely a new one. Just update as well. There's been a driver change at Williams, as far as I can see. Wojtek Fiala is now in that car.
Correct.
In P2. So they're now well, they were P2 obviously, but they're now back in the lead because West Competition Racing also came in to take their pit stop as well as Veloce. So now Wojtek Fiala has been given a lovely 30-second gap by Tinko van der Velde to get on with it. He was quick in qualifying yesterday, so let's see if he can continue that. But again, there's your sort of answer, Christian. The track is now greasy.
I honestly think that the sideways situation that we were seeing into the right-hander after the straight was a clear signal that you have to pit for dry tires, because the wet clearly can't take it anymore. And now there is also possibly the race engineer saying that the track is not wet, simply not suitable for wet conditions, and the dry tires are mandatory, even because with wet tires there are still some drivers that have wet tires on. I'm looking at the race control. It's currently Durkop still with maybe with wet tires, even because they didn't yet made a pit stop in the last hour and a half. So I suspect that they are probably in the next online to make it. Bischoff didn't make one. Tamo for YT Sport in the 48 in 16th place didn't still make the pit stop. Ren in 22nd in the 1111 Team Racing GPR Esports, sorry, in 22nd place. And there is a yellow flag. It's Miguel Ricci. That was probably... Oh no, okay, it's just into the pits. That's why the camera was a bit not... it wasn't really helping the situation there. And then it's Mattia De Campo for Team Shazoo GT Omega. And I think Szymanski for Porsche Spinala team. That's all the names that still have to make the pit stop in the upcoming minutes for obvious reasons. And in fact, Froland Durkop goes into the pits, but same does Pishman just behind them in 7th place. So now it's a battle of the pit stop. I thought that Pishman already made the pit for wet tires, but apparently they didn't. And this puts Barrier in 6th place, Krupi for the Ginalisi Esport in 7th, and maybe even Radiz in the 54, Mercedes Xenon Racing in 8th place.
Yeah, good work by them. Sorry, Kevin. I was just coming in there to obviously, yeah, John Lacey Esports have sort of dropped back a bit, I would say. I mean, I thought earlier you had Darren King fighting it out with Paul Simsport, Yas Heat, and John and the others as well, but they've sort of fallen back a little bit from where they were. But
they did have a drive-through, I think, Jack. Remember, they had a drive-through about a half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. They dropped them back to P9, so I think they're actually managing to claw their way back up towards P9, and the Kramer Racing Esports are moving up as well. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, no, you're dead right there. I actually, this just come back into my memory there. Yes, they did all that work, and they're now trying to get back after all of that as well. So, yeah, good work by them. Yas Heat up to P6, Pulse Simsport into P5 as a result of that. And we have this cluster going on right here with Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg, Lucas Roulette just in behind the Renvelten Esports car, and the Unicorns Love X Pulse Simsport car as well. They're fighting for P10, while the Veloce car tries desperately to get through without causing a massive problem. I think that's Grantis Caracas who's now behind the wheel of that Veloce Esports car. So he's going to try and get through here cleanly. Without causing an incident. What I do love about the Porsche is that the wiper's still going frantically as if it's still raining out there.
Yeah, that is. I'm surprised because ACC does interior sounds very well. So I thought all you'd hear is, you know, that horrible feeling when you've forgotten you've wipers and you just feel the rubber of the wiper blade rubbing against the window. No such worries here between these two. Ooh, a little bit of bumping between Red Velton Esports and the Lightspeed by MC, and there's a penalty there for Red Velton as part of that. Well, not a penalty necessarily, but certainly a ticking off in game for them, as the Lightspeed has to go wide, and Veloce is in the inside of this. George Boothby using all of his experience here to try and make sure that he allows these two boys to continue their battle, but also he has a race to get on with. He's in P3 at the moment, Boothby. He's being held slightly up by the Red Velton 488 T3. Sorry, that's Grantis Caracas, not George Boothby. Boothby was in the car previous, so my apologies to the Lithuanian for misidentifying him. But as you can see on the graphic in your bottom right hand corner, he's car number 75, and you can see your graphic on the top right hand corner, the temperature has actually gone up, strangely enough, in the last couple of minutes. It was 21 degrees, it's gone up to 23 degrees. The wind is increasing as well, so it's going to be one of those warm winds, as we see Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ricci in the Visceral Esports 44 having to hold off the attempts to overtake him by the TSR Esports car. That's Christoph Kleba in that, and I think in the middle of all that is one of the Pulse Sim Sport, is it? I think Pulse is in the middle. That's Marcel Stand. He's in 5th place, hunting down the West Competition car of the 33. There's only 9 seconds there, and West Competition again in a very good position as it stands, but Williams still heading things up, about 32 seconds ahead of Wojciech Fiała. And of course, Wojciech was the man who was unfortunately involved in that big accident at Watkins Glen through the bus stop there, that all but ended the number 5 car's chances of getting anything out of last round. But they did pick up 110 points. The 100 points, of course, coming because they completed the round. Enough of it, considering they're in first place, those 100 points could prove very, very useful in the championship. Here we're back on with the number 75 Veloce, who's kind of crossing and meeting the sandwich of a battle for 11th place. Tim Peachman will try and keep him in front of him as long as he possibly can, because the longer he can keep the Veloce Esports car behind him, the longer he frustrates the Lightspeed car, because it looks like the Lightspeed is going to mount a challenge. Now he leaves the Veloce inside him. That's surprising by Tim. I feel like he might have had to have done that at that stage. There might have been too many blue flags, which opens up the door for the number 76 to mount a charge as we head down through the first sector. That's the first first chicane there, and down towards Montreal, which is it's the second chicane there. So it's sorry, they're actually going through the final sector here. That's my apologies. They're going through Lac and Pont, and they're going over the start finish straight. That is 100. Sorry, should I say not 100, but 229 laps for these cars. They're a lap behind Wojciech Fiała in the Williams. And I suppose, Christian, like with 30 seconds now the gap, what can West Competition do here, the number 1 car, to try and force the tempo, to try and put the Williams under a bit of pressure?
Honestly, I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure how many cars are left for them, because they have the best lap of the race so far, as the number 4 is currently being a bit of a wall between the battle for 10th place, because the number 4 is actually into the battle for 10th place. As I was saying, the number 1 has the fastest lap of the race, so ultimately they should be the quicker car. Obviously a team is made out of different drivers and different race paces, and this really puts in perspective how much of a team you want. A bit of a contact between the two Ferraris after the Ferrari number 71 went over the curb, lost a bit of traction, and nearly collided with the Ferrari number 4. Also Forsberg on the outside with 71 on the inside, Prischman on the inside. There is a 4 going absolutely wide, and this leads Lucas Rode for the Lightspeed by MC Schumannburg into 11th place. This puts also on Forsberg losing 2 positions in a single corner for a bit of a loss of traction into the long hairpin. That was turn number 9. Bis I obviously said it terribly. I don't know French. I'm Italian for that reason.
That's about as good as my impersonation of Italian, to be fair, so I can't say much. Bosse is the name of the Bosse number 11. They look like a lack of concentration though, as much as anything else.
I really think that was more of a situation because the track is still greasy. You really can't stress the tires and and yourself and the car too much, because otherwise that's a consequence. You go wide. That's not there isn't another possibility. And Olson Forsberg understood it in the worst possible way by losing 2 positions in a single right-hand turn, and that's a direct consequence of pushing your tires and your car too much in a very quick section in conditions that are definitely far from optimal in a battle for top 10. So everything added up, plus the stress and the pressure, the fact that they are already 8 hours into the event, effectively led to Olson Forsberg kinda losing the car. But I was more astounded by the 71 effectively making a contact. We can see it from the glorious replay. What exactly happened here? No, obviously it doesn't work. Never mind then, it doesn't let me see the replay. I'm not sure why. Anyway, so we will not see the replay into the straight, but they were really close between each other. There was a contact between the 71 and the number 4, respectively, front bumper and the rear bumper, that somehow didn't lead to effectively a race over for both Ferrari drivers, and Rode possibly was a bit hoping that it would have happened, and ultimately didn't. And in all of this fight, there is also Oscar Hall for Vassen Motorsport getting closer.
Absolutely, yeah. He's closing up just because of those guys scrapping so hard up at the front end, which is again, that's exactly what he wants to see. While we were talking there, the number 33 West Competition Racing car has had a drive-through penalty. They were running in P4. They've now dropped to P6. So that is not what Marco Jonkers wanted in that car. Lucas Roda is coming down the pit lane as well, I fear, for the same reason, which it looks like a drive-through penalty for Lucas Roda in the Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg car. But that is promoted now. That promotes that promotes 2 positions up, of course. It puts Pulse Swim Sport into P4, and it promotes Yas Heat into P5 in this race as well. And that was a drive-through for the number 76. So now we're starting to see more and more of them start to come through in the dry conditions now as they try to get it. But Marcel Stange in the Pulse Sim Sport car now runs in 4th place, and the Yas Heat car currently being driven by Valentin Barriere is currently running in P5, and they've got a 7-second gap over the West Competition Racing car of Marco Jonkers. But Marco was one of the quickest cars on the track when they came out. Just to give you an idea, in the wet we were running sort of 2-minute 2s, 2-minute 0.3s. We're now already in the low 157s is what we've got to now, and this is a greasy track as well, so we're not even at optimum level either. So that's the difference that you've got there. But that's not what Marco Jonkers would have wanted there. He was running a solid P4, had great pace. But again, drive-throughs in these conditions ultimately end up costing you a lot more. But the other thing is that he's now following the Williams Esports car and a Wojtek Fiala who's right in front of him, so he's got to get that nice slipstream and that nice drag around Paul Ricard.
Yeah, it just goes to show you though, like, he is now the latest car to be lapped, so only the front 5 have yet to be lapped, as we look at a glorious replay here of the Spinala Spinala Porsche Ferrari, or doing its best impression of trying to impersonate its own name, but managing to hold it in the end as we get through the final sector. That's Hubert Szymanski in the Porsche Spinala team, the Porsche Spinala Ferrari, which it will just be really confusing over the course of the season. We just have to get over it.
The Ferrari Porsche Spinala.
The Ferrari, whatever you want to...
Porsche Ferrari Spinala, I don't know anymore.
There's only top 5. Valentin Barriere in the Yas Sport is the last of the lead lap runners, and he is only around about, with the current pace that we're looking at the moment, it's only about 7 seconds off being lapped by this man here, Wojtek Fiala, in the number 5. So Williams have an enormous gap out between themselves and second place, but most importantly at this stage of the race, they're establishing a lap lead on the vast majority of the rest of the field, which means that you know, even if there is an incident, or if there's drive-throughs, or if there's something else, the lap is such a massive gap to try and make up. Just a quick question before I hand over to Christian. Question here: are teams partners with the brand of a car that they drive, or do they just pick one and go with it? So, as we were speaking to Alex earlier, he obviously is part of the West Competition Racing team. They are aligned with BMW, which means they are most likely to run BMWs in competitions when they can. Other teams, some of them can be aligned with certain brands, but for the vast majority of the time, it's really a case of figuring out what track's going to drive at and what's the most comfortable car. Sometimes it's what cars your teammates are most comfortable. Oftentimes these guys are so skilled that it's more a case of a case of just, you know, whoever is basically the whichever car is the fastest, or whichever car is the most consistently quick in all conditions. So for some teams, I suppose they could pick the Porsche. It'll be better around twistier circuits. Obviously, this is a track that suits faster cars better, as we look at the John Lacey esports car coming up on the back of one of the West Competition Racing cars. I think that might have been the number 1 car who's in P2 at the moment. So yeah, it's not necessarily a brand partnership, though some teams are partnered with brands. The vast majority of them ACC, as we see the Unicorns of Love Pulse Sim Sport car come back out into P15 now, just not fast enough to get ahead of the Lightspeed by MC Schubert 76. But in a lot of cases, it's just a case of trying to pick the car that they feel either suits them best or is probably most likely the quickest across all of the rounds.
It is a bit of a round of drive-through at the moment, as Rode started it, kind of started the train. Then also Forsberg just went out of the pits. Krupi for Ginalisi Esport went for a drive-through, and I lost a name, but someone else went for a drive-through. I'm not entirely sure who that was, so I will not say any name just to be safe. And as I think it is effectively someone, Alex Meyer, that went for a drive-through for exceeding track limit. So 4 drivers in the span of what, 4 minutes?
Yeah, we got the 4, the 38, the 76, the 33, all within the last about 5 or 6 minutes, and the 98 now being added to that as well. So that's a round 5. Jack, what do you make of conditions at the moment? I'll just let you answer this, and then we might do a quick run through from of our top 10 and have a quick look on board with all of our drivers in a few seconds time. But Jack, 16 hours left on the clock. How do you? Is it a case now that it's just settling in as best you can? You could look at the timing sheets. There are no major battles going on. It's just about trying to save as much fuel and keep yourself in a place where you can keep competing as we get towards the night.
Yeah, what I'm most shocked about is how quickly the track has changed. I mean, we were talking about how this track was not going to dry up. It's now gone back to optimum, like straight. It's now optimum track conditions. From less than about half an hour ago, it was torrential rain. So now it's back to the best track conditions you could ask for. 23 degrees track temperature, optimum grip out there. So now we're now getting into the phase. We're heading into I would say, the most dangerous part of the race is the night stints. This is where it all happens, and this is where it can all come undone very, very quickly. As any of us who've done any sort of endurance races before, we all know the night stints are the worst when it comes to keeping consistent and staying in the game as well. But it's still close across the fields as we dip into... We're now over 1/3 distance, ladies and gentlemen. We're over the 8-hour mark in this race, and there's still 16 more left before we get to the end of this race as well. But that's... yeah, that brings me to the end of my stints. I've been here for 4 hours. I'm starting to lag a little bit, I'm not going to lie. So I don't know how some of these mental guys later on are going to do upwards of 6, 8. I don't know how much, but that is my stint over with. But I will leave you all in the capable hands of Christian Romero and Kevin Galvin for the next little while. Then you'll have some new voices to guide you through to the end. But it's been great. It's been great to have share a commentary box with you, Kevin, once again, and again to have an endurance race on ACC as well again. And to be fair, this has probably been one of the better ones I've done, because there's actually been something happening throughout this whole race as well. So there's still plenty to happen. Don't go anywhere. And to be honest, I actually think it's going to start raining again in about 2 hours.
Well,
No.
I'll give you a ring if it happens.
Yeah.
But Jack, look, no, it is absolutely great, and hopefully we'll be sharing commentary box soon for future rounds. But yeah, we're good pals. We race together. We're going on holidays together soon, and we're back in the commentary box together. So it's always nice to be with you. As I think we might have a quick look through the top 10 as it stands at the moment, Christian. Just looking at from Wojciech Fiala, we shall start in the number 5 Audi. Although unfortunately we've a little bit of an issue with our highlights, but there are plenty of them, I can assure you, over the course of this race thus far. As Jack was saying, we're just over the third mark of the race, and it looks like Williams have essentially dominated from when I sat down at around 4:30 this afternoon, or 5 o'clock UK time. Wojciech Fiala, he's now in the car after some very long stints. Tinker van de Wilde he took over from. Then in P2 we have the number 1 West Competition Racing, Victor Nicolai. We spoke to Alex earlier on. They're just going into the pits now, actually, as West Competition. Actually, I don't know if that's scheduled or
Isn't it a bit too quick?
Through potentially, we shall see. But Victor was just racing real cars today, as we heard from Alex, who has joined us for a great interview earlier, just a little bit earlier on. Catch up with that if you go back to the VOD on the VEM Twitch channel later on. But he's just out of racing real cars, but one of the first things he has to do now is take a drive-through, which now puts the Veloce car ahead of them in second place. So that's disappointing for West Competition, the number 1 car. They were right up the front and challenging, but now find themselves around about 12 seconds behind the Veloce Esports number 75, who are just keeping it clean, but it is a case of back and forward really at the moment. So P2, who was P3 that we were going to get to anyway, is Grantas Karechkas. He is in the 75 Veloce Esports. They have been doing quite a bit of battling. We're around 5th or 6th a couple of hours ago, just steadily moved their way up through the field and now lying in second place, although they are 49 seconds should I say, behind the Williams Esports, and lapping traffic here, as you can see, going down the Mistral straight. In 4th place is of the 52 of Pulse Simsport, Marshall Stange, should I say, piloting that one, the Ferrari 488 GT3. That is the first Ferrari of many that we will get to over the course of this top 10. The 52 car very involved in some midfield battles, having to avoid some pretty sketchy situations, but managing to work their way through it. And again, just another car that is really staying out of trouble, banging the good laps, and just making sure they don't get collected by anybody or make any mistakes. And as other cars have taken drive-throughs, the 52 car has actually been pretty damn trouble-free. Their last drive-through. Yeah, I know, yeah.
Don't jinx it.
No mistakes here, he says. Their last drive-through was served at around about 5 to 4. That was, so what time have we now? UK time. That's around about 6 hours ago. Or 4 hours ago, should I say. Now, number 5 is the As Esports 296. Valentin Barrier has been in the car for a few hours. This is certainly his second stint, if not more, for the Frenchman. Racing, of course, at his home, well, not necessarily his home track, but certainly the track of his home country. A 155.187 in lap 8 of the current stint. As a track, as you see there, is optimum. We had a lot of rain earlier on. Rain and sun and rain and clouds and wind, and it was all kicking off. But at the moment, a track in an optimum state and set to stay that way for the moment. So the As Esports, they were down in the top, battling for around 10th or 11th a couple of hours ago, have made their way all the way up to 5th position. Then we have the sister West Competition Racing car, Marco Junkers, they just took a drive through quite recently. They were in 4th position and challenging for a podium, but an unfortunate drive through meant that they have been pushed now back down to 6th place. And of course, Valentin Ba, this is the first of the cars that is no longer on the lead lap. So every car from here on in is at least a lap behind the leaders. Marco Junkers losing that lap as they served that drive-through penalty. As you can just see them there behind the leader of the race, Wojciech Fiała. Now, in 7th place, we go to Xenon Racing. They've been quietly passing under the radar the 54 Mercedes AMG GT3. Alex Radizzi taking that at the moment. They're up 4 places from where they began. And really a team that we haven't spoken a huge amount about on stream since I've joined. Just keeping their nose clean, staying quietly in the background. And just they're about 31 seconds off P6, but they're certainly capitalising on some of the drive-thrus that we've seen further back. Now, a team that we've spoken quite a bit more about is the 38 John Lacey Esports Lamborghini Huracan. They're up 1 place from P9 where they began, but they were actually challenging for the top 5 until, again, a drive-through. Can you see a pattern here, Christian? A drive-through caused them to go back down to P10, but they battled up since, and they're actually really one of the teams that is pushing the tempo here. They certainly are on pace. Although the last lap was about 0.7 seconds behind the leader, but in terms of the cars around them, a 1:55.355 is faster than Maro Bischoff and Tim Peachman behind them. Who we'll be speaking about next, that is the Kramer Racing Esports car, the 977, down 9 places to 9th place, or down 4 places should I say to 9th place. Too many 9s here. You got 911, 977, and they're in 9th, but they started of course in 5th. They again were running in the top 5, really struggled in the wet. It seemed Marco Bischoff went off once or twice. They had a couple of offs in the wet, which caused them again to have a drive through, but really struggled in the wet weather. This is a car to keep an eye on though as we get towards the night stints, because it seemed very obvious that their setup didn't quite suit wet conditions. Now that the track has dried up, they're 1:55.4, which is slightly slower than some of the cars ahead of them, but they are still making time up, and as we get into the night time, you should expect to see them pick up the pace. And we'll finish off our top 10 with the Renvelten Esports. Now, this is a team that we've spoken plenty about and have been in plenty of incidents. Very lucky not to be out of this race, or at least sitting a long time in the pits only a few minutes ago. They tried to squeak down the outside of the Mistral Straight, and as we've seen already in this championship, the back of the Ferrari does not like curbs, which meant they bounced, almost bouncing into the side of the Kramer Esports car. Am I right in saying, Christian? You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the Kramer car. They almost collected down.
The number 4, currently in 15th place.
It was the number 4, sorry, my apologies. The Unicorns of Love Pulse Simsport car, almost collecting them going into turn 8, but managing to get away. And you can see that Fred Olsen Forsberg in that car. Very disappointing for them, down 11 places to P15. They were a car that we were keeping an eye on. As you can see that bouncing again over the Ferrari, just proving my point about how that Ferrari just does. It's not even the curbs necessarily it doesn't handle well, but it's the transition from curbs back onto the tarmac that it really struggles with. But that number 4 car, you can see their lap times down. In 14th is Lucas Roda. He's in the 76 Aston Martin Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg. They have had a busy time of it as well. Plenty of incidents, a drive-through as well to go with that. And they are just a second off the Low Fuel Motorsport 255, who they are now currently chasing down the Mistral Straight, who are in P13. That's Niels Steinbrenner at the helm of that, up 2 places from P15. The Italian job in the 179, piloted by Michele Romano.
Michele.
Christian. Michele, my apologies. I'll think of Mick. I will think of Mick. Because Michelle is probably the
no,
female
Michelle
version,
is the female version. So
yeah.
it's not really the best option.
Yeah. It's like Michelle in Michelle. Anyway, Michele Romano in the 179. He won't mind that I'm mispronouncing his name, because they start at P19, they're up to P12, and in the 179 Honda Civic. Also nice to see a Honda well. It's the only Japanese manufacturer pretty much in this race. So it's great to see them running there. So Michele Romano doing well in the Italian job, despite the fact that I butchered his name. And finally, we finish off on usually place, who they are currently running around. That's the Vasson Motorsports 962. Oscar Hoole in that. It's a little bit easier to pronounce. As I see Luke Edridge. Thanks, Luke. Yes, you are indeed not the only commentator who butchers names. I very much butchered Michele's name, but I will endeavour to remember Michele, and then from here on in we'll have no problems. Oscar Hoole in the 962 anyway, I digress. 155.3, he is quickening up the pace on an optimum track. He is up 11 places from P16 to P11 and hunting for a place in the top 10. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is your top 15 as we go 15 hours and 47 minutes into the second round of the Virtual Endurance Masters, and you'll just have my company now for the next few minutes, I suppose. Christian, you're going to be heading off, but you'll be rejoining us maybe in about a half an hour or an extended half an hour's time, I suppose.
I'll be as quick as possible, as obviously, unfortunately I have to eat, so that's the only reason why. But I will come back as soon as possible. By the way, I will, in the meantime, put you with currently a battle for 13th place, because it's happening here between Steinbrenner and Rode.
Yeah, Steinbrenner and Rode, that is just 0.3 seconds. And you can see on the timing table, as I say, if you see red or orange, then that's where you want to be looking, because that is where the close fighting is now. You know, Steinbrenner has the Porsche, Ferrari, Spinella, Ferrari 488. That in front of them, that is of course lapped traffic they need to get by, but they'll have to keep an eye on their rear view mirrors as well, should I say, because the light speed by MC Schruba is in the back. Yeah, so thanks Christian, we will see him again shortly. He's doing a long at the moment. We're looking now at the Pulse Sim Sport car. That's the number 4 car of Marcel Stange. He is 42 seconds off, but just lapping traffic here down the Mistral Straight. And it is such a fantastic, as I know I've said it before, and people might be sick of me saying it, but it's just a fantastic part of the world. I would really, I would implore you to try and get down to this part, because I know a lot of people think about the French Riviera, and about Nice and Cannes and Antibes and these gorgeous places, and of course they are fantastic, Saint-Tropez, but like Marseille is actually a really nice city, right? I've been saying this to people for years. It's actually a very interesting city, a bustling city, fantastic football team, absolutely crazy fans, and just as you go down the coast from Marseille going to eastwards, you get absolutely superb beaches, of which one of them is La Ciotat, which is the closest kind of town to Le Castellet. Now Le Castellet is kind of famously poor when it comes to traffic, because it all funnels in on that little motorway that goes down towards La Ciotat and Le Castellet and Aubagne and places like that. But it is a fantastic track, as Frank Bergkamp now is with the Creme de la Course 81 car making moves past what looks like the Yeet sports car, I think. He's getting past, and the Yeet sports car, of course, have the Prime E Racing, or sorry, they're on top of the Racing Point car. Right, saying that that's 17. The Armamentario car is quite a bit behind the Creme de la Course, so they don't have a huge amount behind them. Marco Youngers in the West Competition Racing. He was having to serve a drive-through earlier on, which made it difficult for the 33 car, but they are trying to claw back some time. Got to speak to their team manager earlier, Alex, who said he will leave the cars battle. If they so wish, he will leave them off. They can battle away to their heart's content. And he says, really, he's had no problems up to this point, and until that point changes, we'll leave them. Now, we asked him this question when the 33 car was P4 and the number 1 car was in P2, but obviously both of those cars slightly having issues, particularly with drive-throughs, but nonetheless, they are kind of, I suppose, still giving a great position at the moment. Also, would like to ask you to get involved in chat if you can. See Luke getting involved. Says the 52 have done well from earlier. Absolutely. The Pulse Sim Sport, they are current championship leaders, but I suspect that the Williams Esports, well, actually, I suspect that it's this car that you're looking at the moment could take the lead, because the West Competition Racing weren't that far off in the opening round, and they are battling forward at the moment. Thanks to Crashneck as well for getting involved, and Sack Squashed, who is forever getting involved. For those of you who have joined the chat and you haven't heard our question of the evening, get your typewriters at the ready. Now, you can send it by carrier pigeon, although I suspect the race might be over by then. You can send it by email if you like. Don't have an email address, but you can send it to an email address. You can tweet us if you like. Virtual Endurance Masters on Twitter. But the most straightforward way is just to answer me on chat if you so wish. If you so wish to take up the mantle of this question. The question being, if you could take apart, dismantle any part of a GT3 car that you see in the grid in front of you. We have Astons, Hondas, we have Ferraris, we have Audis, we have all different kinds. If you'd like to dismantle them and repurpose them as part of a piece of furniture for your own home, what would you do? Now, we've had quite a lot of comments. I'm going to go through some of them. I would turn the tyre into the table or an engine. We've seen that being done before. Plexiglass over the side wall of a tyre. Happy days. Somebody said, little Timmy said rear wing into a shelf. We spoke to Alex. He said that's what they use, the rear wings of the M4s, often when they're not racing them. When they're parked up in the garage, they get some takeaway. And that chunky rear wing, as you can see on the number 1 here, being modelled on the number racing, as he starts to overtake more lap traffic. It seems the Mistral Straight is the best place to do that as you go into the turn number 8. They use their rear wing as I suppose an opportunity as a bar counter almost. Put a few beers on, bit of takeaway. As we look at Simon Bauer now, he's going on the Unicorns of Love Pulse Sim Sport car. There's a battle here. That's the SOP Esports Racing car. They've taken it at the moment by the timing sheets, but they are side by side going down the Mistral Straight, going into turn 8 of Signes. Of course, side by side. There normally would be a chicane there in the F1. Looks like the SOP has gotten the job done as they come down through Signes into Beausset. That's turn 11, and down around now the left-hander, back around on itself. This is really twisty. Actually, very similar. Kind of gives me kind of Fuji third sector vibes as they go through Bendor, Garlaban, and down towards Lac for Lake and Pont for a bridge. So presumably there would have been a lake with a bridge at some point there. I can only suspect. But yeah, Saxwatch said I might turn the engine into a grill with the hood. Yeah, that's something idea. You could fry an egg on it, I suppose. An actual working piece of furniture. Although I suspect if you want to do that, it still has to be attached to the car. I'm kind of looking for like detaching something and rearranging it, as opposed to just like, let's make the door a door. Yeah, as I said, some of the other options, turn the seat into a chair. Very, very good. Turn the windscreen into a window. Yeah, Luke says you can turn the M4 grill as a replacement for the channel tunnel, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely. The absolute nostrils on that thing. It's like an ape or something, the M4 grill, yeah. And I don't know, I mean, I feel like the channel tunnel is probably being less now, more with all going on, but maybe it could do with some sort of an extension. But look, as an Irishman, I'm not qualified to comment on these things. Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut. SOP Esports, we're looking at the Yeet Esports. Tobias Prang in the 48 BMW M4 GT3, just 0.5 of a second off Team Racing Point, the 85. That's BMW on BMW action there as we work our way around the final corner down the main straight now. As you can see, the light just starting to fade now. It's about 9:30 time here in the south of France, and it's just starting to fade a little bit, starting to make things a little bit more difficult for those drivers as we get into the night stints. And this is kind of a tricky time as well, because your headlights aren't really working to full capacity, but at the same time they're not really, you're kind of a day as well, so kind of it's actually almost trickier than running fully at night, because it is dark but there's enough light that your headlights aren't quite doing it for you, so your eyes are having to make an adjustment as the sun, the dusk slowly sets away. We're in the twilight hour here at the moment at the south of France at Circuit Le Castellet. Of course, named after a man who, the Circuit Paul Ricard, should I say, who is named after a man who famously was company which makes pastis, a very famous drink this side of the world. Pastis, it's a kind of an aniseedy, almost like a sambuca kind of taste to it, and you're supposed to drink it with water, although your beloved commentator here, his first night in Marseille, took quite a big swig of it without water, and yeah, let's just say that was the last time I ever drank that. But Ricard, a very famous pastis 51, is another 51, a very famous pastis as well from this part of the world. And yeah, if you ever have a chance to try it, don't, because it tastes disgusting, but unless you like aniseed. Sack Squats again in saying maybe we can make the steering wheel into a very small TV. Make the steering wheel into a small TV. So you mean like, as in like cut out the, like, can you use a handsaw to cut out the middle of it and then insert a TV into it, or? Kind of interested to see how that one would work. Kevin Galvin here with you. We have just over 15 and a half hours left here of this second round of the Virtual Endurance Masters Championship on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We're on looking at Tobias Prang and this battle that is going on for P21. Remember, €5,000 for the winner of this competition. 5,000 words every hour that comes out of my mouth to try and make sure this commentary keeps going smoothly. Tobias Prang down 7 places, started in P14. Get my maths right. P14 down to P21 now, and hopefully not forever 21 for Tobias in the ET Sports, as he's chasing down the back to get into the top 20. Thanks as well, of course, to LFM for all of their help with this championship at the moment. As I say, LFM doing absolutely fantastic work in terms of trying to get this all together for us and making sure that everything runs off without a hitch, and the LFM team, broadcast team, being very helpful as well to all of our commentators. Tobias Prang, will he make a move down the Mistral? Looks like the P20 is going to defend it. We're now on board, I think, with Tobias as he goes round the outside. That is the 48 car, as we're, yes, the Tobias ED Sports. He's still all over the back of the next car in front of him. That is, of course, the Racing Point Beamer. As we look at that action there via a glorious replay, and it looks like Tobias is going to make that move, but the Racing Point just getting it done. That is Tobias Prang, and in the P20, of course, it is Carmelo Trapani in the P20 team Racing Point. But yeah, thanks to all our sponsors. We have Noble Chairs. If you want to give your rear end a good time, make sure you have a look at their products. Certainly will get rid of the backside cramp as you race a 24-hour race. Thanks to Moser Racing as well, constantly turning out superb sim racing products. Their wheels are something to behold. They're almost like pieces of art, more so than actual racing bits. So if you could search deep into your pockets for a piece of that, it's certainly an investment. CaseKing.de as well. As I said, if anybody wants to sponsor me a case that can actually fit all my components, I have a 2080 Super crammed in amongst wires for my PSU and everything else. So that would be the place for me. And a Lian Li are very, very well-known cases. If you look at any of the major PC builders on YouTube, they are big fans of Lian Li, a Chinese company, make superb cases. And I think the cooling really on the Lian Li is what sets it apart. Just the cooling on the cases is absolutely fantastic. Thanks as well to Next Level Racing for their sponsorship. They are another well-established sim racing brand, as well as Glorious and Ducky as well for their help with the stream this afternoon. And if you do want to get in touch, remember you can get in on the chat. Sack Squats with a question: if you had a motorsport team, what would you name it? Well, I do have a motorsport team. I didn't make it. It's called Wildfire Racing. I had a team before. We entered the Nuremberg Endurance, first ever endurance race, and we just simply called the team Bring It Home. because we were just desperately trying to get it home. As going now for P12 is Lightspeed by MG Schoberg. That's Lucas Roda and the 6 Aston Martin. And again, you look at that Mistral straight. That is where all the action is happening. You get such a toe down that straight. Lucas Roda, just a classic slipstream, poking the nose out on the inside, making sure that Michele can't defend him in the Italian job. 179 Honda Accord, not Honda Accord, what am I talking about? A Honda Accord would not race in a GT3 championship. The Honda anyway, and Lucas Roda just allowing him down the inside. And I think you're seeing really is drivers giving an option to other just really kind of allowing them on. With 15 and a half hours left, unless you're really battling, unless you're really speed advantage, and that's clearly not the case because Luca Roda already has a second gap now on the Italian job car behind him. You might as well leave him go. I mean, it's in the race, 15 and a half hours left in the race. You might as well leave them go ahead and take that position and hopefully meet them further down the road. Crash Deck Wheelie Slow Racing Team. Yeah, that's a good one. Trying to think of any really funny ones that I've seen. Probably are some very funny ones that I have seen recently. So it's the case. We'll hopefully have an interview with you soon as well with Williams Esports team manager Michael Chuabaka. Michael Chuabaka Racing, nice one. That would be good. Maybe we could create a championship with all our stupid team names and just run 10-minute sprint races, or just run a single 10-minute sprint race, just so we could take a screenshot of the team names. Patrick Torr in the GSE Racing by ACI car. He is in the pro category. Of course, they're all in the pro category. He's only 0.7 seconds behind the BF Racing number 27. That is piloted by Lucas Savetsky. That's a 111. Sorry, it's a 27 car, but currently in 28th place. That's why I was a little bit confused. That is Gaetan Humby in that Aston Martin 28. As we're looking for the battle now for P27 GPR, have a bit of company in the form of, TMMS should I say, have a bit of company in the form of Visceral Esports. Jeffrey Miguel and Renault Ritchie piloting that, the number 44. Then we will have the TMS Performance ahead of that, the number 50, and he has quite a bit to go to the Wild Thing, so really he'll be looking at as we get through here. So all the cars on dry tyres. We did have quite a lot of wet weather over earlier on this in this race. Kind of went wet and dry, but drying up now as we hit the nighttime stints. Luke says a 10-minute sprint race is about as long as I can do without crashing. Yeah, I'm with you there, brother. Definitely when it comes to ACC. Entered an RCI event once, Bathurst, rain. Never ran in rain in ACC. Never really done Bathurst in ACC. Yeah, you can see how that went. I think I lasted about a lap. So yeah, having the spec of talent that these guys have, as we look at Carmelo Trapani, they're down 7 places from P13, the Team Racing Poi car. Now they were very much under pressure from the Yeet Esports team earlier on, and that pressure continues from the 48 car. Just 0.7 of a second there. Same distance that divides the SOP Esports Racing 100 car, the 255 of Low Fuel Motorsports in the P15, although that gap has gone down again. And that battle for P13 looks like the Italian job are being put under a bit of pressure here, because Low Fuel Motorsports is edging their way closer to them, and the SOP is all over the back of them as well. We also have that earlier battle we looked at between TWMS and the Visceral Esports, and also a good battle for P28. But up the top of the timing table, there's 53 seconds between P1, which is of course Williams Esports, and P2, which is the 75 car of Veloce Esports, who really benefited from a drive-through from one of the P3 cars. That's the West Competition Racing. They had a drive-through which put them right back up there. So as you look through your running order, we have Williams Esports followed by the Veloci Esports. Then we have the number 1 BMW West Competition Racing car, followed by number 4 Pulse Sim Sport 52 Ferrari, and then the As Heat Esports 296 Ferrari of Valentin Barrier. So that is where we are at the moment as we approach 15 hours 28 minutes left. I've been in the seat for a few hours, so let me give you a chance to sample some of the glorious, not the glorious replay this time, but some of the glorious sounds coming out of these GT3 cars firing their way around the Circuit Paul Ricard here in the south of France, very near the Castellet. You're very welcome back to the second endurance last 24 hours at the Circuit Paul Ricard, just outside Marseille on the southern coast of France. And you can tell it's the southern coast of France because it's 20 to 10 and it's still gone 20 here. So very warm, to be an optimum temperature. We had a bit of rain earlier on, which forced a bit of strategy change. But Christian, as you rejoin me back in the commentary box, the track condition at the moment is really... Oh, Oscar Houle there. What is going on with Oscar Houle? Can we go back and have a look at that? The Fast Imports, they have some issue. They're just pitting at the moment. They're pitting.
No, I think they're just pitting.
The way that the camera angle made it look like they had driven into like a cul-de-sac and parked it there. I didn't know whether they were DNFing, but they're just in the pits. No panic, but yeah, as you say,
you panicked a bit.
I panicked big time there. Not even a little bit. I was at the moment.
I admit the camera seems to show the car to a halt, but instead it was just a normal pit stop. In fact, they are now out of the pit after a 32 seconds pit stop, so no damage repair, everything correctly done. And Simon Bauer for the SOP Esports Racing is now up ahead of Stein Banner in the 255 low fuel motorsport, and now in close proximity of Michele Romano in the Italian job number 179, even if Stein Banner clearly doesn't want it to end, as Bischoff is into the pits. And a bit of a situation for the SOP car, as basically we have been seeing it in every single spot in the grid. We've been seeing it even in the podium in the very initial phases. We've been seeing it in 20th after some troubles, and now they are in 13th, so effectively the average is getting there. And now into a bit of a middle pack between Stein Banner and Romano. Their pace is currently definitely faster than the Italian. Michele Romano currently setting a 56.3 in the last lap. But you can see in the bottom part of your screen the trend. Michele Romano that can't still get into the 55, while Bauer went even with a 55.2, with Stein Banner following behind, that just made us 57.7 in the last lap for the overtake being taken. So this really puts the SOP pink-livered car in a very interesting space. Meanwhile, Prang and Trapani side by side into the main straight, just to get into turn number 8. Sainz into 8 they go, and the white BMW is ahead of Trapani. So the Italian in the 85 Team Racing Point is now behind Tobias Prang in the ET Esports car in 20th place. And as it happens, it seems like many drivers are now into a bit of a fade, because effectively while I was off, I couldn't be effectively off because there were just too many overtakes going on. It seems like the action is picking up again, as in fact Simon Bauer in the 100 in the pink livered car, very bright and very visible from any distance, is now possibly trying the overtake as we go into the Mosa cockpit cam, following the Honda just behind. They also Steinbauer following. That's maybe a track limit violation. Remember, they just have 3, and the fourth one is a drive-through for exceeding track limits. When you lose 30 seconds, and Nicolai is the perfect example, as they had 2 in the last 4 hours that put them in 3rd place, now 4 seconds behind the Caracas. But for now we are still for 11th place, that may become 10th, as Rode in the 76 Aston Martin is lapping quite quick. 55.0 was the last lap, but effectively Simon Bauer has been behind some traffic for the last, this has been 15 minutes, 20 minutes, so effectively the pace is still unknown by the British driver as we go back into a more visible cam.
Yes, indeed, as we look back on board with this battle, and as you say, Christian, it's just the battles have just been ongoing all the way through. It's really kept our attention all the way through this race. I mean, it's absolutely superb, and also, I mean, compared to Watkins Glen, where I think we saw an awful lot of unfortunate kind of, particularly at T1. There's the battling has been so clean. Now I know this is a wide track, and I know it allows itself for that kind of stuff, but even on the tighter corners, some of the overtaking has been so slick. It's, I think of all the races I've streamed and commentated on, I mean, this must be one of the best in terms of drivers giving each other room and battling hard, because like there's been battles up and down the grid here for the last 4 or 5 hours. It hasn't yet. I can't really think of apart from maybe the BMW. I think it might have been that BMW, actually, the SOP Sports going into the back of another car in the braking zone. I think it might have been the Aston Martin of the Lightspeed car. The battling has been really, really exceptional. I just think that the standard of driving and the standard of racecraft has been absolutely superb. So my hat's off to the drivers, and it's great to see so many battles. As you see now, the Italian job being put under pressure from the Low Fuel Motorsport. A 3-way battle. Low Fuel Motorsports getting the inside here of I think they're on turn 3, are they, as they go barreling down towards the second section of this track. But yeah, this is a 3-way battle, Christian, that's developing very interesting.
I want to add something to your comment about the cleanness of the racecraft. I've been in the session for 2 hours and obviously I forgot a piece when I went into... Okay, now it's clear. For basically 3 hours nearly. And I just have the great amount of 6 contacts, of which 2 are just possible. So this really puts in perspective how clean they are for the racecraft. Even with all the battles that we have been seeing, as Trapani is still again with Prang in the Yeti Esports, this duo here is not really waiting for any moment. I was speaking about something else and they are already into a fight, and another fight is happening between Steele Vassen and Moning. 1-1 Ferrari being driven by Mark and Moning for the Armamentario Racing team, and behind is Steele Vassen in the Yassen Motorsport after the pit stop. This seemed like a bit of an unscheduled pit stop, because I remember they were basically the same way as the other into 12th place as the overtake happens now. The Aston Martin on the inside, turn number 4. And the next one is a left-hander, so possibly the Ferrari has to either defend well or it doesn't happen for now. But there is also another overtake going on. Is Steinbauer still overtaking the 10-job car as we go for a glorious replay? We go for the helicam. It was on the main straight, the 1 km point 3 long straight, and it was quite easy for the Ferrari driver overtaking the Honda that is kind of struggling compared to... No, I'm not... It's a bit of a bad thing to say, but seems like Michele Romano is not really on par with his teammates. Like, in terms of pure race pace, I've been seeing Eric Del Fante basically flying with his car, and it doesn't seem like the same for Michele Romano. It seems like it's... I wonder if it's for setup, because sometimes the setup effectively depends on the driver. Speaking of drivers, is still Moning and... Oh no, wait, that's not Silvassen is here, so that was a back marker? Oh yeah, it was a back marker.
It was a back marker.
No, not a back marker,
getting out of the way. I think it was lap traffic. Trying to get out of the way there as we... because SG Stern, they're under a bit of pressure. Not SG Stern, but the Vassen Motorsports are under a bit of pressure from Armamentario. Maybe it was the Armamentario left them by. Can we go back to that? Christian, I think it's the P17 962. Just interested to see where Armamentario are in relation to Vassen Motorsports, but they're 2.2 seconds down the road at the moment, as we're looking at the moment at 77 car. Oh no, it's a 962 car, and now the 121 car. Make up your mind, Christian. Come on, which car do you want to look at? This is the Armamentario.
I was searching for the Armamentario. It's a bit hard considering it's too many numbers. So.
This is Michael Moaning. Yeah, I'm not sure because he let them. I think he was leaving the Vassen through. I thought he was somebody else through. Kramer Racing a good bit down as well. They're in 16th place. They were quite a bit further forward. I just have to check our live timing to see if they took a drive through 977. I don't see it on my screen here. No, they did actually. That was at about that was over an hour ago. So I can't understand why they've dropped down so much. Perhaps it was pit timing, but hard to tell. As we reach, we're almost up on 10 o'clock here now, French time. As you join myself, Kevin Galvin, and Christian Romero in the box for the Virtual Endurance Masters round 2 here at the Circuit Paul Ricard.
It has to be said that maybe what you were speaking about is also for the team lineup. Like, it's the same situation as the Italian job car. Maybe there is a driver that is just over revving the car, kind of. So basically being the pillar. And unfortunately, this puts sometimes... now, as a driver in a team, I try to have the lineup as equal as possible, because sometimes different driver may have different approaches to the car, to the setup, to even the behavior, even the sensation. Just the fact that it's a rear end engine or a front end engine, and the way you are used to the car really changes, and not many are that able to just switch car left and right without compromising the pace. Like, for example, someone that is main BMW, because the BMW is what we are looking at currently, kind of taking what West Competition Racing the West Competition Racing approach. They main the BMW, and switching from a BMW to, let's say, the Porsche, the Audi even, really puts you in a completely different world. But not obligatory engine displacement, but even just a different car. The Mercedes and the BMW are completely different cars, even if they have the same engine placement. What I'm thinking about is that maybe they've been using the quickest driver at the beginning, because now there is the nighttime, which is basically just be consistent and drive effectively, because that's what happened in the nighttime. It's just being consistent. And speaking of consistency, something happened here, because
this is Milton Steel Vassen. They were in the pits not that long ago. As we look at the glorious replay here, is that contact? Is cause or effect? I'm not entirely sure. Oh no, it is hitting the curb just the wrong way, and you can see the car snapping back on itself as Milton tried to save it. I don't know if they lost a place now. I think they did. Yeah, the Armamentario getting ahead of them, but they're keeping chase. But a free position for the Armamentario as the Unicorns of Love Pulse Simsport car are in the pits. So I suspect they will be overtaken by both of these messers as they stop. But yeah, just a snap of you see it going one way, and then you try and rescue the car to go back the other way. And it's true. I mean, I suppose when you get to these times of the race, I mean, look, we operate a transatlantic team in Wildfire Racing, and we're obviously largely an iRacing team. I know Sean the iRacing, but we are largely an iRacing team. We run iRacing endurance events, and we always, I mean, whenever I captain teams and I pick teams, and my feeling about teams is once they're all of a similar pace, which all of these guys are, right? Nobody's 3 seconds off the pace, or 2 or 3 seconds off the pace. Everyone's a reasonably similar pace. It's all down to sleep then at that point, I feel. It's all down to if you can get guys in the car that are either are night owls and prefer to stay up late, or in our case we have guys that are on the Pacific coast, they're on mountain time, they're on the eastern coast, so it does make it easy for us because I can drive up until midnight my time, let's say, and that's whatever, let's say 7 o'clock Eastern time. That means the Eastern guys then can drive up to midnight their time, and that means the Pacific guys can get in the car and they take it in the afternoon, and then they drive up until night, at which point it's my morning. I've got my 8 or 9 hours. I'm back fresh in the car. To even myself and Jack, who was on commentary earlier, we often take morning stints because morning for us is the middle of the night in America. We run from whatever 8 or 7 a.m. All the way up till 10 o'clock.
Sorry. I honestly am a night owl. I usually not racing obligatory. I play games, especially at a very very late night. Even I can arrive at 2-3 a.m. but not because I do it like I wake up at like 1 p.m. I usually wake up at like 9, and it's just that sometimes I don't need that much sleep. I can go away with 7 hours, and also I'm more energetic, more hyped, more focused even. I don't know how, and don't ask me how. My answer is unknown even to me. But I'm kinda more focused during nighttime, and this also reflects to the part of where I study, and usually I study at stupid times that no one studies at, but whatever, until it works. But you are effectively right. Sometimes there is also this factor here. You make a lineup. You also have to ask yourself who is more capable during the hard hours, because effectively now there is a problem. Not now, in 2 hours, the problem will appear. From midnight until 6 a.m. there will be those 6 hours where you have to be lucky to have in your team someone that can go until very late and someone that can go up very late, very early. Whether it is for time zones, as we are now with the German driver, Restlanger, on the outside they go and somehow complete the overtake on the BMW, on the outside. It was like extremely dangerous, but definitely making a huge practices on the 222 car, and Langford is now in 25th place. Took even by surprise possibly, because I saw him losing the rear quite a bit there on the exit of turn number 8 into 9, and it was quite a phenomenal overtake there from Ben Langford.
Yeah, no, it's Ben Langford. I think was being overtaken. I think it was the home of racing number 2 to 222 car. That is
that was I said.
Michael Reislinger, who completed. That is ballsy, I think, is the only word that you can use for that by Michael Reislinger. At this stage of the race, to go round the outside in that way that takes quite a lot of gumption to do that, in fairness. So Ben Langford now is going to be all over back of Michael Reislinger. That is, I was fairly shocked by that move, to say that. I mean, fair play to him for sticking, but that is a dangerous move. If that goes wrong, you are apologising to your team. You are buying the round of drinks afterwards if that goes wrong. But thankfully for Michael, he managed to make it stick. But still, he has Ben all over the back of him. We spoke to Ben earlier on in the stream. He was saying that the Jensen Button condition suited better. Well, it seems like he's not that slow in dry conditions either. He seems to be getting very used to this BMW M4. He's a big BMW fan, as Ben, and he's going to make it stick now round the inside. And this is the thing, Christian. Like, you know, a dangerous move, we would say. It's fair to say a dangerous move, a sketchy move by Michael earlier on. Oh, as Ben loses the back, and I was going to say now they're side by side going down into turn 9. It looks like Michael might get although Ben's getting the switchback on him. Ben has the inside for the next corner, but of course it goes left again. So if Michael can keep his foot in it and keep it in a car, he is entitled to that corner as they go back around. Michael's staying in it, and Ben now, the onus is on him to keep it around the outside so he can keep it down the inside of the next corner as we go towards Pont corner, I think, or Lac and Pont. I think Ben is going to just about stay ahead. That was a lovely battle through the final sector of Circuit Paul Ricard. And I'd say, Michael, this isn't over yet, Christian, but again, Michael making that quite a dangerous move in the last lap, and Ben just getting right past him again. I wonder the risk to reward factor in terms of making a move like that, because if it goes wrong, it goes spectacularly wrong. But even if it goes right, that we saw, looks great on stream, makes for an exceptional Twitch clip, but he's a lap down the road and he's still behind as we hit 10 o'clock.
I'll be honest, both drivers risked way too much with 15 hours to go. One went from the outside on turn 9, which I will not pronounce because otherwise the French Republic will declare war on Italy. But you saw Langford closing the door way too aggressively on the Aston Martin. Like, honestly, it was way too much. In fact, after closing the door on the outside, which is already a move in sprint racing, he kinda lost the rear. He kept it because the BMW is basically a brick, so you can't physically lose it. It's basically impossible, and if you do it, you are incredible. He kept it on the road by a margin because the rear of the car was not on rails. It was absolutely on the limit. And then the switcheroo happened because the right, unluckily rather, for Langer, the next corner was a right-hander and the BMW was just going to the right at this point. Both drivers risked way too much with 15 hours to go in the night. And honestly, if... sometimes it happens. As a driver, sometimes you say, okay, I do it. Whatever happens, I do it. Sometimes maybe it's better to kinda slow down the... not the pace, but rather your instincts. Because in sprint racing, if it happens, happens. I'm in 23rd position, I tried. But in endurance racing, where if you make a mistake, it's 11 hours that go away.
I know, you're really, great for watching on. Just as we were looking at all that, there was plenty of action on circuit. There was also plenty of action in the pit lane. Our leaders, the number 5 sports, they have swapped their drivers. Igor Rodriguez back in the car there. No change for the Veloce Esports, number 75. Luke Whitehead still there. But in the number 1 West Competition BMW, Victor Nicolai gets back in the car again, while in the 52, that is the Pulse Sim Sport, if I'm right in saying, Pulse Sim Sport indeed. I'm getting the hang of it now. Andrew McWilliam is taking over that car, the BMW for a GT3, while Mark Tull is in for the 33 car, 33 being of course the West Competition Racing sister car. So lots of changes. Jaroslav Honzik also in the car, the Czech native taking over the Yas Heats 296 car from Valentin Barrier, and immediately off the back of the West Competition number 33, very little between, but of course both of those cars, and indeed all but the first 4 cars, are now lapped. And the 52 Pulse Sim Sport is the latest to be within the clutches of Igor Rodriguez. He is P4 at the moment, but only around about maybe 8 or 9 seconds being lapped by the Williams Esports Audi R8, which is just really powering ahead. I mean, we talked earlier on, Christian, about the number 5 car. They were around about 45 to 50 seconds ahead. They had, of course, that drive through, which put them back down to 27 seconds gap now, 57 seconds again. It's just crazy how much they've been able to get out that lead. It's just they've been so spectacular. And again, the number 1 car having a purple lap recently, the West competition race, they're putting savage pressure on Whitehead. There isn't a huge amount there. They're only about 3 seconds behind the Veloce Esports car, and the last lap of a 1:53.745, the quickest we've seen in the race. So certainly Victor Nicolai spending no time. He spent time in the real car today. He did a lot of real racing. Certainly not tired enough that he can't start banging out some quick laps here with about 15 hours to go here at the Paul Ricard.
Speaking of quick laps, I've been looking at the times. Basically, it's a Christmas tree with green and some red, obviously, but also purples around the field. We have been seeing the Hunter taking the first purple lap of the evening. Then Nicola is the first driver into the 53 seconds. And there hasn't been another one, so they are effectively the quickest car on track. 3 seconds away from Whitehead in the 75 Porsche for Veloce Esports. And as the night approaches, effectively that's something that I kinda forgot. But the times are going quicker because the temperature is lower, so you can simply go quicker because of the pressure on the tires. And in fact, this is proven by the fact that everyone is basically setting their personal team bests in these very laps. We have Rodriguez that is now the second driver into 53, as I said it. 53.8 for Rodriguez. Personal best being set by Toll, Honzik in this very lap, Augustas, Vasner, Delfante, Nazarov. Basically, I have to count who hasn't done it rather than who did it. Because of effectively, nighttime doesn't necessarily mean you go slower. The track is well lit in terms of illumination. As Appier is with... Oh! Appier is not in the track anymore! Something happened to the 71 Ferrari. We can see from the gallery replay. They were going into the inside of a Porsche number 144, it seemed. It's a back marker. And there's been a contact pit maneuver by the back marker 144 that made the Ferrari spin out in the distance into the right-hander, which puts the 71 still... the 71 remains in 9th place, but Florian Appel was getting closer to Fedele, who is getting closer to Eder. And now, what about a flat spot?
Ah, God, that's just a killer for Florian Appel and the Rennfelden. That's poor driving from the 144, I have to say. Trying to see who the culprit is there, the 144 car. But it's just, it's really messy stuff. I mean, he's a back marker. Oh, sorry, it's just 44, isn't it? That's Michael, no, that's Fabiano De Gennaro in the 44. Again, butchering the names, you'll have to be patient with me. That's the Visceral Esports car. That is just...
I think it was like, the 144.
I don't see a 144
okay,
on my list.
Because it was a Porsche. Oh no, here it is.
Yeah, it's the Team 1 FF Vincent Lindner, should I say, sorry. My apologies to Gennaro, or sorry, not to Gennaro, but Fabiano. My apologies, not you, you're off the hook. It is Vincent Lindner in the 144. They're P39. And, like, you have, like Kalev in the F1 memes drive through earlier on. We look at a glorious replay of that. Is that self-caused? Yes, it is. The Ferrari going over the pole. Did not like that one bit. At least he managed to keep it out of the barrier there on the inside, so not a massive amount of damage done for the F1 memes team. I suspect a Spinala is probably the most appropriate F1 meme to play at that point, but I would be surprised if the 144 gets away without a penalty from the stewards here, because Rennfelden car was ahead quite substantially. They had gotten through that corner. They were overtaking a lapped car. Just back out. There's no need to stick your nose in there, as we literally just now passed 15 hours left in the race. 15
hours that are starting with the night. 22 degrees is the temperature on track, and seems like the Christmas tree has now been shut off, because a lot of drivers aren't setting green times in the table anymore. So possibly Nicola will will come on with the fastest lap. And speaking of fastest lap, I have to effectively say what the prices are for the winners of the championship, as there is 5,000 euros for first place. Second place gets to 2,500 euros, and third place gets 1,000 euros. First place also gets a voucher for Mozza, for sponsor of the series, of the value of 1,400 euros. Second place gets 200 euros. 1,200 euros for Nobel chairs, while 1,000 euros for the third place voucher for Next Level Racing. Fourth place gets 800 euros for Glorious, and fifth place gets 600 euros to be used in the Ducky section. All of them will be used via the caseking.de website, and 100 euros will be set for the, in fact, for the fastest lap. So for now the 100 euros is going for the number 1, and another 100 euros will be given to the team that makes the most gained position in the race. And unfortunately I can't rely completely on the race control, because obviously I joined later on, but I will, if needed, count one by one the position made by the drivers, because effectively that's what I can do. But for now, it is definitely a good situation for Victor Nicolai, that thanks to him the team may receive a good help to their finances, as we are now with Fedele. And speaking of all the sponsors and everybody that helps, we into the race, you can see from the upper part of your screen. But we have to say thanks to, first of all of you that are still looking at the race and watching us shouting at cars, which is always something so good to do. I do it even in the race weekends, and I can do it even in this instance, as Fedele goes into Eder's position, which is now the 7th for the Lamborghini 38 Ginalesi Esports. Antonio Fedele, the Italian, is now in front of Noah Heder for Kramer Racing Esport. Pace a bit slower by the Porsche driver in on average compared to Antonio Fedele, that set a 54 2 laps ago, while Eder was into the low to mid 55, so possibly that's effectively the overtake done and dusted by the Italian. While another battle that may sparkle in the next upcoming minutes is the one for 4th place, because now Mark Toll, after pit stop and drive-through, is now in 5th place, just 4 times away from McWillian.
Yeah, it's very close. We're going to keep an eye on this battle, but I would like to give you an update on the positions and the standings, and we can have a flick through all of the top 10 cars as we get into the 10th hour of this race. My God, we'll be 10 hours into this race soon enough. It feels like there's just been so much action on track. I haven't stopped talking since it began. West Competition Racing with another very quick lap. They have the fastest lap as it stands, and oh, that's going very wide. Pulse Simsport. I wonder, is there a bit of mirror driving going on by Andrew McWilliam? He's new into the car, of course, trying to hold off Mark Tull, the Dutchman, in P5. That's the 33 car, of course. The sister car is in P3 at the moment, and they were hoping, above all hopes, of a double podium, and certainly an overtake from Mark Tull here would put them one step closer to that. We could see the two West Competition Racing teams battling, although there was a massive gap, to be honest, between West Competition in P3 and Pulse Simsport, which is the Ferrari you see being illuminated by Mark Tull's headlights. No flashing of the headlights, I noticed. That seems to be a no-no in this competition, which is good to see. I think it's kind of not really that much of a distraction, but it just comes across as really petulant from drivers, in my opinion. But Mark Tull keeping Andrew McWilliams certainly very, very honest in the 52 Ferrari as we continue on. We're going to keep with this battle for the moment. As I say, Christian, Mark is just whacking out some pretty quick lap times. Let me just give you an updated lap time. So Mark Tull's last lap, 154.3. Andrew McWilliams' last, 155.0. And here is Mark down the Mistral straight. Andrew's going to try and ease him out, but I think he knows the pace difference is just too much, and I presume he will have a number of people in his ear as well saying, look, Andrew, this is a battle, not a war, as Mark swings out in front of him and certainly gets in the sights of Andrew McWilliam in the Pulse Sim Sport. He kind of quite violently jerked out in front of Andrew McWilliam, which meant he totally lost his line of sight and then was late coming into the corner, which now puts him under pressure from Yas Heat, because they're only 2.2 seconds down the road. The West Competition Racing getting the move done. Here is Jaroslav Hanzik in the Yas Heat Esports. He has a couple of left cars around him. That's the Racing Point BMW in front of him. It's Team Porsche Spinella Ferrari behind him. And he is in the Yas Heat Esports Ferrari, up 2 places from P8 from where they began. Christian, do we have time to have a quick run through the top 10 before we go back to this battle? Because I reckon by the time we come back, things will have seriously heated up. So, our number 1 and absolutely flying. They are over a minute up the road from P2. This is Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Sports. They have done a fantastic job after a very disappointing round last time round, caught up in a big accident on the bus stop at Watkins Glen, picking up only 110 points, but in line now for the maximum of 400 points here, because of course this 24-hour race does bring double points. You get 100 points for the win, 100 points for participation and getting to the end, and then that is multiplied by 2, so 400 points due on the way to Williams Esports if they can keep it in check. Then in second place we have Veloce Esports, the number 75 car. They benefited from a penalty to West Competitions Racing number 1. In the car at the moment is Luke Whitehead. His last lap is a 154.625, which is 4/10 off the Audi and 5/10 off P3 West Competition Racing number 1. That is so we're looking at Luke Whitehead. That is P2. P3 is BMW West Competition number 1 in the car there. They started P2, down 1 place. A drive through has seen them go back down, but they managed to, they were down in 5th. They managed to battle their way back up to 3rd position. As we saw just a few seconds ago, their sister team, the number 33 West Competition, taking quite violently overtaking the Pulse Sim Sport on the T8, pulling back out in front of Pulse Sim Sports, which unsettled them. And now Andrew McWilliam has Jaroslav Hanzik company, the big YouTube streamer. His stream currently being watched by over 1,000 people, and it's great to see him giving such publicity to ACD. Hopefully some of those will come and join us for the night stints here while he is asleep, but they're up 2 places in the Yas Heat, 296. Now a big gap to down to the John Lacey Sports number 38 car. Again, their car that's been up and down. They have had possibilities. That's the incident. I'll come back and explain that incident to you in a second. For those of you who would have missed it, but those of you who are in the stream for the last 20 minutes will remember it. The John Lacey Esports up and down, but they're in the P7. That's kind of where they began when I sat down here a couple of hours ago, so I think they'll be reasonably happy. And they're ahead now of the Kramer Racing Esports team, 977. They're 2.5 seconds down the road, but Noah Eder in that car has been struggling here today, struggled in the wet a little bit and struggling in the dry. He's around about 0.8 of a second slower, 0.6 of a second slower now last lap than the John Lacey car, and about 0.3 slower than the car behind him, which is the 70-run Ren Velten Sports. Now this gives me an opportunity to talk about the earlier incident that you saw just flash up on your screen. That was between themselves and P39. That was the 144 Team 1FF car driven by Vincent Lindner. So what happened there was Velten overtook the lap car on the inside, went to go back on the outside, and the lap car just slightly had their nose in there. A bit of contact, pit manoeuvred the Ren Velten off the track, not into a barrier thankfully, But as I said, I would have expected 144 car, given the fact that the Rennfelden was largely ahead and pretty much in possession of that corner. 144 shouldn't have allowed that happen. They let their nose stuck in. They turned the Van Velten. They are in P9 now, 16 seconds behind Kramer Esports. And 3.5 seconds behind them, we round off the top 10. Xenon Racing on Augustat in the 54 Mercedes AMG GT3. Really nice livery on this one. The turquoise and black, lovely colour combination as always. They're up one place from where they began, P11. They qualified up into P10 and rounding off our top 10. Staying out of trouble is Xenon Racing. That's been their modus operandi. We've kept going. So thanks to all of you for joining us with Honzik back in the car. Do get involved in chat. Go. Our totems to go, as I like to call them. Our Spanish brethren here. So there's a commentary in English, in Spanish, and indeed in German. And Totems is part of our Spanish crew, which is taking us into the night as we look at the Team Racing Point car. They're just behind the SG Stern Mercedes. But Christian, done too much talking there now, going through the top 10. I'll leave you take over for a bit. Describe us through the action here.
So basically we are now into turn 1, then 2. First a left, then a right, and then you can see the BMW is closely following by. Hannah made a bit of a terrible lap in the last one. You can see 58.4, I suppose a mistake or a backmarket situation where they had to let some faster cars pass by. And now the BMW, Simone Lezzi, for Team Racing Point, is just following closely behind. Now, there is a straight going on. Usually the Mercedes is one of the quickest cars down a straight. But one of them has a slipstream, one of them has a bit of a slipstream. It's more like tiny bit by Aston Martin up in front, but I think this time around the BMW may have the chance to make it into the inside with the rain light still going on behind. Not really mandatory for now because there is no rain, but the BMW goes into the inside. Maybe a little contact between the two drivers and the BMW pass ahead in 19th place. SG Stern that is kinda not taking any risk, staying out of trouble and passing into 20th position, and the Italian is now in 19th place. They have been quite good on the lap times, and effectively 55.0 is on par with many others. But the pace is basically shuffled all around. We can see, for example, here it is Jaroslav Honzik for Yassit Esport in 6th place in the 296 Ferrari. Last lap was a 54.8. Fedele made a 56.5 and Eder a 55.3. Appel a 55.5, and then we can go down the grid into 15th place and we see a 54.4. This really puts into perspective how it's not really important how strong a driver is. You don't really need the best lap. Well, totally with yellow flags. Totally with yellow flags. Not entirely sure why. We go with the glorious instant replay. Something happened here as we go from the splitter. On the right hander, nothing seems too odd. Okay, it seems a bit too odd there. They are definitely not really happy with the situation being chosen by the 43 West Competition Racing, a minute behind the sister car number 1, holding the fastest lap. Remember, fastest lap here gives you €100 prize that in the prize pool of 1,000 of euros is definitely a nice cherry on top of the cake if you can get everything out of it. And as obviously all the prize is brought to you by all the sponsors that really provide this series with said prices, as we have, as you can see from the upper part of your screen, we have Ducky, for example, leader in mechanical keyboard, and then we have Monza Racing, specialist, Italian specialist, so yeah, Italian brand that really helps you with everything that you need into simulation and sim racing world. Noble chairs, quality in the chair that best suits your needs, as there was also an overtake behind, not entirely sure where. I saw a car switching, and then we have caseking.da, which is the platform from where the prices will be taken. Many of the prices that has been... Oh, there is Joseph Honzi Clinton inside, a bit by surprise even by myself, that overtakes the Pulsing Sport per Unicorns of Love in 6th place, and the 52 is now behind. A bit of a surprise move there. In fact, I was a bit taken by surprise, and now the Czech driver for City Sport is in the top 5. And speaking of 5, it's also the amount of temps between Veloce Esport and West Competition Racing, as Victor Nicola for West Competition Racing, also holder of the fastest lap that will bring home €100, will possibly try to get over the Veloce Esport Porsche in the 75 car, and obviously everything I think... Oh, Victor Nicola entered inside, he goes over the Porsche. Even here, a bit by surprise, and BMW number 1 is now in 2nd place.
Yeah, Victor Nicola has been flying the last while. We've gotten a purple lap for the number 1 team, and they've taken back now that 2nd position. I expect to see them disappear down that road if Victor Nicolai can keep the lap times that he's going at the moment. Looking at the last lap, he's about 4/10 quicker than Luke Whitehead in the 75 Veloce Esports. Now, Luke has been in the car for quite some time. Victor is a little bit fresher as well, remember that. A fantastic send by Jaroslav Hanzik as well in the ask to get ahead of Pulse Simsport. But the West Competition Racing, they are not quite the quickest car on track, but only behind our leaders, the number 5 Williams Esports, and absolutely fantastic job from them, because when they got that drive through, they were quite a bit behind. They had a lot of work to do, and they had done quite a good job in the wet. We spoke to their team manager earlier on the stream, and they've done a really good job of keeping things together in the wet. But as the wet turns to dry, they kept the pace up, and that's absolutely fantastic stuff from Victor Nicolai, making that move work. But that wasn't just that move that you saw on stream. That's been the last 45 minutes to an hour from the West Competition Racing, just picking away little by little at the 75 Veloce Esports. Now, there is a substantial gap between the Veloce Esports and the sister West Competition 33 car, so Luke Whitehead doesn't need to worry too much. He's still looking ahead as opposed to looking behind, but still, there's a certain amount of obviously being disappointed to being overtaken, but I think really it was kind of delaying the inevitable. And I think Luke made the right choice in not overly pushing it. Xenon E-Race now flashing their lights all over the back of the Ren Velten. Obviously flashing because Xenon are going, and the Ren Velten are asking them to go the long way around. Will Leon Augustat stick the boot in? Will there be a little bit of side draft that allowed the Ren Velten to get in there? Looks like the BMW is going to get the work done. So I think the hope from the Ren Velten team, Florian Appel driving that, was that he'd be able to force Leon Augustat round the outside in a way that we saw the Kramer team manage to do earlier on this in the race. But Xenon Racing just having that tow, it's very, very powerful tow down the Mistral straight here at the Circle Polo card, and getting the move done. So changes in the top 10 already. The West Competition back on with the Veloce Esports. Now they're going down the Mistral straight, but the Porsche doesn't quite. Oh, sorry, that's actually down the main straight, I think, and we're taking down through turn 3 and down now towards the first kind of twisty bit of this course, down towards Hotel, down through Tiered 4 into Camp, and Stibum then in 6, and then as we hit through turn 6, that's Camp there. Now they're just going through now. There's another long right-hander coming along here, that's Stibum, and then as you take that left-hander as they go through Mistral and down the Mistral straight, named famously after the famous wind that blows through this region. The Mistral wind gets up to gusts, gusty winds, and it means that everything parts of France has to be tied down very well, I can tell you that much. You want to make sure you wouldn't be wearing a toupee, or at least if you're wearing a toupee, it's well set in your head, because otherwise that thing is going off in a whole different direction. But staying in the same direction and staying in the same place is the West Competition Racing. And Christian, it looks like Porsche just doesn't quite have what it takes to make those overtakes done down the straight that we see from so many of the other companies.
Well, the Porsche is effectively I wouldn't say the quickest. I honestly can't drive it. Like, ultimately the Porsche is the best car in the field if you are able to reach the 100% with the car. And not the 100% like just going fast. It's another type of 100%. You have to be in control, and at the same moment, not only in control of the car, but pushing it at maximum speed and trusting the car with every cell of your body. In the Porsche, that's like this. Obviously, the fuel, as it goes, as it gets lower and lower, makes the front end less pointy. The rear becomes more unstable, and ultimately, when the fuel is low, the rear tires are more used than the front ones, and then there is also the fact that the tire wear is then unbalanced because the front tires will be less worn than the rear tires where the engine is, so it's automatically is they automatically are more worn because the engine is over the wheels. Now, what is my main objective to say? This is possibly going to be the last race with the Porsche in not all, well, here for certain, but even in the LFM races, as obviously everything is being done into the low fuel motorsport network, where obviously you can jump in and do the every race you want in different times of the day and days, and also all the different series. The Porsche will be possibly used now. It's for example Misano 25 minutes, where the Porsche is effectively very good. Next week is going to basically be the final round of the Porsche, because then it will be the new version, and I suspect, because it happens every time, this version here will be nerfed at the best possible manner, not for us but for them, because the obviously new versions means the old one gets basically wrecked. It's basically the same what happened with the Audi, the Lamborghini back in the ancient times, the Ferrari, Aston Martin, more or less, BMW obviously, but it's another version that's a bit different. They were, speaking of new versions, there will be the new Huracan Evo 2 package and the new Ferrari 296, which effectively, thinking about it, half the grid will have to switch cars possibly, because we have a great amount of Ferrari, a good amount of Porsches, with one in 3rd place and one in 8th place in the top 10. Speaking of top 10, there are 3 Ferraris in said top 10 and a Lamborghini in 7th place. So now, the question is, will the new BOP and the new physics update, because that's a big one, there is the new physics update, possibly it will be a reset of everything, a major reset of everything, because 1.8 was the version where things changed. 1.9 will be the version where the game changes, and cars change. There will be also Valencia as a track, which I'm quite hyped about, because Valencia is a track I never raced in, not even in older games. I don't even know how it is, so it will be interesting for me. Usually I'm quite used to the tracks, but here I have no clue. I just follow it for MotoGP. But anyway, the new version means that the new physics and the new BOP and possibly this car over here we are seeing will be also nerfed, because the Honda is a bit strong in the balance of performance. But ultimately it's all a question mark. We don't know for certain how it will go. Like, for example, real life. In real life, the new Porsche, Lamborghini and Ferrari in IMSA, for example. We talked about IMSA earlier on with the coffee table and which piece is the best furniture in your house. In this situation, as 7th place, Antonio Fedele is done for the day!
Oh my god, that's the John Lacey Esports Lamborghini.
I'm trying to understand what happened.
Replay down the straight, and is it a disconnect? Oh, there he is. He was starting to take off. Is it internet issues, I wonder? Oh no! Oh no! That John Lee been up and down like a fiddler's elbow, and now they're in the pits.
No, they are back in the race.
Oh no, they're back. Okay, all right. Okay, Antonio Fedele. But I'm not sure whether if they timed.
No, they're back in 7th.
Thankfully, it looks like there's nobody else in the race that's been affected by it. So, not really sure. Thank God that's netcode. Oh my God, I'd be so gutted for them, because they've done such a good job in the face of adversity. But I agree with you, Christian, in terms of those new updates. I mean, we will essentially have a pre and post update series in which we are currently in the pre-update era of this season, and when we get to the post era, it will all depend on how the new physics engine works for that. So that is a very interesting thing. I mean, I know obviously maybe a lot of these teams chose these cars knowing full well that they would have the option to upgrade to the latest releases, and maybe at the moment it's just a case of trying to consolidate what they have, make the most of what they have until the new updates come out. Here's Eric Del Fante. He's probably the quickest of the Italian job drivers. They of course were pole at Watkins Glen in the first round, if you remember back last month, as they look for that move now on Low Fuel Motorsports 255, who unfortunately, despite the fact that Low Fuel Motorsports are one of the partners, their car seems to be the one that seems to be showing as being overtaken on stream the most. They are 15th, so they're not running a bad race themselves. But the Italian job in and around the battling for quite some time. There was a three-way battle there at one point not so long ago, involved in pit stops, obviously changing that. But yeah, just a quick opportunity for me to remind you about the people who allow us to bring this to you, and help pay the drivers, pay the series, and most pay us, because I think you can all accept there's been no point in even putting on the racing. It's all about the commentators. They make the whole thing, never mind the drivers. Okay, that's /S, by the way, of anybody who's wondering. Thanks to Lee and Lee. They are one of the largest cases in Taiwan, and considering how much stuff comes out of Taiwan, that's quite an achievement. They're mainly made out of brushed or anodized aluminium. But look, I suppose their case, they're just famous for their airflow. Incredible job at airflow. Especially now that bigger, hotter and faster components are coming out, particularly processors. The need for good airflow is absolutely critical. There's some fantastic examples of that with the Lee and Lee, and they're very customizable. They also produce exterior, and they do window kits and other case modeling. They do various supplies as well for gamer and silent PC, which is something that I may think about. A silent PC, that would be nice. Thanks as well to Noble Chairs. They're inspired by the seating founds in the world's vehicles. As a rather uncomfortable bumpy journey across the curbs there. I know it's probably Sparko in those Ferraris, but maybe a Noble Chair might. It's really nice. They just take the concept from what are really fantastic luxury seats, and they try and bring that then to the sim racing community. So give your posterior a present and buy a Noble Chair gaming chair. Moza Racing, as Cristiano was saying earlier, an Italian brand, but an Italian brand that I can actually pronounce, as opposed to most of the Italian names that are here tonight. They're founded in 2012. They're celebrating their 11th year in business. Camera stabilizers, gimbal cameras, and sim racing gears. They use leading hardware and software to kind of be innovative within the space. CaseKing.de, they're obviously cases. They also do lots of other stuff, really. They're in Berlin, but they sell their raw product range, of course, online as well. They have independent branches in the Netherlands, Poland, and Taiwan. So, of course, to tie up with Leon Lee makes sense. They do further branches in France, although how far from the Circuit Paul Ricard, I'm not sure. Hungary, Sweden, Finland, and Portugal. Next Level Racing have also been helping us out in the series. They are a revolutionizing the sim racing with leading products across their range. So Next Level Racing is where you want to get those. Thanks as well to Glorious. They are providing us our glorious instant replays right throughout the championship. They are a lifestyle gaming hardware company. They want to help enthusiast and professional gamers ascend their battle station, the best quality gear possible at reasonable prices. Interesting that they market it as a lifestyle gaming hardware company. So basically improving your quality of life while you're getting the games in, as we see an overtake there by Nico Shatska. This is kind of the textbook overtake if you're racing around the Paul Ricard at the moment, down the Mistral, down the inside of Turn 8, getting the job done on the GSE Racing by ACI number 9 car. Thanks to Ducky as well. They do superb mechanical keyboards. They manufacture one of the best around the world. They're just famed for it, and mechanical keyboards are one of those things that when you move from your stock kind of €15 trust keyboard to something like what McDucky makes, it's just like it's a totally different experience. It's just for a periphery we use so much and we absolutely need as mandatory. We really tend to skimp on the keyboard, so getting yourself a nice mechanical keyboard will it's even from an ASMR point, very satisfying. And finally, thanks to Dizzy, the streamer. He's back in 2014. He's been streaming. He's a car fan and a gamer, and there's some fantastic car streamers out there, but Dizzy is certainly one of them. Neil's in real life, he spends up to 12 hours driving, which is the time we are rather rapidly approaching here. We've about 10 and a half hours done thus far. He's over 100,000 followers. He calls them Magger. Don't ask me why. It must be a German thing. I'm sure the German commentary will tell you why. But yeah, he's certainly a very, very popular streamer, particularly in the German sim racing community, and a man who is giving us great support here and allowing the likes of Daniel Steinbinder in the Prime E-Racing 77 AMG Mercedes GT a chance to attack the eSports 48 BMW M4 GT3. And Christian, every time we try and go and do it, normally across a 24-hour race, you're kind of looking for stuff, you're reaching for stuff to kind of get you through. But the on-track action has literally been keeping us going since I sat down around about 6 hours ago.
The good thing about having a 40 drivers field, and honestly, they have been many of them have been accurately selected by the team at LFM, but many have joined just because they are quick into the because they are quick thanks to the rating. So this means that the pack is effectively closer, and technically because also the safety rating comes into account. They also are not exactly they don't do many mistakes in terms of contacts and incidents, and in fact the proof is that I don't have a full page of incident yet, which is astonishing. And obviously this means that the pack is completely packed, sorry for the play word, and every time I think it's over, sometimes you can see from the left side of your screen that there is a yellow number, 2 seconds, is the SUP Esport Racing BMW number 100, just below 12th place, while here we are currently with Daniel Steinbinder for Primary Racing, just behind Kramer in the Yeet Esport. And the Mercedes is one of those cars that I find everywhere, and I don't understand the pace, because we have one in the end pack, one in the middle pack, and 2 in the middle pack, and 1 in the front end of the pack. So basically, effectively, the Mercedes is very much like a BMW. I was making the I will say the sentence where the Porsche has to be driven to 100%, otherwise you're slow. Here is a bit difficult because it is a bit different, because the BMW and the Mercedes are cars that really you can tune them to your own abilities. It's different to the Porsche, where you have to get used to the Porsche. It's not the opposite way around. With these cars, it's more like the opposite way. You can... obviously they are more understeery because of the front engine placement, but you can make them oversteer, and you can make them your own style. So that's why we are seeing the BMW basically in every single spot of the field, front end, mid pack, and end of the field. And same goes for the Mercedes, because effectively those are cars that are very, I won't say easy to set up, but you can set up them understanding the way it goes. And so that's why we are seeing so many cars around the left and right. In fact, we are also seeing a battle between a BMW and a Mercedes, and up in front there is another BMW fighting with another car, which is an Aston Martin, and then there is another BMW fighting with a Porsche, and then there is another BMW fighting with a Ferrari. So that's just to tell you how much the BMW is effectively an altogether car. And honestly, I don't know how many rookies there are into the game. As speaking of BMW, Simon Bauer is very close to Style Vance and in 12th place. That still has to pit. But effectively, that's the advice that many do and say, if you want to start the game, now that the new patch comes out is the best possible moment. Like, everything gets reset, so there isn't another best moment to join this beautiful world. Go for the BMW, because it's easy to understand it, and it's easy to set up it, and it's easy to drive it. And it's astonishing. Speaking of BMW, now we go from the Helicam. The BMW goes across Steel Vass, and that kinda lifts off from the throttle, possibly understanding that it's not their race, but another race is going on, and this one is effectively for position, as Apple in a Ferrari 71, which is the opposite of the BMW. It's very difficult to set up, honestly. You have to choose between 50 anti-roll bar setting. I can't. Okay, I don't know which one is correct. But Rode, behind Apple, that apparently quite easily set up the Ferrari in the best possible manner. But after the flat spot, it's clear that the pace has been dropping because of the tires, and now Rode is basically glued to him.
Yeah, he's absolutely all over. He's wasp all over the back of the Renvelten Esports and Florian Appel. He's had a busy time of it, of course. Unfortunately, involved on his 4 car that sent them off with a spin, and then has now put them in this situation with the Lightspeed by MC car, that 76 Aston Martin, and they're making moves here now. They're going to make, and that is through the opening. Oh, sorry, they're down to the bottom section here of the course. He's going to make that move there down through Hotel and coming back up through. So that's really good work by Florian Appel. But I wonder, is the move slightly too early? Because this gives now Renvelten and Lucas Roda an opportunity to come back at him, use that slipstream and get back down the inside. That's a really nice view of their bar counter / rear wing / as you look back at the Renvelten Esports, and a good battle as well. Or no, sorry, it's not a battle. Yarnum Ontario getting ahead of Vastin Esports, who are pitted. But we'll keep with this battle at the moment. I don't think the Renvelten Esports will have enough to get past the Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg, number 76 Aston Martin. It's really good work by Lucas Roda. Really, really slick work. Getting that move done right down the bottom of the course towards Comp. I think Turn 5 is where he got the move done, actually, and managed to hold it down the Mistral Straight, and is now trying to deal with lap traffic, but very kindly P40, that is the number 49 car, which of course is the Burst Esports car, allowing them by and doing the same for Renvelten Esports. So about a second now separating them. Meanwhile, if you look a little bit further up the table, you can see now Valache dropped 2 seconds behind West Competition, number 1 car. So that was a battle we saw a little bit earlier on, West Competition making the stick, another, as I said and as I predicted, disappearing slightly down the road. We have that. So Lightspeed and Renvelten picking up places, as Kramer have managed to get into the pit. I suspect that is a scheduled pit stop, but I can't be absolutely sure. As we're looking at the number 100 now, SOP Esports team, they're up 7 places from 18th place. Simon Bauer in that car, and he has the Renvelten. He's the Italian job behind him. He's 5.5 seconds off the Renvelten car, and that is the Italian job car. Their gold and black liveried Honda 179, up 19 places. Didn't qualify as well as I said earlier on. They qualified P1 for Watkins Glen. Didn't quite make it stick, but qualified P19 for Paul Ricard, which I think is a little bit more where we perhaps may have expected them to be. Not to, obviously, to speak badly on them, but there are some very, very established quick teams here, most of which have now established their pace at the front of the field. However, Christian, just 3 cars now on the lead lap.
effectively the leaders are lapping very quick. Last time Rodriguez set a 54.4, 54.5, 9.2, so basically 54.6 by Nicola, and Whitehead a 54.7. But I'm staying with Eric Delfante because you can see the times he has been setting. They are the same of the leaders. It's astonishing how Eric Delfante has gained a whole second on Bauer in front and 2 on Appel on 10th. 2 seconds in a single lap. And then another second on road. Basically half a second on Augustat. And same with McWilliam. Eric Delfante is literally another car. It's astonishing how his pace is so quick. And so some time to be recovered. I suspect he will also do probably the most of the hours in the team, considering the pace is absolutely destroying the field. Another second being gained on this time just on Appel, as Bauer is 54.9. So another interesting protagonist here for the battles. Appel is 5 seconds up ahead, and with this pace, those 5 seconds that now are 4.7, that now are 0.4. Okay, every corner are getting lower and lower the temps. So I will not narrate on them. I will just let the graphics speak, because it's possibly with this pace we may see Delfante and Bauer battling at the same moment with Appel. But obviously the pits still have to come. In the stint timer, I want to probably take a look of whoever may do the pit. Many drivers into the 55 minutes. Well, basically all of them are on the same tactic up until Bischoff, because Bischoff just pitted a few minutes ago. And then Hall is the other exception, and then down the grid is a bit of a mashup of tactics. So basically everyone in the top 20, apart from Bischoff in 14th place, Oscar Hull in 18th, and that's it, are on the same tactic.
Yeah, that's about it. Everyone is essentially should all go well, but as we know, with 14 hours left, we're just approaching 11 o'clock now here on the south coast of France. And thank you for joining us. If you are joining us, thanks for staying with us on the Virtual Endurance Masters Twitch stream. Remember, you can click that button below to give us a follow. We really appreciate it. All the follows, to make sure that you stay up to date with the series as we go on through. We'll hopefully give a few highlights as well of what's been happening thus far. So if you've just joined us, don't go away. We'll keep you up to date with what's been happening over the last couple of hours. I'm in my 5.5 hour of commentary, so as you can hear, my voice is starting to slightly go, but we should be joined very shortly for an interview with one of the drivers from the Pulse Sim Sports team. That is Felix Tavenzawa Hacker. He will be joining us very shortly. But do remember, get on the Twitch chat. We've had questions today, and you know, we had one earlier asking about if you had if you took a piece out of a car and turned it into a piece of furniture, what would it be? I'm going to ask you if you could take a section of motorsport land and have it as the view out your bedroom window every day. So if you could open up your bedroom window and look over one corner or corners, any track in the world, where would you? Where could you look out over and never be tired of? That's what I'd like to know. But yeah, do keep following and keep getting in touch. Not sure, Christian, if the highlights are quite playing ball with us, but we shall endeavour to continue. And Felix, I believe, is in the waiting room for us, so we just need to drag him in. If I could do that, I think Felix is waiting with us from Pulse Sim Sport, and here he is. So Felix Tavenzawa Hacker, thanks so much for joining us. Or Tavenzawa Hacker, sorry, my apologies. Look, you guys, you're in P6 at the moment. Andrew McWilliam leading in the car. Obviously, Yas Heat getting a fairly, what's the word, bust send on you guys, so it's knocking you out of the top 5 places. But I mean, all together, you qualified P7, you're P6. We're going into the night stages. You're set up pretty nicely going into the night now, aren't you?
Yeah. So with the first, I guess 7 hours, we'd kind of been making a comeback drive. Started 13th with the sister car ahead of us in 7th, I believe. So we knew the car had pace over a stint, and even more pace in the wet. We knew the car to beat was going to be the BMW. It's probably the best car for this race, like as a choice. But we are trying to trudge on. I mean, it's a difficult race so far. I think during the wet stints we gained a lot of time back, which is good. We got to P4, and I think Andrew this stint has lost a bit of confidence in the fast right. It's just been a bit more sketchy than he had anticipated. But apart from that, it's plain sailing.
Yeah, he's pulling just over 55s. A lot of the other field around him are just a touch under 55. I mean, look, how are you guys doing on driver time? I mean, who are you planning to have in the car over the course of the night? Because obviously a lot of you guys are UK based, or at least European based, so you don't have that transatlantic kind of relief. So who is knuckling in? Have you coffee brewing, or what? How are you going to go over the course of the night?
Well, luckily there's a big driving time limit in total for us, so we're allowed to drive a bit longer with one driver. I've driven 6 so far, and I think I'm going to be doing the night stints with my teammate Jordan Watson. He's going to be joining me for that. And then in the morning, Marcel is going to come back, and yeah, we're going to drive, or hopefully drive into a very good position.
Because you're obviously I suppose what you would say in quotations, the lead driver. You're quite substantially higher than that of your teammates, so I suppose you will be hoping that when you get back into the car and run those night stints, you guys will be well set up in a great position. So when Marcel gets into the car, when the other guys kind of take, I know yourself and obviously Jordan are helping you along, but you would hope that is there a bit more pressure on your shoulders as the kind of highest rated ELO driver to try and make sure you get through the field, you start to pick up a few places to leave the car in a great position before you go into the morning?
Of course, there's that pressure of leaving the car in a good place. I think everyone has that pressure. I think overall, everyone's been really, really matched in terms of race pace in the dry. The wet kind of stints are my favorite, and I often perform really well on them. So that's why often you'll see me being quite fast, I'd say, across the grids. But yeah, in the dry pace, it's a lot closer. We're all really close to each other. So yeah, giving confidence to each other is what we will need to get through the night stint, as the track technically becomes less grippy. So it will require a lot more work.
The temperature's still staying quite high though, tracking at optimum state. I mean, track temperature's 21 degrees and we're almost 11 at night. So I suppose with the rain, you've gone through a couple of rain transitions now. Are you hoping that it'll stay clear overnight, or rain might play into your hands?
I think rain is a good thing for us. We always seem to be competitive in the rain. I think compared to some of the other cars, the dry pace isn't as good. We'd obviously like to be as fast as possible in the dry, but I think compared to the BMW and the Audi in P1, our dry pace isn't as good as theirs. But in the wet, we can get close, and that's when we can pounce. Hopefully, if there's more wet stints.
Christian, do you want to jump in for a bit?
Yes. First of all, welcome to the interview room.
Thank you.
And usually I'm the one asking the odd questions around the matters.
Mm-hmm.
And first of all, how have you been racing through the field? Not in terms of just sheer speed or or whatever, just about sensation, because I know the Ferrari will have a possible update. So how are you? Have you been feeling the car through the field?
I think the car's good in general. I think it's a bit sketchy in the fast right Signe. But apart from that, it's quite planted. It's got good traction. It's got a little less top speed than we would like, but apart from that, it's really nice. And hopefully the car will get even better in the new update. And if that happens, then yeah, we'll be in a good place to challenge for the front.
So you are looking forward to change the car to the new variant? I suspect.
Yeah, for sure. A fresh start is always good, and I think with the new tire model, the new physics model, hopefully all the racing will be closer. Because at the moment, I think the race wins are determined a lot by BOP, so hopefully it'll be closer, so we won't have to implement such things.
And the last one is probably a bit of a bad one, but I'm very curious to know it. I don't want the details of it, but is the setup just fast, or is it made to try to be a bit of a comfort zone for all of you? Because I know multiple drivers in the teams obviously means different characteristics, preferences, just how you are used to drive it, and etc, etc. You are four. There are four of you into the car. Number 52 now into the pits, and I'm curious to see, because we have been seeing some drivers being slower than their teammates. How did you make the setup for the race in a bit of a more comfort way, or just straight speed and you all have to get used to the car?
I think it was a mix of both. We knew the car had pace in both dry and wet if we set it up right. So we tried to get that balance between the wet and dry first, and then alter the setup to make it more comfortable. And I think we've got to that point where it's comfortable enough for everyone to go fast in, and that's perfect for what we need in a 24-hour race. If we went with the more aggressive setup, I think we'd be struggling quite a bit more, just with confidence, and I think overall that would hinder us in pace.
Okay,
Felix.
thanks.
Yeah, Felix, thanks so much for joining us. Felix, can I just get an absolute, because I'm sure I'm not the first person to butcher your name, so please don't take it personally. Taz Vinswa Hacker, am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I've got it right. That's the second name I've nailed down now, because I butchered two already. Felix, thanks so much for joining us. Look, really appreciate it. And look, if any of you booth over the night stint to keep yourselves awake and to keep our audience entertained, then really appreciate it. But look, P6, you're in a good position at the moment, so keep her lit.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And you too. Look, thank you so much to Felix Tazvinzo Hacker of the Pulse SimSport 52 car. We were keeping an eye on them there. We are looking adorned in purple. Oh, we are actually looking at the Pulse SimSport car there on screen at the moment, I think.
Half and half.
Even
it's
though
more.
it's
the unicorn of love pair.
It's the unicorn of love. You're right. Sorry, my apologies. That kind of threw me a little bit, but I forgot that they joined forces to make sure that they can run a second car. I think just as we count down, Christian, we have an opportunity to have a look at some of the highlights of what's been happening thus far.
It is indeed the situation there. As into the highlights, everything started with the rain, bit of contact between the 41, the Ferrari Porsche Binala racing team, into the right-hander after Mistral, then a crash. It was the 44 and Aston Martin that have been fighting for hours into the middle scene of the race. You can see the Ferrari starting a bit there, same Ferrari 44, it was fighting with the Aston Martin number, if I remember correctly, it was the 27, and here is the inside of the action packed from now the car being driven by Ferrera. number 1 currently holding the fastest lap of the race, and currently also trying to get home with €100 bill. This is when they got the drive-through that effectively, the double drive-through that effectively turned their race in a bit of an uphill situation where their chase with Tico van der Velde and Williams number 5 Audi is now in a bit of a difficult situation for the drive-through. Then again, the 44 Ferrari, 44 being a bit of a protagonist in the race until now, making overtakes into the main straight. Then it's a battle of BMW again with the rain falling on the French track. It's a Yeet Esport, and what I think it is, the number 85 it should be, and then 76 fighting with the Ferrari just up ahead, which I think it is the 71. It says it did. And it was a bit of a contact, more than a bit of a contact. Thrice the contact has happened between the two drivers, just in front of what was Luke Whitehead driving the Porsche Veloce Esport, and then a bit of a very huge fight going on between the two drivers. Now respectively, one in 11th, and the other effectively not in the same position as earlier on, but in 10th, so in front of say 71. Then there is a fight between the 255 and the Italian job car into the main straight with the rain that was not falling anymore at this moment. And as you can see, the Honda making overtakes, the 179 Holy Honda in the racetrack, making overtakes on turn number 1. Then the rain again, it appears, with the 255 making an overtake with the number 71 into the right hander just after the Mistral straight. A very difficult scenario there for the drivers to make an overtake. And then again, it is the same situation, but again the same situation between the Honda and the Ferrari 255, but this time a bit more defensive for the 255. It seems like this battle have been going on for a while until the 179 now in 14th place. Still in front just by 4 seconds of the same Ferrari 255, so apparently this fight will be going on until the very end of the race with this pace and with this rhythm. And then into the night time, Ferrari number 44, again a protagonist of this race, making overtake left and right with a BMW, which I effectively missed the number, unfortunately, but again making a very nice overtake on the outside on the right-hander just after Mistral once again, but again wide onto enter number 50, currently in 28th place, so 2 positions below. Went back again, then again the same situation, Honda against Ferrari. This fight here is going on since the beginning of the race, basically, with the Italian job car making it for a moment, and then the Ferrari trying to answer back on the Italian lineup and making the overtake into the usual corner where the overtake happens. And then I think, okay, I think it's over here. I thought it was going on.
No, that's what we've got thus far, but plenty more to go as we reach officially the. We're through the 10-hour mark now, almost. We're just a minute shy of the 10-hour mark. And this gives me the perfect opportunity to reintroduce John Watts back into the booth. John, last time I saw you, I thought I was bad here. Now I'm 6 hours at this since you stepped away. You have a mammoth time ahead of you. Explain to us what the plan is for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, one would assume that perhaps this could have been better put together and planned out. I feel like it was perhaps, we've seen some curious strategy choices from some of the drivers in the endurance. I feel like my next 12-hour shift is what could be classed as a poor strategy choice in the race. But Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll have a few pit stops along the way, and I'm sure it'll all work out jolly good and fine. But if anything, I feel a bit more in familiar territory. It's very weird spending the first 6 hours of the race kind of behind the cameras and everything. But all of you guys, Christian, Kevin, Jack, Luke, Tim, and John, that have been a part of the stream so far, have all done an absolutely fantastic job, and looking forward to getting into the next 12 hours of the race, seeing these drivers through the night, and seeing what trials and tribulations that could end up throwing into this 24-hour race.
Yeah, it's all set to be a really, really interesting. I mean, it's all set up for you, John, to cast yourself and Christian first taking over, and then self-ploughing on into the wee hours, because there have just been, and Christian, I'll leave you jump in on this, there have just been so many battles. I mean, every time we try and kind of go away or go through the running order or kind of do a side note, it's just we're back on the action. So, I mean, these drivers providing incredible racing, and however here and do it for 6 hours, the mental fortitude to be battling bumper to bumper, hour after hour, is so impressive. So, Christian, I'm sure you'll jump in on this. It's been a fascinating last couple of hours, and it's set up now for what's going to be a really, really key night shift. Always remember, double points for this race. So this race means so even more than some of the others we've seen. This could be the difference between winning and losing the championship this night tonight.
Well, it's always 24 hours where you need to be focused for the whole duration, and obviously being the longest night, as it's always being said, even if usually there is no night, considering you are basically blinded by your screen. But obviously you have to maintain the concentration and the focusedness, and obviously you always hope it doesn't happen, but if a problem happens, you have to maintain cold blood and understand the situation and the problem. For now, apart from the rain, which we will have a little compilation of what the rain made during the day, for now it doesn't seem that the rain will come again. Please don't, I hope, okay, I know I jinxed it, but for now I didn't. And obviously 24 hours is usually the hardest point for endurance racing, where everything is put into the table, and when you effectively announce if you are able to do endurance racing or not, because it's the peak of endurance. And obviously it will be quite interesting to see the follow-up, because there are still many overtakes waiting for being commented.
Absolutely, Christian, no, 100%, but I think this is my time to let you guys take over. I'm gonna take my bow for at least this morning. I'll be back on with you at around about 8 morning. Ugh, shudders at the thought of having to commentate again at 8 o'clock in the morning, but we will be there. That'll take you right up at the end of the race. No, it finishes around about 1 o'clock British time. I forgot, we're a little bit half an hour. Might be 8:30 to about 12:30 for me, but I'll leave it in your guys' capable hands as we just tick under the 14-hour mark. 10 hours gone, plenty still left to go, guys. I'll talk to you in the morning.
See ya.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, we'll see you in the morning. Have a good night's sleep,
Have a good
mate.
night. Have a good sleep,
I'll
because
do
we
my
will
best.
not. So, effectively, I think this is the beginning of the night time, with me and good old John into the booth. Basically, kind of ironic to say that I started with you in Paul Ricard, and I'm back in Paul Ricard in an endurance.
I know we seem to have gone full circle on the whole thing, haven't we? It's funny how these things can play out. But yeah, what I'm glad to see, in actual fact, with what's what's going on in the there seems to be a little bit of a scrap between F1 Meme's racing team and the Petrol brothers in the 147 Mercedes. I think just making their way through on the run up towards turn 10. We've seen that being a common overtaking spot throughout the entirety of the opening 10 hours. But it's good to see that even after this amount of racing, that, whilst, yes, there are some fairly substantial gaps between some of the cars, but at least interlaced between all of that, there is still, battles going on, important things happening at each and every position up and down the field. And, it's No doubt about it. It is going to be a long night for the pair of us, but I think these guys are still going to have us pretty well entertained.
Well, obviously, with many hours to go, and I don't think the battles are over anywhere soon, even because many drivers still have a bit of a rock that is still there about the wet session that many drivers had to suffer a lot simply because of terrible luck. I've been looking at the pits before and during the race, during the day and the afternoon more than anything. Many drivers went into the pits 10 minutes before the rain was over just to put fuel because they couldn't arrive to the end of the rain. So basically they had to do a drive-through for essentially 5 laps, 5 laps basically. And many drivers are possibly in the wrong situation, or even a good situation, depending on the point of view. As 977 is not on track anymore. Oh, something happened here to the Porsche. Van Druten, we can see the replay quite quickly with the glorious replay. If I can take it on time, I did. In fact, they went wide a bit on the right hander after the Mistral, possibly going on the curb too much and then facing themselves nearly into the wall. But luckily it didn't happen by very, very little. Meanwhile, there's also a fight going on. Here is the again Italian job car with Kiro on the wheel, being overtaken by the Low Fuel Motorsport 255 Ferrari. For the last time we'll be seeing on track, as also there was a Ferrari there on the background. Not entirely sure that was.
It's the Yas Heat car, isn't it? Just trying to make their way through.
It was Angelino Stroza for the Yas Heat Esport trying to get through. Now, I don't know if you have been following the race all these hours, but I think the most variable car in the whole field is indeed the Italian job car, because depending on the driver, we can find it lapping quicker than the leader or lapping very slowly compared to where they are.
Yeah, I mean, I was tuning in a little bit into Mr. Jardier's stream during that sort of few-hour interval whilst I was away from the broadcasting side of things, and yeah, they were very confident in their wet weather pace. They were very happy every time the racetrack got, particularly on the heavy rain side of things. Kind of light rain they weren't so bothered about, but when the track really started to get into the heavy rain, that was where the Ferrari, for them at least, really seemed to come alive. And quite clearly that's an aspect of the way that they've got their car set up, perhaps the sort of, you know, the confidence of the drivers have in the platform that they've got, that's where that car really starts to shine. Other than that, not the greatest of package, it seems like, in the drive, so for at least the next 30 minutes, maybe are just kind of going to be a little bit of no man's land, trying to keep the gap to the cars around them of the Second West Competition racing car, Pulse Sim Sport 52 in P6. Trying to maybe keep those gaps fairly even, make a little bit of inroad towards P4 if they can, but I think what they're going to be hoping for is in these next 14 hours that we're going to have less of this intermittent style of rain hitting the track, and I think they'll be hoping for a decent, solid period of heavy rain. You see several cars really darting on the exit of turn 8 there as they try to stay within those track bounds. Obviously I'm not sure if the majority of the grid has been hit by drive-through penalties, but certainly a decent chunk of the field has definitely been caught out on that front. But yeah, a lot of bouncing around in pace for several of these cars in the field. But that Ferrari platform, of course, pretty decent in a straight line, as we've seen. Also good as well for high-speed cornering performance. So good, but under certain conditions.
It is effectively a bit of a... Well, it's France, and usually in this part of the continent, the rain falls, and as I said, it was expected. The rain was expected, effectively. But ultimately, making a setup for rain... I know I'm not the quickest driver in the world. I'm sure about it. Like, I have the proof of it. But making a setup for the rain... It doesn't rain for more than it is dry. That's a bit of the problem there. And
that's good
speaking of Ferrari, it's Brent in the 71 Rembelten Esport again fighting with Schwarz in the 76 Lightspeed Aston. This fight has been going on for I don't know. I was born with this fight, and now is the time I will use all the metaphor I can. And Schwarz lost the position on basically the common place to make an overtake at this point, which is turn number 8 at Sainz after the missile straight. And for now the Ferrari keeps the pace, as the average in the last 3 laps has been basically a 54 high, while Schwarz average has been a 55 low, and obviously it meant that sometime around the Ferrari would have been on top.
Yeah, that was also just gave me kind of a little bit of anxiety watching that Remwelson Esports car down that back straight, because you saw the back of that car. We know that the suspension in the Ferrari is a little bit on the questionable side, I think, argued by quite a lot of drivers.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's. I think that's probably the biggest thing that Ferrari drivers are actually looking forward to with the 296. I don't even think they're particularly bothered about how much quicker it is in the corners or how much quicker in a straight line. I just think what they want is the Ferrari platform, but with the consistency of a reliable set of suspension. I think, you know, that's hopefully going to be achieved a little bit alongside the kind of general physics changes of being introduced in 1.9 anyway. I know that at least the sort of tyre update side of things have been teased by Aris on stream today, and I think he's planning some other things in the coming days as well. But yeah, you saw just it's surprisingly bumpy on the right-hand side of the circuit there down this back straight, and yeah, certainly it gave me a little bit of a panic attack when I saw the back of that car kangarooing around, but thankfully no harm done. They would make their way in towards the top 10, although they look like they may have gone a little bit exploring on the exit of turn 10 there a moment ago.
The fact is that the pace is not there for Schwarz. They've been lapping slow is a bit of an exaggeration compared to the usual pace. As I'm seeing a white flag, there is the Italian job with a white flag. Not actually sure why. But speaking of the Lightspeed Aston, in this very lap, basically an entire second has been lost, and the whole, as a matter of fact, gained a second. And same goes for Leon Seeley in the SOP eSport car number 100. Gaining pace as the time passes. Now, obviously, getting a bit back on the rain kind of phase. Now Schwarz back in a 55.1, so it seemed like, no, I'm curious. Is it sector focused? Because I remember, like, in tracks like Suzuka and which was the other one? Circuit of America. You basically tune your car for the best compromise. But looking at the sector, effectively Schwarz has a terrible first sector, but a very good third sector, while the mid sector is basically around there. So I wonder if it's just because their setup is different, whether than it's the driver.
Yellow flag also for 77 car, I think down at turn 1.
Oh yeah, it's boozing.
I think it's the prime Mercedes. There's a scattering of cones to go alongside it, which is never particularly a good sign. It doesn't unfortunately look like we're going to jump back. I wonder if that's a technical issue of some sort, because they haven't retired to the pits. Maybe quite common issue in sim racing is something like force feedback, maybe dropping out the wheel, something like that. They have managed to get going again, which is good. I think they may have lost a position in the process potentially to the home of sim racing team, but other than that, it doesn't look like too much harm done. But definitely a bit of a curious one, and that's why we've skipped by the looks of it a chunk further back. So hopefully we can catch the issue this time. So on board with the 77, by the time they got to turn 1, all was looking okay, and then they're going to go into the braking zone and just very much straight on down the gears, and was just very committed to stopping, and I think was stationary for at least a good 30 seconds or so in that one. But yeah, a bit of a curious one. So not as much of a catastrophic technical failure that we've seen for some drivers today. There's been some pretty bad ones. I think TF Racing were one of the ones that really suffered in all of that, but certainly not what the 77 team would have wanted in the night, as another one of the Mercedes and Racing have come into the pits then in the 54 car, and do seem to be serving a pit stop at the moment, although perhaps a little bit out of sync with some other drivers. Not entirely sure, but one way or another, they will be looking to get a fresh set of boots on. Tyres obviously can commit to slick tyres without any concern for the next stint, because I think they should all be pretty safe. Although saying that, 14km/h wind, so definitely still a lot of chance for changeable conditions later in this race.
It is effectively, well, I think, getting back to what you were talking about with the Ferrari and the setup being more directed to a wet setup, effectively the conditions may vary a lot in the night, and some drivers may be praying it does rain during the night, because if it rains now, it stays wet. It's not like in the afternoon where the wetness of the track gets lower and lower. In the nighttime, it's very difficult to affect. Oh, P19 has a yellow flags.
I think that's just from emerging out of the pits. The
yeah, it's
overlay can
emerging
start
out
to be a
of
little bit on the sensitive side. With that. Although we did see some pretty spooky pit exits at times during this race. It's certainly an area where there can be a bit of a hazard, but thankfully for the meantime, not too much of one.
No, okay. But to answer a question in chat, we have not said that the Ferrari is. We have not said that. The Ferrari is quick around here. We said that the 296 has, as a matter of fact, a setup more prompt to the wetness, compared to a dry surface. So that's two different things. We were talking about the direction taken by the team in 5th place, not the car itself. The car itself, we know it's not exactly the best around here, and obviously the Ferrari is good. It's basically an altogether good. The Ferrari is one of those cars that you can drive basically anywhere, and you can have a pretty good performance overall.
Yeah,
For Ricard, is obviously not the good one.
Recommended. Yeah, the kind of one of the only exceptions, I think, where it's maybe down a bit on some performance. We have got Oscar Hall here in the Vicem Motorsports Aston Martin, reeling in the Lightspeed 76 car, closing in down the back straight, gaining in the slipstream, looking towards that outside line, exercising patience. No, going to go side by side. Why not? In the 14-hour mark in this race, trying to go around the outside on turn 10, trying to make it just before the bars on the outside there, and it's still side by side, very close to contact. A little bit of contact there between the two Aston Martins, but thankfully just about getting through there unscathed. I imagine that we'll pop up in these stewards' inquiries, but maybe will be a bit of a no further action style incident, as I think the damage pretty minimal between those two cars. But I imagine that's going to be a battle that that continues to rage on in the imminent future.
Sainz is very much the hotspot of the overtakes. We have been seeing different approaches to the turn. We've been seeing overtakes on the inside and then closing the outside like a slammed door. We've seen overtakes from the outside. I remember still the 44 making it from the outside. It was very, very cool to be seen live stream. And then here it was side by side for 8 through 9, so until Basseux. And obviously you really have to trust the car and your opponent to make it. Door to door, I'll be honest, it's expected. It's GT racing, it's not F1. As there is a yellow flag this time. It's Buffy going a bit in the countryside. So we can see it from the glorious instant replay. What happened here? From the aircam maybe, because it's a bit more clear. Oh, too much on the inside. The curb and external wheels making contact, and then obviously the contact patch between the two surfaces made the Porsche spinning around, nearly spinning around in the outside. But luckily, the driver on the wheel is possibly one of the stronger, if not the strongest, in the Assetto Corsa second position award. So no problem for the 75 Porsche. Possibly we have witnessed the only mistake ever made by Buffby in the recent months. Very, very likely. As here, the two Aston Martin decided the normal racing line is a bit overhyped, and they decided to utilize the original line to the very outside of the corner. So they are effectively pushing the car as much as possible, even outside the limits of the literal track. And until they don't get a drive-through, it's all okay. I just hope it doesn't bring a track limit violation, because you just have 3, and the fourth one is a drive-through. So basically 30 seconds being lost in a single straight, because you have to go 60 kilometers per hour in this very pit lane on the right side of your screen, and you are obliged to do it. And the times, I'm just looking at it, 55.3. Is it the same? Oh, 10 milliseconds!
Yeah, 10 milliseconds. That's how tight the margin is between this battle for 10th and 11th place at the moment. And, well, I suppose that's what you get when you get two quite clearly evenly matched drivers, evenly matched teams in identical cars. Yeah, but, you know, it's... I suppose, if anything, though, that's, you know, to some extent... You know, you do get that trade-off, of course, where the car behind is going to gain a lot down the back straight in the slipstream, but then does lose out in sort of some of those the final sector, I think in particular, is going to be suffering a bit in terms of dirty air. Obviously not quite to kind of Formula 1 sort of levels of dirty air, but these GT3 cars, they still produce a handy amount of downforce. They still do quite heavily rely on the amount of aero that they end up bolting on, and you know, it's a couple of pretty fast and committed corners at the end of this straight, so you are going to lose out as a result when you are this close to the back of another car. But it doesn't look like the 962 of Hull is going to be able to do anything this time around, and they will stay once again inside of the track limits. Very crucial, as we're not even at the halfway point of this race, and many a team has already had at least one drive-through penalty, so drivers really need to be careful. As coming across a little bit of traffic now, evasive action having to be taken by a 962 for a brief moment. I tell you what, though, they've got a good exit on the run in towards the penultimate corner. Side-by-side action between the two Aston Martins, maybe the opportunity that he's needed, but gap is closed, door is shut. And unless it's a dive towards the final corner, it is! Big lunge out the inside there, but still the Lightspeed 76 car managing to hold on there, gets the better exit out of the final corner, bringing along some other cars for the party as well. Not for position, but still maybe giving some complications to that 962 car. Looking up the inside again in towards turn one. Big dive on the brakes. This time around, we've seen some switcheroos time and time again, though, through turns 1 and 2. But it does look like, at least for the first sector, that the 962 car in the hands of Hull has finally got the move done. But it could all very much change once they have that run down the back straight.
The main issue is now that Schwarz doesn't have anymore a bit of a kind of midway stopper for Leon Seal in the 100, because effectively until now Schwarz was kind of using the 962 Yassen Motorsport a bit of as a shield, if you think about it. If there is another car between me and the other even behind, they may fight and I may get away with a bit of a gap. In this case, it's a complete opposite, because now Schwarz has to not only fight back for 10th place, but also to not lose enough time to get the pink BMW behind to close. That may make an overtake and then losing even more time, even because Wasner is only 14 seconds behind. That obviously in a sprint race is a lot, but we are currently 13 hours and a half to go. So effectively even more than half the race to race. And 14 seconds are literally nothing in these cases. And Schwarz now still a bit close to Hull, and luckily the back markers are being a bit of a trouble for the Symphony of Pistons pink and black BMW that had a bit of a bit of problems during the afternoon, but now they are giving back everything and kinda raising up the field back again, now in 12th place and with a top 10 in the upcoming minutes that may happen. Meanwhile, I want to see because there is a bit of a moment. No, there isn't a bit of a moment because I still want to. I want to choose a bit of a moment of calmness because I received. Okay, I'm asking for a bit of calmness, which I don't think will happen. But for whoever was wondering what happened during the afternoon, there is a video showing exactly what happened during the wet situation. As we can see here, exactly on the left side, many spins have happened, many cars have found themselves into the opposite way around the track. You can see oh wait, okay, now it's even better. There is also the music with many, especially front engine car, which is something I didn't expect. Here, speaking of the pink BMW going across the track, it's many contacts even here between BMWs. The BMW very much a protagonist in this situation here in the middle of the straight, with the Audi maintaining somehow the situation stable. Well, stable is a bit of optimism, and then the Honda. That's one of the reasons why the Honda is so much behind the grid, and that's also one of the reasons why the 4 has had some troubles during the race. Then there is 144 that made contact with the Pulsing Sport 52, and then 26. Always the same spots and the same cars, basically, BMW and Turn 8, which is a duo that seems to work at this point. Ferrari spinning in the background, and then we see, surprise, surprise, another BMW. It's Yeet Esports yeeting the car into the rain.
Yeah, it was surprising, wasn't it? How, you know, one of the platforms that we generally consider, probably alongside the Aston Martin, to be one of the most stable. The M4 has traditionally been a car that's given drivers a lot of confidence to push and has been very calm under a lot of different situations. It performs well in the high-speed stuff. It's also good under traction, decent braking, decent aero, good top speed, all of that. But in the wet weather conditions, the amount of teams that, you know, were time and time again struck by difficulty of managing the back end of that car was very surprising. And, you know, maybe just inherent aspects of how they've chosen to set up this car and part of, you know, the way in which it gets performance out. I think it might have been John Dalton that was talking about it earlier in the way in that, because it gives you so much confidence, you quite often can end up tuning a decent amount of wing out of the back of the BMW, which of course then gives you this fantastic straight line speed capability. The problem is, though, is that as soon as you end up on a very wet track, you want that wing back, and it can be a very difficult and tricky situation, as easily demonstrated by all of those wonderful pirouetting BMWs in that. Of course, a big shout out and thank you to the guys at VM who have been bringing these highlights reels of all of the overtakes, the thrills and spills so far in the opening 10.5 hours of this race, and even that fantastic and rather elegant to some extent compilation.
Oh, it's just fancy.
It was, yeah. I mean, I imagine that you know, the drivers featured in that clip maybe aren't too pleased that they've ended up featuring, but it does give us a little bit of entertainment and also for the viewers as well. And also, actually, just as while we're on this point of the circuit, you know, something that I noted early on was, I think it was the Shizou car when it came out of the pits one time, demolished the final braking marker board going into that first turn, which particularly now we're in these night conditions, and you know, heaven forbid for these drivers if we end up into flooded track territory again whilst we're effectively running around in pitch black darkness, trying to spot your braking point consistently for some of these turns. You know, when particularly if you put in a lot of shifts and hours in the car, it's going to be a tricky one to manage. But right now, Heiko Schwartz, his main concern is that SOP Esports racing car trying to continue their climb up through the order and making use of that straight line speed that we have been talking about in the M4, making their way towards the inside line there. And I don't think there's going to be a great deal that the light speed car is going to be able to do against the BMW, still side by side on the run in towards turn 8 there, trying desperately to hang around the outside, but I think in the end the grip almost going to give out on the Aston Martin, and in actual fact will almost drop back into the clutches of I think that's the number 33 West Competition racing car. Of course, a good lap ahead of a lot of these drivers in the field, and I'm sure we'll be quick to dispatch of the Aston Martin, perhaps even the SOP esports car in just a moment as well. But clean fight between those two drivers, and SOP esports making their way into 11th place and now just one spot away from breaking back into a top 10, an area of the field that seems to have kind of eluded them for quite a chunk of this race, and particularly when you consider they started P4 in this race in a car which, at least in terms of dry running, I think we can confidently say the BMW is the fastest car on circuit. Maybe wet weather conditions, as demonstrated by the video, maybe not the easiest to extract pace from, but dry running, I think definitely the fastest car in the field. And to be, trying to just break your way into the top 10 again after 10 hours or so of racing, they might be a little bit disappointed about that.
And to be fair, I was kind of surprised to see the BMW so loose in the rain, considering the BMW is mythically the most stable brick in the zone, now that the Bentley is back in the garage for the upcoming years, because it will never go out to the sun again, I suppose, considering the BOP. But again, I think I think that possibly what you said about the wing being so low is the current missing puzzle for some of the BMW in the back of the field. Like, now we have the West Competition Racing in 2nd and 4th, and then also P in 11th. And then we have many BMW in the kind of mid-pack, from 16th to 28th. But I was also looking at the main straight speed, and basically we are around 285 for those cars. And if we go a bit behind, we see a 283, 282, 283. Okay, it's just 2-3 kilometers per hour, but they are possibly being reached into the slipstream, and without slipstream the difference between a car in front of you that can get a better speed and your car basically, and your setup, the difference comes more not during the slipstream, because at that point you are literally behind a car, there is no drag. The real difference comes when there is no one in front of you, because the speed difference will be way higher. So that's, I think they found the missing piece to go faster by simply lowering the wing and effectively doing the opposite of what Yassit made. Basically trusting the dry, that it would have been more than the wet surface, that it would have been simply quicker than the rain conditions, even because the wet slows you down, so laps last longer, and then in the wet it's always the same thing. It's not really the setup that changes your result, but it's more like your skill that changes the result, because in the wet the setup, it's not like it doesn't it's not that important. Obviously it's important in the rain, but when it's a situation where there is an endurance and let's say 60-70% of the race will be on dry, the difference in your setup will not be the one that will make you win the race or rather lose it. It's more about the situation. Oh, there's a bit of a contact there between the 147 and the Ferrari 296. Speaking of Ferrari 296, I know I'm a bit long in these sentences, but I want to make it clear for the viewers, because I usually am terrible at speaking, so I'm trying my best to not be terrible.
No, you're absolutely fine, mate. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. When you've got a race that is of a kind of short distance, I think anything, maybe say sort of, I think well, definitely sort of any like 90 minutes and less, it is much more setup dependent, because you've got a much shorter duration, not so interested in managing tires. Conditions are likely to be a lot more steady, or at least not so dynamic overall. And you don't have to maintain concentration for such a long period of time. And the problem is in an endurance race, and yes, there's several drivers per team. But still, there's 24 hours to cover. You know, we're a pretty large group of commentators that have been working on the stream so far today. You know, we're finding it difficult enough to cover all the hours of stream, let alone when you're a team that maybe only has 3 or 4 drivers in the lineup, and that's a lot of time in the car. And you're absolutely right that maybe yes, a tenth of a second here and there can be gained with a slightly better setup, something like that. But if you're always on a knife edge, if you're always at your absolute limit trying to extract that pace out of the car, the chances are, unless you are really at an exceptionally top level, and that's what is often the difference maker with the teams that end up being so successful in endurance style events versus those that show good potential and maybe are up there in qualifying but don't quite translate that over into the final race, is that keeping up that level of pace for such a long duration of time. A tenth of a second per lap is nothing if every 15 laps you have a spin, you go off, you get a track limit warning, and that turns into a drive-through. One drive-through penalty is more or less in itself going to completely outweigh any setup advantage that you find. So, one of the most important aspects is just getting a setup that you're comfortable with driving again and again and again in every condition, in every time of night, and also crucially, you need to be confident in it during wheel-to-wheel battle. That's the worst thing, when you've got a car that just feels a bit sketchy underneath you. The last thing you want is that feeling when you're side by side with someone heading to the end of the back straight and you're having to commit into a very high-speed corner. So, that does make a substantial difference. And, I think that's naturally kind of what we've seen happen and kind of tends to be the pattern in endurance races with the teams that have that confidence, have that consistency. Also often the teams that maybe just have generally more experience inside the cockpit, familiar names: Williams, West Competition Racing, Veloce, Yassi, all names in the top 5. They didn't start in that order, but they are quite happily cemented in those positions at the moment because for the most part they've just been able to bang in lap after lap decent, consistent pace, and that really is the game when it comes to endurance racing.
It's basically the same situation with the Porsche. It's the never-ending story of the Porsche in this game. It's the best car. I drive it, I crash. that's
I think that's what Langford was in his interview that we had with him earlier on. He was saying that in the Porsche and the Honda, that well known amongst him and his friends, that it's a great car, and quite clearly you can have drivers, the likes of Whitehead, Boothby, all exceptionally quick in this car and quite clearly demonstrating as good pace time after time. But yeah, if it doesn't suit your driving style, if you can't find a setup that you feel comfortable with, then it's just not the choice to go with in an endurance race. It's
not much like you can't drive it. I usually use myself as an example because it's easier. I'm not, for who doesn't know me, I will say a little bit above average, but not a pro. I'm in the limbo where I hate to be, where I can't say I'm good at it, but I can say I'm not good at it. Either way I will be wrong. But I finally, now that I said, okay, the Bob is changing, let's try the Porsche in the LFM races. Let's try it. What have I been losing? Apparently not much, because I did 4 races and 3 of them were 2 a DNF and 1 a crash. So apparently it's not that much. Speaking of Porsche, that's another of the issues. The overtake is already over. Ferrari von Kalben for the UC Motorsport eSport team and TF Racing basically being a rock into the straight. Now, if you are very good at this car, you can overcome it because you simply go so fast into the corners. I understand why people say that it's fast. I'll be honest, it is. I can throw the car into the corner, hoping that I don't crash. Just hoping, because that's what I can do while braking 50 meters later, where I'm used to do it, and I can overtake. And I can make the corner whenever I want.
Yeah, and it's such a bizarre way in which it sometimes kind of, you often, and I think this is why it's such a sort of risk versus reward style of cars. We see a battle heating up for P9. Oh dear, that's a massive impact for the low fuel motorsport car of 256, spinning off well into the barrier on the exit of turn 10 there. We'll catch a replay, and they were closing in on one of the BMWs. It looks like, I'm not quite sure who that was, and on the entry, contact between the pair of them, just turning in a little bit later than clearly the BMW they were overtaking was expecting, and absolutely fired off into the wall, and that is not what Kevin Porvitt would have wanted in that car whatsoever, and their day wasn't going fantastically anyway, down in 39th position, but certainly going no better now. And just
Speaking
showing
of
how
low
treacherous
fuel
the night stint can
motorsport,
be.
speaking of low fuel motorsport, I just mentioned them.
Yes, it's a very good point. Yeah, unfortunately, kind of, yeah, maybe a slightly indirect commentator's curse, but as that was Remwelter really pushing the limits on the exit of turn 7 there, and I tell you what, it's been a fantastic run for Weissman. Has been continuing this charge once again in that Aston Martin. The car does seem to have been moving its way through the field. On occasion, you see a little bit of rubber banding there, and we get a little bit of a a little bit of a jousting match on the run towards a turn 8 there, and I think the Ferrari just conceding the position, and I'm not sure if they needed to lift in the end there, but the Aston Martin, one way or another, making their way up into P9 then, and just about 11 seconds adrift of Kei Kramer Racing Esports, and kind of tying up that discussion we were having about the Porsche. Obviously, Kei Kramer Racing Esports, fantastic roster of drivers, all very much specialists in that Porsche, and you know, the Porsche it has such a weird characteristic through corners, in that in order for it to remain stable, you have to be aggressive. You have to hit that throttle pedal, and you have to hope it sticks. Because, you know, when you're tentative with it, when you lift off, you know, obviously part of the reason why it's so agile is because you do get that massive amount of lift off oversteer, and if you're quick in the reactions, advice actually after that overtake, diving into the pits. But, you know, it does help with getting the nose tucked in, and you know, and that inherently makes it a very agile car in the slow speed stuff, and it does give you a lot of cornering capability, but you can't play around with it too much. It's a case of once that nose is tucked in and you're happy, the slip angle you've got is going to put you on the right trajectory through the corner, as that positive spot sending up towards the inside of turn 11 there, side by side between the Ferrari and the BMW, now towards the penultimate turn there. The 81 car just about managing to stay in front of the Ferrari for the time being. Will there be a dive up the inside? Not quite, towards the outside for a moment, maybe try and set up better drive out of the final corner, but I think unlikely to find an opportunity towards turn 1, but chop and change in all the time. But yeah, Porsche definitely a tricky car to extract pace from, and a counterintuitive way of driving if you're used to perhaps more of to some of the more predictable style platforms, particularly namely those front engine BMWs and Aston Martins that are driving in a much more sort of conventional way. I think when kind of drivers are first making their way into ACC for the first time, often cars are recommended to those, and sometimes can be difficult to get yourself out of the habits those cars end up instilling into you. You often have to spend a lot of time with cars like the Porsche and the Honda to really extract the best pace from them.
It's not even the fact that it's unstable, the Porsche. Oh, the BMW was unstable a bit there. It's not like the Porsche is unstable, because I'm an Audi main. I know what is unstableness. I've been experiencing it for a while. It's more like, okay, I can throw it. I can throw it more. Okay, I throw it too much. That's what happens basically. You know there is a limit. You want to reach it, but every time it's like there is a little more, there is a little more, and you find it the little more in the barrier. Differently from the number 4 that makes the overtake just after the Mistral straight into turn number 8, and then into turn number 9 the overtake is already made without any further ado. Opposite to the Audi with another Ferrari number 15. They are fighting. It's the GSE Racing by ACE Pierre Meyer in the number 9 Audi, speaking of Audi, and the Porsche Binala team in the Ferrari behind. And OBF Racing with yellow flags, possibly it's out of the pits. And it's not like the Porsche is unstable, because it's very stable. I was honestly very surprised when I basically drove it for the first time. That's it. And I was expecting like something impossible to drive like the Audi. It's the opposite. It's very stable. But that's it. It's very stable, and it's kind of odd how stable it is, because of for how much it's stable, you want to push it, and by pushing it, you want to push it even more. I honestly don't know how people like Boofby, now Conrad in 977 after a pit stop, can find it so, I wouldn't say easily because it's not easy, but so comfortably. But not just them, but even everyone that beats me in the Porsche, because oh, the Ferrari into the inside they go, and Porsche with another team that overtakes the Audi number 9 into the inside of Mistral, just after Mistral rather, and the Audi possibly wants to take back the overtake, and it doesn't happen for now. It doesn't happen for now, as the Ferrari is now up ahead. And
also Visceral Esports actually maybe trying to make a move for a 23rd position on Wild Things Racing. They seem to be getting in a pretty close proximity with one another. But yeah, same part of the circuit actually, but maybe not quite this time around. Dropped off a bit on the exit of turn 8. But yeah, without a doubt, I couldn't agree more that the Porsche. It just keeps on telling you that there's more and more grip until there's not. And then,
yeah, that's the thing.
When you go off, you go off in a big fashion. And that moment that we saw with George Boothby through the exit of turn 10, I was so impressed at how he gathered that car up. I mean, of course, there is a wealth of experience and a huge amount of capability inside that cockpit. We see the Visceral Esports car number 44 of Estefano Barrera, who I think had a little bit of support cheering on for him in the chat as they go into the pits. But, George Boothby, how he managed to keep that car under control and lose such minimal amounts of time was just a clear example of how much talent he has, because there are not many drivers I think could have saved that moment in the same way that he did, and just to even barely keep it pointing in a straight line was impressive. We've seen plenty of cars having issues on the exit of that turn. But, that was a very high-speed and tricky moment, and in relative terms, he made it look easy to gather that up. So,
that's the thing. That's the thing. They make it look, when they are lapping a second quicker in Misano, I'm at my limit, and they are like, not really.
It's okay, we can make ourselves feel better and say it's because they have direct drive wheels that cost about 10 times more than our setups. So
can I use the fact that I have a G29 as an excuse every time I lose?
I think fundamentally, it all comes down to just a substantial amount of practice. Of course, there are drivers that are just aliens in the cockpit, and they have incredible reaction times, they have incredible amounts of speed, and just able to absolutely just able to always dance on that edge. That is really both in the virtual world and the real world. In motorsport, to be quick, you always need to be in a small amount of danger of crashing, because that's the point at which you are extracting the maximum that you can from the car, and just getting as close to that limit as you possibly can, but not quite creeping over by enough that then you can't save it and find yourself off into the wall. That is the art of being quick in a racing car, and it is testament to those those fastest drivers in cars like the Porsche, like the Honda, that are able to get to that limit, which is I think arguably a much more narrow band than perhaps some of the other cars that we have here on ACC. And to be able to do that consistently time and time again is very much a showcase of what they are capable of. Meanwhile, battle heating up inside the top 10 now for P8 as SOP Esports really pushing on and taking a chunk of time out of Renwell to maybe even setting up a move in towards the last corner. Not quite, but I do think perhaps by the time we get to the Mistral Straight on the next lap that Leon Burt may be in a little bit of trouble in the 71 car. as the SOP car really pushing along. 55.777 for Leon in the Remwelton Esports car, and for SOP last time around it was a 54.9, so 0.8 of a second quicker, and already going for the move on the cutback from turn 2 then. It's going to be a pretty easy one into the braking zone of turn 3. Gets that one done very smartly and neatly. We've seen time and time again drivers setting up that exit and going through a little bit of a switcheroo, making use of the greater speed and confidence that Seeley has in that BMW right now. But maybe will come under a little bit of pressure on the back straight. Carried a great amount of momentum though through turn 7, and the Ferrari half second adrift as they get to this back straight and barely closing in the toe. That is the straight line capability and performance of the BMW that we have been talking about all day. And I don't think by the time they get to turn 10 it's going to be close. You see it kind of ramps up towards the end there. Once you get hooked into the slipstream, that really does tell you along great pace as we see the sparks flying. Some of the fantastic things you get to see in the night. You see those sparks far more vividly. I think also on the BMWs when we catch an outside shot from one of the M4s in a moment, you can see the exhaust just glowing super brightly. I know the Porsche is renowned for that at the back of the car, but the BMW is slightly unconventional. Exhaust placement outside the front, very near towards the front of the car actually. And typically, of course, the 100 car not doing me any favours, not showcasing that whatsoever. It's on the right-hand side, that's why. So I think if we stay on board with this through turn 1, should be able to catch a glimpse of what I'm talking about. But yeah, nice element of the night racing between the sparks, the exhaust heating up, the disc brakes, and the lights. It really does. There's the red glowing exhaust that I was referring to. And it's just such a different experience seeing these cars through the night shift, isn't it?
Honestly, you're speaking with possibly the fan of night race in every possible category in the world. Not because of lights, but more because of don't laugh. Not because of that, but during nighttime is an absolutely complete different situation in visual, because obviously you see the lights and the brakes sparking and the exhaust pipe basically burning, and every single LED on the cars, like the pink on the BMW or the yellow in the distance on the Ferrari 71. Brake markers are completely different, because in the daytime, okay, I will take that brake marker on the distance that I see it on the wall, like example on Monza, the orange bit on the wall on the right when you are passing it. In the night you can't, because you can see it. You can see it because it's next to you, and the lights are in front of you, so you can see it, and you have to use other means to make your brake marker. And then there is so all the overtakes that you have to make it in perfect and absolute certainty, because obviously you are seeing less. And if a car is in the middle of your view, for those little brake markers that are still remaining for whichever reason, you have to basically hoping that it all goes well, because you can physically see anything else. If the car in front of you, like you are overtaken on the inside, you are taking a brake marker from the outside, you are not seeing anymore the brake marker on the outside. You can take physically anything else because it's dark. So it's very much a different situation, and I love night racing for this situation. And I think many drivers really are really become, I won't say different, but you see the teams where the skills are more, the drive skills are more than the setup skills in the nighttime, because in the nighttime is where a driver really relies on himself and the car and the setup, obviously. Because in the day, it's easy because the brake markers, acceleration markers, and etc, etc, etc. You see everything. In the night, you don't see, because the lights on track honestly, we go from the splitter just to give you a glimpse on Skiro's point of view as the everything may happen. You see this. It's just your lights, it's nothing else, as it stayed in the background. It's another pair of flights that is coming across, which is the Ferrari number 121 for the Armamentario. And it's Nazarov overtaking the Honda with a clear view. But you can say, maybe it's even better to see it from the Moza Racing cockpit cam. That's it, just your lights. There isn't anything else in this section here. So that's why I love night racing. You have to rely on everything.
Yeah, so it's almost like a sort of like the automobile version of a sensory deprivation tank, isn't it? It kind of
okay,
you kind of get left to your own devices inside the cockpit of the car, and you can barely see kind of in front of you. And yeah, you know, for a lot of you know, particularly when we enter the sort of night style stints, you know, for the most part, you know, you do end up spending a lot of time driving around by yourself. As we see the Ferrari of the Armamentario racing team coming into the pits. Everybody making their stops. I think it was on the previous lap. A lot of our front runners, the likes of Jean Lacey and Williams Esports, all coming into the pits as well. So obviously reaching that kind of point in the race as we close in on the 11th hour of this 24-hour race. We're making our way bit by bit into the halfway point, but still a little bit far away from that for the time being. But yeah, you know, the sort of the night race, you know, I think in terms of racecraft, you're absolutely right, because, you know, sometimes you can spend 3 hours driving just lap after lap by yourself in the night, and all of a sudden you'll be in the midst of a battle that could be absolutely changing to your race, potentially even the championship as well. And not only do you have to just commit to being on top of your game in that moment, regardless of how tired you're feeling, regardless of how little you can see what challenges you're facing in the car, you need to be able to have the same level of confidence in your racecraft as you did in the daytime, in the dry, ideal style conditions, as when you are in that nighttime style environment. And that really can lead to some exciting moments, sometimes some terrifying moments, but one form or another, usually very entertaining for us to watch as the remaining cars completing their stops. Just exiting the pit lane, and Gert Fischer in the number 1 car, still with the fastest lap of the race in the West Competition Racing BMW, the lead of the 2 West Competition Racing cars, still trying to hunt down Williams Esports with that very, very mighty 6.5-second lead, and that is the F1 Memes Racing team. Oh, I thought that was going to be a very scary rejoin, I'm sure, for the 2 cars behind. That was in actual fact, that was the 2nd West Competition Racing car that was just appearing behind that. So I think this is the SOP Esports BMW just behind, and we've seen that from one of the Ferraris earlier on, and that is the sort of confusing and very off-putting characteristics of the Ferrari that we've seen time and time again, just suddenly spits you out, whether it be over just a sort of a bump in the circuit that doesn't even seem to particularly appear, or particularly when you're traversing alongside those curves. You know, we can see around here at Paul Ricard that the curbs are pretty shallow. It's generally a very flat circuit, and I think probably the largest curbs are actually maybe through the very first sector. But the vast majority of the curbs, and particularly in those high-speed sections, as that is the Unicorns of Love X Pulse Simsport car. And I have a horrible feeling that it's just mirror image, slightly different, Tank Slapper on the entry there and desperately trying to keep it together. And in the end, the back of the Ferrari getting away from the driver in the number 4 car. I think again, just testament to to what George Boothby did in the Porsche car, that arguably is a lot more difficult to save in those situations. And 2 Ferraris, usually known for their high-speed aerodynamic stability, giving away from 2 drivers there.
The Ferrari is not a good carrier for different reasons, and also the suspension of this car is probably the worst, just below the Audi. Like, the Audi is terrible on the bumps, basically you take a bump in the Audi and you may become the next SpaceX rocket ship, or you can stay on track, and it's just a roll of dice, in my opinion, in the Audi. You can edit the dampers, obviously, to lower the chances, but it's always a bit of a... every time you go on a curve. The Ferrari is just another level, but not in a in a good way, but rather in the opposite. While think of Van der Verde. No, it's Igor Rodriguez. Who is there? Because I got two different information in the screen. I will go with the number 5 Williams Esports car, 53.5, fastest lap of the race so far, in the middle of the night, and while at 100 into the pits again. Wait, that's a drive-through.
Yeah, I think it might well be. I'm just gonna have a quick look at the pit wall. I can't see a drive-through appearing for the 100 car. We will just double check though, see if anything clears once they get to the end of the pit lane. But it does look like so for the 100 car, and that is a big disappointment for them, because they were just starting to kind of find a little bit of form again, making their way into the top 10, which took them so long to do, and then just like that, and that's what we're talking about. Those little by little advantages, lap after lap. You get a drive-through penalty, and this isn't even one of the worst circuits. I think we were talking about it earlier, and it's all about a sub 600 meter long pit lane, and even then, it is still massively detrimental to the end impact in kind of what it can have in your race if you get a drive-through penalty, and it just completely nullifies those advantages. Yeah, 30 seconds every single time. In a 24-hour race, if you're accumulating, even if it's one of those every 6 hours, that's a lap. And if you're dropping a lap, it's unlikely that you're going to be really kind of hanging around in those top level competitive positions. So the SOP guys starting in P4 at the beginning of this race, really I think they're going to be quite disappointed about that. And we'll have a look at Visceral Esports right now, trying to put pressure onto the Prime E Racing Mercedes in the 77 car. Ferrari, obviously good straight line speed. The Mercedes will be benefiting from a little bit of a tow from one of the BMWs just up ahead. I think that's the Jardier Community Team car, if I'm not mistaken. But it is Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie in that 44 car, closing all the time. To the inside he goes. And I think it's going to be a pretty easy overtake as long as there is no gamble on the suspension for the Ferrari. A little bit of a cautious entry in the end from both cars, but thankfully making their way through fairly easily and cleanly in the end, and going up into 22nd position for the meantime. Also a little bit of a scrap heating up between Dom Healy and the Wild Things Racing number 26 BMW and the SG Stern car in the Mercedes 24th place. Also I think hopefully in not too long that we will actually have Darren King from Jean Lacey Esports to join us for an interview, as that's a slide and a half from the BMW there from Dom Healy, obviously pushing just a little bit too hard, and that is one of the Yeet Esports cars just in behind, not for position, but yeah, will be a little bit of a time loss for likely both cars there. As I'm sure they will make their swapping of positions in a moment. See Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie having to negotiate that 81 car. 77 will have to do the same, although it's a lot more awkward on the exit turn 2. In actual fact, getting stuck behind the BMW there, and you see the Ferrari immediately able to put a chunk of time between themselves and Mercedes. So I think that might be that battle done and dusted with for the time being.
Problem is that 81 is a lap ahead. Stay in 17th place, and they kinda destroyed the fight for what is 22nd place, and that's one of those things that I sometimes don't entirely understand, how the pace really differs so much between drivers. Now obviously being in a team means that usually you want to find the best situation for the drivers and the car and etc. It's not the first time I'm seeing that there is one driver, maybe even two, that are struggling a lot with the car. Even the drive-through that you were speaking about, with the setup and etc. You don't take them for, well, sometimes yes, but for it's not always your mistake. It's more like you may have to get used to the car and to the setup which is not yours. It's like last year in Red Bull, just to make a giant, the most famous of the thesis of what I'm saying. Sergio Perez that couldn't drive the car because Max wanted a different setup, and it was a time where every single resource was thrown at the number 1 car instead of the 11. In my opinion, this may happen even here sometimes. Like, unfortunately, I'm taking it too many times as an example, but it's the most clear of the examples. Eric Delfante is currently lapping 54.6. One of his teammates, the Stintelli, was lapping 56. That's too much. Like, it's at that point, it's not a skill difference or a talent difference. Is the setup maybe way too loose for a driver that will be faster with a softer setup. I know it's a bit of a exposed nerve, this one here, for the teams and the drivers. Oh, there is a contact between multiple cars.
Oh dear.
It's the Steinbrenner and and it's not showing me which car was it. So we'll go with the glorious replay. If I can do it. But I can. Okay, I can now. So it was indeed a contact between the Yeti Sport 48 and a Ferrari, making a bit of a contact there. And it was, in fact, Vite in the 48 BMW making contact, innocent part in the situation there. And though he didn't lose any time anyway, and same is for Steinbrenner. And I also want to go here. Speaking of which, the front is getting quicker and quicker. It's astonishingly quicker than Moining in front. 6 times per lap being gained. And look at his times. It's just a hammer. 54.7, 0.6. The one earlier on was even a 0.6 if I remember correctly. He is just one with the setup and the car. The problem is that if your teammates are not with the car and the setup, is everything thrown into bushes? Because you can be the quickest of the entire field. Even if the track is getting better and better. I'm seeing Yonkers in 4th place, making a 54.0 personal team best. I had a 53.9 personal team best. 54.4 personal team best for Watson in the Pulse Team Sports in 6th place, and Bernard with a 54.2 personal team best. It's possible also the track that is getting better and better, but when the difference is 2 seconds, there is a problem. Like, it's...
Yeah, I mean, perhaps it could be slightly exaggerated by the fact that the Honda kind of grouped into that category with the Porsche being one of the trickier cars to extract pace out of consistently, and if you're not happy with the balance of that car, it is very easy to I think particularly, when there's a lot on the line in an endurance race, and you don't want to be the driver in the team that bins the car. That's, that is the worst feeling. I mean, we're not even halfway into this race, but, particularly like when we're closing in, perhaps kind of around the final 6 hours or something like that, you have so much pressure on you to, when your team has been delivering throughout the race, and a lot of these guys, obviously, they'll have very different experiences of how kind of each of their races have panned out, but you don't want to bin the car in a big way in the final stages of the race. If it happens early on, it's very frustrating, and often, there's a lot of recovery, but at least you've got the time to recover. You do that in the final 6 hours, and it is just a heartbreaking feeling there. See the number 4 car actually running a little bit wide on the exit there, and having quite the wobble, actually. I did see them drop down a bit from, I think they may have lost a position to
it was Kingsley.
17. Yeah, Brian Kingsley at the moment in this Unicorns of Love split livery with Pulse Simsport car.
Yeah, look at the times. They're pretty slow.
Yeah, I'm not sure was we'll see if they come into the
7.0
pits at all or anything, but did seem to lose. We'll see what the lap time is on the last.
They first spotted the tires.
That's likely at 58.3. Yeah, there is a troublesome time in the cockpit of that car. Meanwhile, BF Racing with Ramone, the Frenchman in the 27 car, hunting down the TMS Performance BMW. The battle heating up for 26th position. and we'll have to see. We know the BMW is good in a straight line, and will probably have the certainly have a pretty good overhead over the Aston Martin in terms of outright pace down this back straight, but the Astons have been pretty handy in a straight line, and combine that with the slipstream, perhaps a good exit as well, already actually closing as they make their way through the kink of turn 7. Gap now only 0.4 of a second, and I think there's probably going to be a bit of side-by-side action as they get towards turn 10 on the run-up this time around. Gap still closing 0.2 now. It's going to be a 10th in just a moment, almost pushing that BMW along, and makes their way towards the inside now as they head towards turn 10, and I think they're going to have the advantage and the track position, and in the end, very wisely from the TMS Performance BMW, dropping back a little bit into that corner, allowing Axel Ramone in the 27 car to go up into 26th position. So unfortunately, breaking away from that rather nice and neat number pattern there of 27 in 27th place, but on the beneficial side for them, gaining a position in the process. And now Michael Moning in the 121 Armamentario car, closing a bit to those in front. Same goes for Dom Healy in the 26 BMW. We've got 27 in 26, and we've got 26 in 25th. Now trying to make it 24th over the SG Stern Mercedes, which may be a battle that heats up in just a moment when they make their way onto that back straight.
Yeah, but I think the same we were saying about the Fantasy, the biggest example in the field is the same that happened to Ramone. He's lapping 54.4, while he's basically everyone around them is lapping 55 to 56 even. So it's again a matter of wrong position. It's now I'll be honest. I've been following more the 187 more, even because well, it's the 179. Sorry, the 179, because it's also the one that I noticed the most. Speaking of which, under investigation for a contact in lap 323, so a few laps ago, with the Pulse Sim Sport. So I missed it. I may be able to take it back? No, because I don't see it here. It wasn't a contact. I think it was a push out of the track, because I can't see the number in my race control, so I'm quite curious about it. But as I was saying, Ramone has the same, I won't say issue, more like the same characteristic of the Italian job car, while there is Schatze, is in the pits, that's why, of being so quick, yet not where the other quick guys are. It's a bit of an odd space. In fact, I think Tib can kinda let him pass more than battling, because possibly understood that someone lapping 54 every single lap is difficult to keep behind, and it will more likely cause trouble to yourself. Maybe defending too much, losing time from the one in front, losing the car, and losing the race altogether. So again, I wonder if it's because of a mistake somewhere around. I know the 179 is not the case, but for the 27 I'm not entirely sure. Or it's again a situation where there is a driver which is a pillar, and everything goes around said driver, which is something that I don't... I'm not that much into that side. I would prefer a more slower team, but consistent with the drivers and the setup, more than someone that has to drive the car. Because imagine if that someone can't make it.
Yeah, it's you know, that's kind of the worst, worst nightmare I think sometimes of these teams. I was actually doing a little bit of investigation kind of on that point, and just to use the 27 car for example, as we've got a penalty going to the Pulse Simsport car for that instance. Gets a warning for causing collision with the number 179, so no penalty dished out for that one, but there won't be too much wiggle room for anything else near future. But yeah, just going back to the 27 car, so Ramone seems to be one of the fastest drivers in that lineup today, and perhaps when you look at the ratings for the LFM licenses of that team, perhaps not too surprising. Almost 5.5k ELO, and the likes of Florian de Oliveira down at 2.8. So, you know, almost twice the elo rating of some of his teammates. And yeah, for certain teams, there is a little bit of a spread. But we do have a driver lined up for an interview, Darren King, for Jean Alesi Esports, that we will look to bring in just a second, and talk to the man that is very well known and beloved streamer. And Darren, how has your race been going from your perspective, my friend?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. It's been a bit tricky. We got a few drive-throughs early on, which definitely hindered us a bit. But yeah, progress right now is going good, and we're starting to catch back up again. So that P6, P5, and P4 right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that Lamborghini as an absolute rocket ship in a straight line, and it seems to have been quite the beneficial sort of package at times where, you know, when you get yourself into position to, you know, put pressure on the car in front, I think, I suppose, you know, in endurance race, you know, it almost takes a little bit of pressure off to some extent where you know you've got that straight line speed capability. So if you can just stay within fairly close proximity at the kind of the tail end of the first sector, if you can remain there, chances are that you're going to have the legs on most cars down the back straight to sort of make up a move. But, you know, on the flip side of things, maybe not the sort of the easiest car to negotiate in some of the twisty stuff. You know, so how's it felt being in the Lambo, kind of in these very mixed conditions that we've had so far in this race?
Yeah, believe it or not, we are running quite low wing, but in the wet, it's actually really stable. Like, really stable. It's stable enough to drive, you know. Obviously, we have had a few cuts, but I feel like that's more down to driver error, not the car, you know.
Yeah, it's you know, I mean, this track has shown quite clearly to be incredibly demanding. We've had quite the compilations at times of you know, many a driver sort of having some pirouettes, particularly when we've had those rainy conditions in all of that. But you know, heading into sort of the final kind of 13 hours of this race, we're not even quite at the halfway stage just yet. How are you feeling for this, you know, for this night stint portion? Do you think the car's going to behave better in these cooler temperatures, or do you think it's going to start to swing back your way kind of when we make our way into the early hours of the morning?
No, I think during this night is where we're going to have the biggest advantage, because obviously the Lambo does kill his tyres a little bit. So in these cooler temperatures, it's looking after the tyres a little bit better. So I feel like if we can make the most of it, we can gain quite a lot of time now in these next 6-7 hours. I feel like we could be right back in the mix for that top four, maybe even a bit closer to that podium. If any of them guys make a mistake, we could be right there.
Yeah, I think that, you know, that it's clearly been a car that, you know, it works perhaps in a bit of a narrow window, but, you know, exciting things on the horizon, of course. You know, one of three cars that is getting a bit of an update in terms of, you know, sort of what will very likely be the sort of the lead package for that car in the game. And you know, I imagine that you know, yourselves at the Jean Alesi Esports team are probably feeling quite excited about that Evo 2 edition on the way.
Yeah, for sure. I hope the team manager's been on to Arius, and we've got a great bop for it. You know, it comes out the box, and it's an absolute rocket ship. That would be lovely. But yeah, I think I've heard the bop's going to be very close, so I think all the cars are going to be very close next season, which is going to be great. Really, is going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's ultimately kind of what's you know, what we'd be hoping for. You know, the sort of GT3, it is always inherently the case where there are going to be certain tracks that maybe suit other cars just a little bit more than others. But you know, ultimately, if we can have that sort of very close, densely packed field where there's not quite such an extreme level of difference between one car to the next, then, you know, that provides us great racing, and you know, that is what we are always very much looking forward to. And yeah, great performance so far from you guys. Still very much within touching distance of, you know, when we've got 13 hours of racing to go to try and make your way back towards that top 5, and all it takes is a couple of, you know, a drive-through or two for maybe some of those guys in the top 4, and a podium very much could be within your grasp without a shadow of a doubt. Any questions from you, Christian?
Hi, Larkin. I know that, well, everyone, I think everyone knows that you are one of the pillars of the game on YouTube, between you, Jardier, and in a sort of way, you are basically what helped this game to grow so much. Now, I want to ask you a bit of a very directed thing about the new cars and the new physics rather than anything. How do you think, because you have been in the game and you have been the setup master for all this time with all the guides that you shared and all the tips that you posted on YouTube, what do you think will change?
Hopefully everything, right?
That's a correct word.
Not much then.
No, I'm hoping for a quite a big update, like and for a lot of the stuff to reset, and a little bit of a. Obviously, everyone knows these meta setups. Do you know what I mean? That
Yes.
Negative toe.
Yes.
I would like to have it so we don't have to run them. Do you know what I mean? To be fast, it'd be good if we can get it in that window of how our car should be set up, and it could be just as fast as the full neg toe setups. And for me, that would be brilliant. You know.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I've get used to it now, so I understand the fact that it's fair that it becomes like it should be. So basically, no negative toe. I think everyone knows at this point. With 5 days to go, even who doesn't know it should know it. The trick is the negative toe and camber. And I agree with you. I honestly hope we don't need it anymore, because honestly, that's straight up unrealistic. And unfortunately, it's the only way that you can rotate the car and still maintaining the grip with whichever reason behind it. But we accept it at this point because it's what makes you faster. And obviously, the next question is about the car you've been driving. First of all, it's not a popular choice. It's very rare to see a Lamborghini on track, mostly because it's basically usually it's basically called the slower Audi, because it's basically it's the same engine, it's heavier, the setup is a bit more limited, and ultimately seems slower. But is it really like this, or is it all just because it's a bit of the underdog of the cars? And then the next question is what you expect from the evolution of the said car.
Yeah, so I think what it is, this Lamborghini is a lot harder to set up. But as we see in SRO last season, Jordan Cherrett was at the front with it nearly every race, right? And in SR Endurance, they won Bathurst. So this car does have the potential, like most cars in the game, to be at the front if you put the time in. And you're right, this car it definitely has a smaller window to be set up in, and it is a lot harder. Like, you can jump in the Aston and the BM, full negative toe, tons of rake, and away you go. You know, where this car isn't sort of like that. For me, I would love the Evo to be a little bit more stable, I think. And maybe a little bit more rake. You know, maybe we could, not so pitch sensitive, should I say. Like, this Lamborghini, if you have too much rake and it obviously pitches too much, it's very hard to drive. You lose so much time, so it just breaks loose everywhere. So if they could sort that out, I feel like this car could be definitely at the front and contended at most tracks for wins.
Yeah, because effectively that's clear as sky that this car is a bit of a rare gem to be even seen in races. Furthermore, in this high-ranking racing scene of where prices are up to grab, seeing a Lamborghini is a bit of a surprise, like, what are you thinking? And then you are in 7th, so effectively the car is working. It's not like you're even in front of the first Aston Martin, which is 9th, and usually the Aston Martin is basically the assured glory that gives you a result, whether you like it, you like the car or not. It gives you the result. So effectively, there is just a Porsche in front of you. There are 2 Ferrari. Effectively, you, in comparison to the other, you effectively kind of competing with the other without too much trouble, even by being in a least popular car. So honestly, well, also being Italian a bit biased about the fact that I hope this car works in the Evo 2 version, because honestly, I live like 30 kilometers away from the Lamborghini HQ, so I would like to drive it. And also I've always been a Lamborghini fan, so I really hope that you find it easy to set up, because obviously physics change means that you every single knowledge you have until now, 70% of it you have to throw it away.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of everything changes.
I was just going to say, sort of even being firmly a British man, sort of this side of the commentary box, but you know, I very much want to see the Lamborghini start to come into competition again. It has a bit of a soft spot in my heart. You know, it makes a fantastic noise, and you know, I always found it a very fun car to drive. I really did like its sort of natural kind of agility, but yeah, if those final kinks can be sorted out in the Evo 2 edition, to a more competitive package, then I think that's going to be very exciting to watch, and quite clearly very exciting for you guys at Jean Lacey Esports to bring yourselves some more competitive results in all of that. So I think we'll let you go back to your team, Darren, because of course 2.5 hours of racing left to go, and still many a stint, I imagine, for yourself and those in your team. But huge thank you for joining us for an interview, particularly this rather ungodly hour for the British amongst us. Yeah, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. Thanks for having me, and I'll speak to you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Good luck.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Honestly, I really hope the Lamborghini gets a buff. I can't see it so much not picked up, because in real life it's an astonishing car to be seen. Unfortunately, the engine is the same as the R8, so it sounds the same. But it's nevertheless a nice car, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like I said, I have a bit of a soft spot for that guy. One of a while ago when I was still able to get behind the wheel in ACC, I've unfortunately been on a little bit of a hiatus now for the best part of 18 months, which is every time I see an update, I'm sitting there chomping at the bit, ready to get back behind the rig, and I can't quite. It's it's like so much fantastic content and everything is just kind of within sight, but not quite sort of within my grasp. But yeah, you know, the Lamborghini, like I say, I remember distinctly, you know, having a fantastic race, for example, at Bathurst, where starting kind of, you know, barely within the top 30, and I went for a bit of an absurd setup in that car. Ran extremely low wing, so effectively I was a brick every other point on the circuit other than the Conrod Straight. And there was nothing quite as satisfying as just being a little Italian rocket ship down the other side of the mountain, and just blasting your way past anything in your path. But yeah, it was a car that I actually always felt relatively comfortable in it, but it was difficult to extract pace across the entire stint of race, and particularly at times in wet weather, it was absolutely terrible. Meanwhile, the 962 car of Milton Steeler-Vason making a move again. This Aston Martin has made up several positions and really seems to have settled into a pretty good groove over the latter sort of hour or so, making their way past the K. Kramer Racing Esports Porsche and up into P8. And I think also Xenon Racing, the Mercedes in P18, starting to put some pressure onto the Unicorns of Love X-Pulse SimSport Ferrari as well in the battle for P17. Actual fact, maybe even on the track to go for a move in towards turn 1. I haven't seen too many being made down here. Very late on the brakes, so for the Mercedes, bit of an overlap, a switcheroo perhaps for the number 4 car, but I think number 52 actually for the Ferrari behind. And Alex Radici will make up that position. Whether or not the Ferrari is able to fight back on the Mistral Straight, we will have to wait and see. But it is a car, or that 52, I think that was the one that we saw struggling a little bit earlier on as well. And just having a bit of a look at some of the times. Not too bad in the way of pace last time around.
Number 27 overtakes the 26, so 24th place for the Frenchman, and still lapping mid 54, so basically lapping the same times as... I'm scrolling a lot, I'll be honest. Same lap times as Yonkers in P4, so Ramone is literally flying. No one can reach him except the very few drivers in the first 4 spots that are just the ones beating him. So Axel Ramon is, I think the BF Racing is entered the zone where they will make the most possible improvements in terms of positioning. And with this pace, I wonder how much up the grid they can go.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps, when we were just talking to Darren for Lamborghini, these cooler temperatures, this is the window of the race where they're really looking forward to trying to just get in some consistent laps, gain in these, these next few hours of the night stint, and perhaps for this BF Racing Aston Martin, particularly in the hands of the Frenchman, the lead driver of that team, based on the LFM ELO ratings, like I say, 5.K for Axel. And yeah, right now, putting that car into a pretty competitive position. Dom Healy, the Wild Things Racing BMW, though, still in pretty close proximity, only 4/10 adrift, and we know the straight line speed of this BMW, so another drag race potentially down towards turn 10. We'll have to see, though, whether or not the Brit decides to try to make a move on the Aston Martin. I don't think it will really be too beneficial for either of those drivers' races. For them to scrap. I have to say, though, that BF Racing Aston Martin clearly, I think, must be, well, unless the BMW just behind is running particularly high wing relative to some of the other Beamers in the field, that Aston Martin of the 27 car, an absolute rocket ship down the back straight, because even in the slipstream, the 26 was just not able to gain any ground whatsoever. That gap stayed at 4/10 all the way from the exit turn 7 to the entry of turn 10. So very impressive stuff from the car that is now in 24th place.
I think the number 26 is effectively running a wet setup, because looking at simply by the speed trap, all the BMW are, well, we have Leon Sealy with 285, Trapani 284, and Healy, even in the slipstream, 282. So I think there is a wet setup ongoing with the Wild Things Racing, because that's the only reason why they weren't able to overtake the Aston Martin even behind them into the slipstream. And Wild Things Racing, that currently sits in 25th place in number 26. And I really think that they were using maybe not a wet setup, but surely some kind of compromise of some kind, because they were very slow. Speaking of the number 26, bit of background information by the car now running in 25th. They are around 25 drivers, double the situation compared to the number 1 West Competition Racing, and there are very different situation in the roster, except the age, apart from one of the drivers. Because 4 out of 5 drivers have not more than 25 years. They are all very young. We have Patrick Sedeklat with 25 years old. That he has been P2 in the Coach Drive Super Sprint as his personal achievement. But his personal car is the Porsche that now will have the update. So that's why possibly the BMW is not very much suited for the driver in the car. Then we have Zachary Litton, 19 years old of age, and he has been driving since he was born, apparently, because he has been driving in sim racing more than 20 years, so there is something wrong in there. But I will not ask about, maybe I don't know. I wouldn't ask too much.
I think we'll just assume that perhaps his parents
They were playing.
Visited a lot of circuits before he was born. But definitely, motorsport running through his veins from a very early age, by the sounds of it.
He was literally there before he was born. Great achievement, but his best achievement was a second place.
Penalty for jump starting.
Effective drive-through, even for him. His best achievement was a second place finish in the Porsche Cup and a position in a very good position in the LFM per VSO Flexstream Rival Split. Then we have Dom Healy, the driver currently driving the number 26. He is 22 years old. He has been driving for 2 years, and he has been the Coach Dave Super Sprint Civil champion with 2,500 hours into the game. It's one game.
Even more of a jump start than some of his fellow teammates, I think. If he's been here for 2.5 millennia, one would. I know that Dom Healy, pretty renowned name in ATC and sim racing, as I think sort of gathered quite good reputation in the community and a wealth of experience. But I think 2,500 years, perhaps even a little bit ahead of even what he's achieved on the game over the last few years.
He was there before everyone was born.
He was there before the internet as well, apparently. But
this team is very old, apparently. Then we have. I can end it. I promise.
I think what we've established in the last 5 minutes is that if you're looking for historical accuracy in a stream, that particularly as we dive further into the hours of the night, that is very likely to tail off, and that the accuracy of facts and figures may deteriorate by the hour.
I don't promise that the next two drivers will be correctly read. Then we have Ben Lefford, 20 years of age. What happened?
Sorry, well, one of the BMWs, I thought, just had a bit of a moment, but I think they were just taking some very kind of evasive action, actually, for our race leader, the Williams Esports Audi, just making their way through on the TMMS performance car. Dom Healy making his way past, I think that is the Team 1 Porsche, if I'm not mistaken, the number 41 car, just down the back straight, pretty easily done. That was the TF Racing, Porsche, the all-Greek lineup for that, and quite a competent crew of drivers. Although I have to say, I was surprised that they ended up going for the Porsche. I think primarily maybe making that choice on the upcoming update, because a lot of their drivers who have been participating in the LFM Pro Series sponsored by CaseKing.de, they've been very much a BMW orientated lineup. And considering the pace that in the endurance race kind of format the M4s do seem to have, I thought that would be the choice of car they went down. But they've decided to go for the Porsche. But we'll have to see whether or not the 992 when it makes its way to the game next week, if that ends up being the ultimate beneficial choice, or if there'll be sitting there perhaps wondering when we get to the end of this championship, all the way, I think, in November of this year, if they'll be looking back at their choices in early 2023 and wishing maybe they'd gone down a slightly different route. But, of course, still plenty of hours in this race, plenty of races left to go, and chances for them to kind of work on getting used to a very different behaving car to perhaps what that lineup is used to.
Yes, in fact, I think many drivers will possibly jump the car they are more used to it, even to just try the new cars, and it will be quite the thing to be seen around the grid, because many drivers will possibly try. But it has to be said that all fleet cars are rear-engine, and many drivers in the current lobby are in a front-engine car, and it will be quite interesting to see effectively who will switch where. And but sorry, I will just end with Wild Things Racing, otherwise we stay here for the remaining of the night. So I was finishing with Ben Lefford, 20 years of age, and he has had an incident, a real life crash that prevented him from racing in cars, and then he switched to the sim racing world and seemed like he has found some glory there. And then there is Chris Hack, 31 years old, and he has been the Touring Pro Series Virtual Clio champion on R Factor and top 10 in Split 1 of the CDA 1000 series. But by the way, turning back to your thought, as I just ended with the background schedule with the car number 26, it's possible that many drivers will choose the new cars even if they are driving a sort of like a BMW as their main, because obviously a new car obviously kind of puts you into why not trying it just by sheer trying it. What can possibly go wrong? At the very worst, I will come back to my main car. And also there is the fact that with the new cars no one will have setups, because every single setup that has been made, bought, researched, shared, and etc. will be basically thrown into flames, because apparently this physics update, as we heard from Dalkin, is possibly going to revert the negative toe camber trick. So basically every single setup is going to be thrown into the flames, and this possibly will put some drivers into maybe even switching car, saying that if they try new cars, the aggressive presets are effectively made to match the physics update, if you think about it.
Yeah, that is often the case, and I think in actual fact quite a good example of what you're talking about there is Yaroslav Honzig, of course, better known as Jody, as we see Shizuji to Mega, as Varanolo trying to make a move on the Porsche Spinella Ferrari that's gone very wide on the entry into that left-hand of it, side-by-side drag race towards the penultimate turn, and the Porsche Spinella car still with the advantage, but the inside line I still think in favour of the Italian 211 car up the inside, trying to go now around the outside into the final corner, getting very stacked up with the BMW and Aston Martin of the 2781 just behind, and a compromise line over that inside curb, and two cars between themselves now, and the Porsche Spinella team I think will nullify that battle for a short while, but depending on how much time the Ferrari ahead ends up losing with those two cars making their way by, may see that scrap re-established in just a moment. But just returning to that topic that we were talking about, that I think Jadier sort of really kind of put it in a good way. He wanted a change from the Honda. He's been I was going to say on a separate point where heading into some upcoming championships, that Jadier has put a lot of hours into trying learning the Honda. The Honda sort of kind of suddenly rose through the ranks as being a very competitive package and car, but sometimes you just kind of reach a plateau. And you reach a certain point and you just can't seem to extract any more. And then often there are perhaps other drivers that are still extracting that bit more pace, and you just can't establish how they're achieving it, and you don't end up kind of breaking through that barrier of what that last 5% is that can be found in that car. And sometimes having just that complete change of environment where you just kind of have to start again, and you it's particularly going something to extreme like something from the Honda to the Porsche, very different kind of characteristics, both being often driven a little bit on the knife edge, but in terms of how they drive, still very different in how they'll behave. And it forces you to really kind of relearn from the basics. Now SOP Esports trying to go around the outside towards turn 3 and very late on the brakes. Clearly the car has been extremely quick at times today, just not the most consistent over the course of the race distance, but now finds themselves into P12, and I'm sure will be immediately trying to hunt down Lightspeed in the Aston Martin, currently occupying P11. But sometimes starting from a clean slate just forces you to break out of old habits that you've kind of got yourself into from staying in a certain car for such a prolonged period of time. So, going for those gambles, going for the big switches from what you're used to, if nothing else, it can be quite a learning experience. Then maybe, even if you do end up heading back to, one of kind of a car that you have stuck with for a long time, that in the end, you know, there'll be lessons and things, set up ideas, and maybe you can transfer over to that and help you unlock that final 5%. So it can sometimes do a lot of good to have a bit of a shuffle in terms of what car you end up using on ACC, and yeah, breaking the mold a little bit and the status quo.
You know who will be the most advantaged kind of person? The one that doesn't have a main. Think about it. I main the Audi in a sort of way, but not. I'm not like, I know there's some drivers. Okay, something happened there. I'm scared to what happened.
Something rather peculiar. We gotta, we I don't know what it is about the Ferraris today. We had some spooky moments with the Suzuki G2 Mega Car early on, and yeah, that time we went for kind of almost a ice hockey style approach to the exit of the final corner there. But thankfully, the low fuel motorsport car in the hands of Neil Steinbrenner seems to have re-established itself with the tarmac. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for now.
We mistakenly went into the back rooms, apparently.
Yeah, well, I think that was definitely identifiable as an anomaly, without a shadow of a doubt.
I hope the SCP department doesn't find me. Anyway, speaking of I know that some drivers have a main. Stupid example, the BMW. Some drivers have to stick to BMW. Even maybe not by their choice, but because of contractual obligations and such. Imagine the people that effectively are into a car, they have been into said car for months and months, and they are basically glued to the way the car behaves. They know exactly how it behaves. Compared to the two people that, like me, switch car every championship. I never chose a single car twice in a row for a championship. I always change it because I have them. I want the entire car pack. I will use the entire car pack. I'm more like a person like this. I suppose it's the worst possible way to approach this game, but I like to use every single car. Except the Ferrari, too much trouble in the setup. And it's true. And possibly people that have that remained with a single car for all these months and basically understood how it worked perfectly on a very single detail, in 4 days they will have to erase everything. While compared to people, because I don't think it's obvious I'm not the same, I'm not the only one. People like the way I do it, so not sticking to a single car but switching left and right to just even test them out, even if it's a terrible idea like the Porsche, will have a new complete package that everyone will have to learn back the physics and the situation with the cars. The difference is that some drivers will have to understand back a single car while effectively being used to a single way of using said car, while some other may be a bit more free of choice, like whatever happens, because it's more than me, are used to just switch cars left and right, so we are not used to a single way a single method of driving style. So I think this balance will ironically will help the kind of I don't know the word, where you're basically stuck with a way of doing, methodic people, compared to the ones that are just going left and right and trying things around the car pack. Obviously, I'm quite interested to see what the general public thinks. Obviously, for whoever is in chat, you may come in chat and say your opinion about the matter. But about you, John, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think also just on the point that you were making there, because I absolutely agree that ultimately if you do, if you're fundamentally, I think this is almost kind of to sort of take a little bit of an aside to this. You highlight some of the fastest sim racers or even real life drivers in the world, and you quite often find that they're just quick on everything. You know, you take someone like Sebastian Joe, James Baldwin, David Tunitsa, you know, or real life driver Max Verstappen. You know, he's quick in the real car. He's quick on the sim, whether he's driving a Mazda MX-5 or a, you know, or a Ferrari GT3 car, and whether that be, you know, on something like R Factor 2 iRacing. We've, you know, seen him in LMP2s and stuff like that. And I think that, you know, the drivers that, you know, really have, you know, just kind of got the ability to properly wring the neck out of whatever piece of machinery that they're in. You know, they have that sense of adaptability, and that adaptability doesn't just transfer to car. I think you also see it reflected in conditions. You know, when we have these mixed conditions where, you know, perhaps we're going from a dry track to heavy rain, or we've got that kind of very awkward, as I think as Langford earlier on referring to sort of the Jensen Button territory of that kind of, you know, halfway house between the two. You know, that ability to just adapt on the fly, and that you're not really being driven by the car in terms of a kind of within a set window of what you know it's capable of. You're not driving it in that way. You are driving the car, and you're telling it what you want it to do, and you're pushing it to kind of its edge and capability at every single instance. And I think that there's, you know, it's a subtle and it's a subtle and kind of important difference, and, you know, sort of does sound a little bit sort of Will Buxton by nature of, you know, you have to drive the car to be fast, but you know, inherently, you know, I think there is a lot to be said for that. We've got the Sol Honda, the 179 car, going up the inside at turn 1 of the low fuel motorsport car and making their way up into P11, so almost making their way into the top 10 now, but yeah, I think that like I say, there is a subtle but key difference, and I think, you know, we're kind of going back a little bit to a conversation we were talking about earlier of someone like George Boothby, for example. He always seems to be quick no matter what you put him in. I think probably, arguably, and it has been sort of referred to before, I think, as one of the fastest drivers in the Ferrari in this game. He is an absolute weapon in that car, but quite clearly, he's no slouch when you put him in the Porsche. He's no slouch when you put him in the Honda. He just gets in a car and he is quick. And it's not because he understands that car, it's because he understands how to drive, and just he understands how to be quick in a race car. And I think, you know, that is a big difference maker. Some of these guys, side-by-side action between the Italian job and the fighting back low fuel motorsport car. Oh, I thought that was going to be a car fired off into the wall there. Very, very close proximity action between those two there. And you see the Italian job car still hunting down that 255. I imagine this is going to be a battle that continues on for a little bit defensive line on the entry into this left-hander. Have to be patient on the throttle here and making your way through each of those curves. You can be a little bit aggressive with some of these curves, but of course the Ferrari we've seen at times can be a bit on the unpredictable side. Kick of dust, unusually kicked up from some of the cars ahead. Last corner there, a little bit of show of the nose, kind of almost you know, very much in keeping. I think that was Ramone that just dived into the pits for the number 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Up ahead, we saw this is where the move was made last time. Defensive line, though, taken from the 255 this time around. Honda to the outside, very late braking around the outside. Ferrari still on the inside there. You can see the glimpses of the lights, side-by-side action through on the exit off turn 2. Ferrari making their way back and having that run. We've seen the switcheroo done time and time again. Straight line speed in favour of the Honda for the time being, and the extra torque and grunt out of that car has managed to give it the advantage. But once we make our way onto the back straight, I think the 255 will potentially be in territory once again to try to reclaim the move if they get a decent exit, perhaps a little bit of a compromised line through in towards turn 7 there, and a better gap than what he had last time. We saw it get pretty close between these two on the last lap, but I think maybe this time Eric Del Fanta in the 179 Honda may just about have enough of an advantage to keep the LFM car at bay and hold on to that P11 position.
But yeah, getting back to what you were saying, as the Ferrari on the outside is trying back again, this time it doesn't happen, as the Italian job car was quick enough to stay in front. But a very defensive line for the Italian, as Enrique Del Fante, after being in 15th, he crawled back into 11th. And now it will be interesting to see what will be the final position. because the SOP car is just up ahead in 10th place. But to keep your speech on, obviously what I was saying is not referred to the real pros, the ones that you can put them in a GT4 car and they are fast anyway. Whichever car, it's not like they are fast because they are in their car, they are fast because they are fast. It's different. The situation comes where because I know there are drivers that can't drive another car because they have their BMW, their Ferrari, their Aston, their Mercedes, and etc. etc. It's something that I always don't envy. Like, I know you are faster, but if something like this happens, you are lost completely. You don't have any more. You can't really. You can't really have faith in anything else because you lost the only thing that remained, your car and the behavior. While for people that maybe are not pros in terms of times, but they are an all together, whichever car you put them, they will deliver the same pace, which always refers to the team endurance at this point, because whichever car you choose, they will say, okay, cool, because they are drivers that, even if they are not the quickest in the world, they are consistent on their pace. They are always on the same times, whether you put them in a, maybe not in a Porsche, in a Honda, BMW, Ferrari, Audi, and etc. etc. Obviously with the right setup, because that's obvious. But with some tweaks in the setup, you can put them in whichever car. While I know that some, if you put them in a rear engine car, I can't drive it. I physically can't drive it, and I'm like, that's a bit of an issue, honestly. And then obviously they are quicker than me on track. But if a balance of performance happens without any notice, like what happened with the Porsche and the Mercedes some time ago, that they changed the area without telling anyone, basically, except the very same day that it happened, when everyone was surprised because there was an hotfix, and everyone was like, why? And the Porsche was nerfed, and that's also the day we all understood, oh, okay, it's the new cars that are coming.
Yeah, got a little bit of an under the radar update, wasn't it, on that one?
So yeah, that's the thing. When you have a main car, every single hotfix, you are basically hoping it doesn't affect your car. In my case, I was like, oh, okay, I will not drive the Porsche. that's it. I will drive another car. So I don't know. Obviously, that's me, my personal idea. It's 1:30 AM, so I'm saying these things. Because if it was in the afternoon, I wouldn't say that. I'm not subjective in the commentary. But in this case, I think that's a bit of a discussion argument. Even because what's it, Wednesday? It happens Wednesday, no? The major.
It's on the 19th, isn't it? Which is which is on next Wednesday. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's my fault. I conclude here my faults. If you have to add everything you want to add, feel free.
I think in sort of in fairness, you know, it is always sort of that bit more of a subjective kind of, you know, side of things, as Tinko van der Velde in the number 5 Williams Esports car. Of course, your race leader for the vast majority of this race. Once they kind of got into that lead position, they haven't really looked back. But yeah, you know, it is very much, you know, sort of different experience from driver to driver, and you know, also often from sim to sim as well. So yeah, I think, you know, it's always bound to be one of those kind of areas that is a bit more subjective about it, and inherently, depending on kind of how you got into racing, whether or got into sim racing in this case, you know, whether it be something that that you've grown up with for anywhere between 20 and 2,500 years, or if it's or if it's something that's you know, that you took as an avenue away from real racing. You know, I mean, the amount of stories with, you know, the likes of Jarno Otmir, James Baldwin, again, you know, two drivers have been incredibly successful in the sim racing industry, but you know, it was kind of not exactly their sort of, you know, main priority. And I think often, you know, is kind of becoming that case where, you know, drivers that, you know, maybe haven't, you know, had the funding or something like that to kind of make sort of make real world racing work as a career path, you know, are now finding their way through sim racing, and generally speaking, although it can still be quite an expensive hobby, that in relative terms is nowhere near as much of an expensive hobby as real life racing is. And you know, depending on how you've kind of grown into sim racing and sort of where you've moved to and what cars you've driven in and stuff like that, it's bound to shape the kind of the feelings and the experiences that you have when you move through, you know, either different sims, different cars, or even heading into a whole different physics change going into next week. So, and you know, I think for us as well, it really gives us an interesting future for this championship throughout the remaining of the year, because whilst admittedly quite substantial gaps between each of these races, sort of any kind of usually at least sort of a month better, you know, or even at times kind of along sort of 6 weeks and things like that. So there's going to be a lot of chance for drivers and teams to work on their upcoming setups and kind of learn what things have changed in the physics, try to adapt their driving style, try to see, you know, what is the quick way to extract pace out of these cars now. So they'll probably be feeling pretty prepped by the time we get to the third round of this championship. But, you know, that knowledge and understanding will continue to evolve throughout the rest of the year, because it's only really until you put it to test in an endurance race style kind of situation, and you have to put in lap after lap, and you're handing over that car to different drivers in different conditions and under, you know, a range of circumstances, things like that, do you really kind of start to get a feel of, you know, what things you perhaps need to change, what things you need to adapt. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that shakes up the field and kind of changes up the future of how these teams fare on ATC. Also, a bit of a milestone in this race. We have now crossed over the halfway mark. So less than 12 hours remaining of this race left to go. So still quite clearly quite a chunk of distance for all of these drivers to go. Same for the commentary team, as we make our way further and further into the night portion of this race, but still a notable milestone nonetheless, because, you know, for the teams kind of, you know, trying to either, you know, hold on to the positions that they've managed to find their way into, those that maybe have avoided drive-through penalties, you know, each hour that goes by, it just puts that little bit more pressure on you to not make any sort of form of mistakes. It'll be interesting to see how that translates in the latter stages of the race.
It is effectively, now it's the mid part, so effectively, as you were saying, it's also the moment where we understand kind of the pace, as the number 2, as the number 1 in second place, Fisher for the with this purple livered BMW for the West Competition Racing. Oh, there is a contact there. Oh no, there is. They are both into the pits, but there is an overtake ongoing side by side with Alex Radisi and Rule in the 76 Aston. For now, no overtake happens at this very moment, and I got distracted, so I forgot your question. Sorry.
I think it was just on the, you know, on the sort of. In actual fact, I've brilliantly forgotten my own question now. I was too busy looking at the action between the Mercedes and the Aston Martin. It was far more exciting than the boring waffle that I was spewing. But yeah, I think, you know, it's fundamentally about, you know, how the changes to the updates and everything is going to sort of shape, you know, the sort of latter stages of the season. When we got past the. You know, when we got past the halfway mark of the race, you know, the change in pressure that puts on some of the drivers to try to, you know, hold on to those positions, not get drive-throughs if they're, you know, when you're on that sort of horrible thing where, you know, maybe you get kind of 3 warnings in the opening 10 minutes of the race, and then you have to spend the next, you know, it's 23 hours and 50 minutes trying desperately not to get one more warning. It can it'd be quite the petrifying experience inside the cockpit.
No, at this point, I think everyone has deliberately understood that a drive-through will happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's 24 hours, and Paul Ricard with the night. Honestly, everyone, I think everyone has picked it, if not everyone, at the Ferrari. Currently, Dirkop in the number 4 overtakes Vite for the Yeti Esports in the number 48. Seemed like letting pass more than an overtake effectively, as there is already 6 tenths between the two drivers, so I think Number 4, Unicorns of Love per Pool Sim Sport. Kinda had a gratitude by the GT Sport BMW. Well, the same doesn't seem to happen here. But to answer your question, yes, it's possibly that many tactics are basically coming to a halt. Kind of understanding where the pace is at this point, is just delivering the pace, because we are at the halfway mark, the pressure is over. Because after 12 hours, whatever happened, it happened, and whatever will happen, you just hope it doesn't destroy your car at that point. As in fact, the GT Sport went in repeats, so that's why the easy pass for the Ferrari number 4. So at this point I think the pressure is actually way less. Even because it's night time, some people are more sleepy, some people are more active, but altogether you understand where the pace of your car is and of your driver's is. So at that point you're just, I think this is now becoming a game of consistency rather than speed. Delivering the car, not making mistakes, not having any single damage into the pits, and delivering it for the next 12 hours, or at the very best at least into the morning, because compared to real life, there isn't the full course yellow variable. Here it's just pure racing, and the mechanical issues are even way rarer than in real life, as usually mechanical issues are very rare into these kind of races. So for now I think the pressure altogether is lower, at least until tomorrow at 8 AM. Then I think that some things will shake up a bit. And also, speaking of the fact that we are over 12 hours, I think we can go with the highlights about what happened in these 12 hours, and we can go, hoping it works perfectly, and answer this yes. As you can see, the start of the race, all the 40 drivers starting now 12 hours ago. You can see the pink BMW trying the inside on the Williams Audi, starting a bit further behind. Gene Alesi Esports Lamborghini trying the inside on the Lamborghini, then had to stay behind. And then again a freeway situation between the three drivers, Audi, BMW and Lamborghini, completely different cars. A bit of contact maybe there between the two drivers, but the Lamborghini Gene Alesi Esports remained on top of the 100. Meanwhile, just behind, it was the Isuzu GT Omega, switching positions with the 296 Ferrari, and more than an overtake. It was also a contact with the Ferrari that clearly had to cut the course. Meanwhile, BMW against Lamborghini, again Gene Alesi Esports against the car number 1. And then there is Aston Martin number 222 against what is the Ferrari number 12, I think it is.
You can see the Armentario car in that one.
Yeah, it was the Armentario. And then we go into the wet, because there has been the first of the two wet sessions of contact between the BMW and what I think it was the Mercedes number 77. Another half spin by the BMW number 50, I think it was, and even by the 85, sorry, and even by the 100, now sitting in 15th place after the drive-thru. Some switch of tires for the drivers, left and right. They had to put all the tactics to a hold and all the plans to another hold, because everything had to be improvised. And then we go with the 26, with the driver with 25,000 years, apparently to my calculations and readings, that it was switching position with the 255, currently sitting in 13th place. Then there is another round of pit and switch of tires, because the rain had increased during the afternoon, and then you can see here it decreased back again to a damp surface. 111 battling into the 1 and making contact with, unfortunately I didn't see the number on time. And then there is again the 256 low fuel motorsports switching position with the Porsche number 49, currently in 39th place. And then there is a contact there with the Audi maintaining 777 the speed until a moment where it was stationary in the middle of the main straight, and a contact into the wet, the second session where the rain was falling heavily. It was a 77 making contact with the Italian job car, then a Ferrari. It's the number 4, currently sitting in 17th place making a spin. Same for the 144. Wet 2 hours of rain conditions that really put the drivers to a bit of a challenge. Then you can see here rain getting lower, and again number 44, protagonist of an overtake on turn number 8. Rain increasing and decreasing towards the afternoon, while things racing 26. Again, protagonist of an half spin that made him lose several seconds, and again a 44. Even there, a bit of a spin. So it seems like the Ferrari and the BMW were the protagonists of the wet moments. Even 47 GT Sport yeeting the car into what I think is the very final sector of the race. Then we have an overtake ongoing here. I can't recall the number, but I remember this incident going into the wall after trying to close the door on the left hand side, but there was still the car defending. Then we are seeing BMW number possibly I can see from here, unfortunately, and then a contact between the 111 and the 222 Aston Martin. Then we go towards, I think it's the very last, is the very beginning of the second sector. Again, it is another. It was the last sector. Apologies. Then a contact again, the 44 making contact with the inside car. The Mercedes losing the car briefly. It was just the rear. Then again, the rain going left and right. It is the number 77. They're in a fight between the Shazoo GT Omega and what I think it is the pull. It is the low fuel motorsport Ferrari. Then the 22 Lime Ferrari now sitting in 32nd place, having a bit of a struggle there. Porsche against what is I think the Lamborghini. It is indeed a Lamborghini. I can still recognize the cockpit. And then BMW number 81. I misnumbered by 3 placement the car. It was the 81 and the 78 with the yellow and black livery. Then 222 and 77 again battling each other for position on the main straight. And then we see here the Pulsing Sport per Unicorn of Love trying the position on the Porsche up in front. Number 9 Audi having another spin. The same goes for the 44. Again, not really having a good time in the rain time. Then it's Porsche Binala team and what I think it is again the 49 Porsche going for a bit. It was the 41, sorry. It was their teammate. 41 now sitting in 37. Then another contact is 44 and an Aston Martin number. I think it was the number.
I think it was the 222.
222, yeah, 222 being basically the protagonist in the Aston field. You can see from another point of view the situation there. It was, in my opinion, a racing incident considering the conditions. And then again the Ferrari number 22 point of view going sideways into the rain. And then same Ferrari just behind the Wild Things Racing into the Mistral Straight. Apparently there were indeed 3 rain conditions, not 2, but apparently I can't count until 3. And then yellow and black livered car BMW 81 with the GT Sport just after the Mistral. On the inside the GT Sport goes and overtakes what is now the number 81 in 19th place. Then 255 an Italian job. These two drivers have been on a fight since the very beginning of the race basically. Wasner racing for the low fuel motorsport Ferrari that was ahead of the Italian job, now sitting in 16th place, being driven by Meletti. Italian job obviously completely Italian lineup, and low fuel motorsport completely German lineup. And this one will not be the only battle we will see during the highlight. Then it's a Ferrari, and I think it is. Really the numbers are going very quickly, so I'm not entirely sure which one it is, but it was surely a low fuel motorsport on the outside. And again, during the night we go. Number 44 trying to overtake a BMW on a Mistral. Very colored one, very beautiful livery with LED, green LEDs. And the 44 managed to make the overtake for what I think it was 21st place. It was 27th, sorry, 27th place at the moment of the overtake. Now 21st because the car is in 21st place. Now again, low fuel motorsport in Italian job car switching position left and right in the last sector. This fight went on for several hours and even went through different broadcasters. And as you can see here into Mistral, situation is the same with Italian job and low fuel motorsport switching position left and right. We are now into turn 8. So this was your highlights from the day to night. After 12 hours of racing, we have basically understood who are the main protagonists of the racing with overtakes and spins. And unfortunately, number 44, I think number 44 was basically doing 50% of the whole highlights, but kudos on them. It seems like they have recovered quite well, considering they are in 21st place. So this means that 7. Oh wait, that's a new one.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned. I was just checking. Was it another one of our sort of pit lane? Oh dear, big moment, and the stability that Darren King was talking about earlier. Oh, he's found a very convenient gap in the barrier there, hasn't he? And actual fact, that was the Williams Esports car that I was actually just about to mention. Is well on its way to lapping the entire field. 82 seconds now behind, in front of the West Competition Racing car, as an incident between the 81 Creme de la Course Jadier Community Team car and the 211 Shazoo GT Omega car is now under investigation on lap 352 down at the first turn there. But yeah, the number 38 car, the Jean Lacey esports car, I mean, Dan King was saying it had good stability, but clearly the back end of that car managing to let go for the British driver in a very spectacular way and a slightly uncharacteristic way for that one. But yeah, it was very lucky with the barrier on the right hand side, because we've seen a few cars where they've lost the car a little bit earlier than that in the corner, and the problem is that the barrier kind of it sticks out and then sinks in and then starts to make its way back out towards the main part of the track again. But thankfully for the Italian outfit, that's managing to find quite a nice gap in there and keeping it out of the wall. Meanwhile, a man that we had in the comms box for an interview early on, Ben Langford, in the 26 Wild Things racing car that has been in quite a few battles over the last hour or so. Now very much looking to apply the pressure to the 77 Mercedes once more in the battle for 23rd position. And seeing if he can utilise all of that BMW straight line speed. Richter in that Mercedes right now, and it looks like the BMW, it's got the legs. SOP, who isn't fighting for position here, but looking to follow the fellow BMW on through there, and the two Beamers make their way past the Mercedes there. Nothing really that the Prime E racing car could do in all of that one, and I think SOP will be looking to pretty swiftly get past Ben Langford in the Wild Things racing car. And there you go, actually Langford allowing that BMW to go through and barely holding on to the position from the 77 behind, but for the time being is able to keep the Prime E racing car behind them. And I think with the level of speed that they have had over that car, they were 9/10 of a second faster last time around. As a meanwhile penalty for the Shazoo GT Omega car, 5-second time penalty for ignoring blue flags. Now it's a bit of an unusual one actually, because the way that blue flags work in GT3 racing is that you don't really have to yield. It's not like Formula 1 in the sense that you very much have to kind of purposefully get out of the way and back off. You are not allowed to defend. That is the fundamental rule. There is, perhaps sometimes the sort of a general code of conduct is if you're perhaps not really fighting with another car, that, you may make life a bit easier for the pair of you and kind of lift off. And exactly what we saw Langford do there, and actually purposefully driving wide of the apex there to allow the SOP esports car through. But strictly speaking, it's actually quite relaxed in terms of blue flag kind of regulations and etiquette in GT3 racing. So to get a 5-second penalty, you have to have been pretty naughty against the sort of general kind of understanding of what you should do in those situations. So yeah, whoever was behind the wheel of that GT Omega car that has had quite the eventful time up and down this race. We saw them having some major connection issues. I think it was Matteo Belandi that was in that car when that was all kicking off, and they were skating around very abruptly across the circuit and giving me a lot of anxiety, as they were in quite a dense pack of cars. Thankfully no incident ended up taking place in that, and then they pulled into the pits and drafted in I think it was De Campo to take over and all of that. But yeah, that is it's not a not a common penalty to be dished out, especially sort of a kind of such a late stage, or relatively late stage in the race. Usually kind of the sense of urgency and the sense of aggression from drivers tend to kind of relax a little bit after the first hour, because it doesn't feel like you're fighting tooth and nail for every tenth of a second. It's just a case of settling into your groove and kind of carrying that pace and consistency to the end. So it's it's unusual to pick up that sort of penalty at this point in the race as well. But not the largest of penalties, but certainly still something that could be a little bit of a difference maker when they serve that 5 seconds will be tagged onto their next pit stop.
Honestly, I was looking into the race control to see if there was any contact between the two cars. Doesn't seem any. So I'm effectively, I'll be honest, sometimes even if it happens, you don't report it just because you don't. You basically don't care at that point. It's more the time that you lose doing the replay, putting it online, and etc. Doing the report, etc. etc. So either it put the number 81 to a spin, then I could understand it, or I can't really understand because the 81 is in 19th place. So possibly, unless they were fighting with Trapani, usually, even if it happens, you don't do it, because in 24 hours it may happen. Like, after 12 hours, maybe someone doesn't see the mirror by mistake. It's not like they are doing it on purpose. So I'm also quite surprised, because it's common use that it doesn't happen this long into the race. And speaking of penalty, 47 GT Sport and 41 TF Racing, 360 turn 5 under investigation, and the two cars this time were involved in an incident even very little time ago. As we go with a replay, we can see what happened here. Oh, it was indeed this time the incident between the 41 and 47. 47 maintaining the ride of the car. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting the replay to be still available. And the GT Sport remaining on track, and just 25 seconds ahead of them. It's a 50 Dreschler from TMM's Performance, battling with the Prime Racing in 24th place. And yeah, to end it, I'm afraid I can't go that much behind, but I didn't see any contact, so I suspect a spin.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm not even sure if there may have been any kind of major impact of that whole incident, because the fact it's only a 5-second penalty, if there had been anything more significant that where there was contact, I would have expected a larger penalty. So it may have just been a distinct unwillingness to yield, or if they've if the car behind is trying to make an overtake, they are obligated not to defend, and maybe that's where they have caught themselves out. Meanwhile, Jan Drexler for TMMS Performance trying to make a move on the Prime E Racing Mercedes once more, but is dropping a little bit down the field in this current hour, and has already lost a couple of positions to BMWs. Now first it was over to Wild Things Racing, although SOP Esports also followed them through at the same time, and now is the hands of the number 50 car pulling off an identical style move. So that Mercedes struggling for straight line speed. It's a car that at certain circuits is an absolute monster in Australia. Now, of course, the sort of stereotypical ones being Suzuka and Bathurst. I mean, it used to be even more ridiculous at Bathurst, and then had quite the nerf applied specifically to that circuit. I think there was a lot of places where the Mercedes ended up getting a buff, and that was about the one circuit where it was a bit dampened in performance. I know it's still very strong also at Snetterton, although it's not a circuit that we commonly go to, which is I'm always a little bit sad about. I do, obviously, of course, as a British man myself, I do like to see some of the British GT tracks being featured, but not too one that's commonly seen. A bit of an interesting scenario that we've got here. We've got Armentario taking a slipstream of one of the cars further down the field, now trying to use all of that into a double toe to try and go around the outside of Ren Welton Esports, make that now the inside as they head in towards turn 11 there. I don't think Ren Welton are going to be able to get to the inside to defend that one, and very nicely lined up from Nazarov in the 1-2-1 car. Still very close proximity between the two Ferraris as they head in towards turn 12, but as they then get into the next series of corners, I don't think there's going to be anything that the Ren Welton car can do there. But it wasn't quite sort of, Hakkinen and Schumacher-esque, but it did have a bit of the essence of it. Meanwhile, no further action being taken for that incident that pops up between the 47 Yeet Esports car and the 41 TF Racing car for that incident between the two of them there. Perhaps if one of them had gone around, then there would have been perhaps a bit more to say about that. But somehow, which I was very surprised about, they both managed to keep it pointing in the right direction, which, all things considered, I think was a very favourable outcome from that, because that could have been significantly worse.
Honestly, I would have expected something because of the 5-second blue flag. At this point, I'm wondering what happened, because I'm just curious at this point, because I hate that I don't know it and I can't know it, and it's like
we can only speculate over.
I don't like to
happened.
speculate.
I think perhaps the argument may have been for that last incident that we looked at, that obviously, making contact, almost sending your opponent into a spin, arguably more of an infringement than as there was a yellow flag actually for Xeno Racing. They've dropped a chunk of time. Bit back and forth, up and down.
No, I think they were out of the pits for the
that might have been it. Yeah, the Delta was kind of going up and down a little bit like a yo-yo, but very close proximity now to the Italian Job 179 car in the battle for P15. So that may be something that kicks off in a moment, although I imagine that the Honda will probably have the legs to defend down the back straight. But yeah, just rounding off on that other incident that, sometimes even it's difficult, where an incident where there is technically kind of, larger, issues at hand. Making contact in, motorsport is a non-contact sport, first and foremost. And, or at least it should be. So arguably an incident like that, where there is contact involved, is a more significant problem. It's a more significant incident and needs to be thoroughly looked at. But if in the process of that incident, if you look at the two parties, or maybe more potentially as well, that are involved, and everyone's done about as bad a job as each other in terms of how it's contributed to that incident. Oh, that was a very wide line for the Armentario car. Ren Welton wasting no time at all in reclaiming that position, and it's going to get awkward as well there, because the green Ferrari behind, I think that was the Lucci Motorsport car, to close in there. You see, gets a bit of an awkward bounce there, and then over a second series of curves. Oh, I think maybe even a little bit of contact on the front left corner of the Ren Welton car as they went by there. But Luca Vidalik then in the 71 has reclaimed the position, but I think it's all going to kick off again slightly differently to how we saw it pan out last time, as that green car, I'm not quite sure which number that is now not between the two of them. And if anything, it's going to favour the Armentario car, who's trying to make a move towards the right side of the track. We saw it get very bumpy on that side early on, and I don't like seeing the Ferraris that far over to that side of the circuit, because it's very tricky. But Armentario now around the outside, and they've got it done before they even make their way to turn 10 there. And Ren Welton, despite that opportunistic bit of driving, has unfortunately dropped the position, and you see the 1-2-1 holding on to that through the next couple of turns. And I think as long as they have a pretty clean and clear run through the next opening sector, chances are they'll be able to hold on to that one. But it's amazing how quickly it can chop and change, and you don't want to take your chances too much in the Ferrari. We've seen time and time again how volatile that car is over the bumps, and even when a bump isn't there, it just can decide to chuck you out. A bit of a bucking bronco sometimes in that one. As the Xeno Racing car again getting very close to the Italian Job, as the second of the West Competition racing cars about to spoil the party for a moment, as we'll very much be looking to put another lap on these two back markers ahead. As they were saying about the opportunistic drive, it's the same part of the circuit again, would you believe it? Armenterio dropping the ball through turns 1 and 2 and deep on the brakes from the German driver to side his way back into P12. Italian Job versus Xenon Racing kicking off as well, and in fact, Italian Job losing the position, potentially. Was there some contact or something? No, they have. Oh, that is. This feels like watching Max Verstappen at Monaco all those years ago, following through a car that is, you know, putting laps on those around, just carrying the momentum, and a little bit of a sloppy job from the 179 car in conceding that position to the faster car, and in the process dropping one to the Xenon Mercedes that very much thanked them. Meanwhile, side by side once again between Armenterio and Ren Welton Esports, keep on having 2 battles a lap between these two guys, and it will be the 121 car that gets in front once more. But whether or not by the time we arrive at turns 1 and 2 again on the next lap, we'll have to wait and see.
Apologies if I was going left and right with the camera.
Not at all.
I was basically, I will follow this button. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh yeah, no, yeah.
I would much rather, you know, we're at 1 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock your time. We're 12 and a half hours into this race. I would much rather that we're still chopping and changing between too many battles in the middle of the night than looking at nothing. So
no,
not to it. It adds to the excitement and the drama.
And we go into the Monza cockpit cam from Valdelich in the 71, just against Armenterio. So it's basically the same script as 2 laps ago and the laps earlier. I wonder if this time the Armenterio car will again get behind the 71. We are currently seeing, oh, there is also a Ferrari just behind. You saw it from the little screen on the middle part of your screen. There was a Ferrari behind, nearly colliding with the 71 of Valdelich. And the situation is pretty simple. I think Valdelich wants to stay behind because at this point, if Nazarov made the position twice at the very same moment, at the very same way, maybe this time he does the opposite way of himself, so basically becoming the chaser into the straight. 4 tenths is the difference in live gap between the 121 and the 71. And now the question is, are they close enough to get there? In my opinion, it's maybe too far. This slipstream helps the situation, but in this case, I think the Ferrari may have, and well, the Ferrari 121 up ahead may have definitely has the advantage to keep it. But to add a comment on what you said earlier, it was a very odd move, because effectively the Italian Job car let the number 33 pass by, and then there was simply Schubert behind said green and black BMW that basically went past the gold leave the Honda. So maybe a bit of tactic there being played, considering there was a car in the middle. Effectively, that's a bit the game when you are into the back marker. The back marker field, you try to use the cars around you to your advantage, and possibly the West Competition Racing team was used by the 54, currently being in the light blue and black livery. So Xenon Racing in 15th, now chasing SOP Esports 15 seconds up ahead, and then 30 seconds up ahead there is this battle, Ren Welton Esports and Armenterio. This time a bit more calm. For now I think the 121 has to fly away. Last time around it was a 0.8 for Armenterio and a 0.9 for Ren Welton, but the last laps you can see there, the average for the car behind is actually quicker than the average of the car in front. So at this point I think it's just a matter of time when we will see an improvement of position. Speaking of improvement, Schubert, after making the overtake on the Italian Job car, made the team personal best 54.145, which put them in a very nice position, because effectively the best timed lap is a 53.5, but there are just a handful of cars into the 53, with them now making it very low 54, as there is now very wide by the momentary car, and the 71 was nearly getting into the side of Nazarov. We go from the wing of Dmitry Nazarov with Vadalic following just behind the Rembelten Esport with a very beautiful livery, orange with light blue flakes. And now this time is very close. Sand going out, I don't know from where, because it's a parking lot, this track here, and the Ferrari is a bit further away compared to where it was before, prior to the last corner. But obviously it won't happen in turn 1. Now the question is, will the 121 make a mistake again on turn 2? As it doesn't happen for now. Oh, never mind. I heard the lift off on... Okay, seems like the turn 2 is a bit of a weak spot for the Ferrari driver. Obviously, the Ferrari suspension are not helping, considering the bumps are quite high in this track compared to the average elevation of the track. The curves are extraordinarily high compared to the usual, but this time the gap seems to be a bit lower, maybe just enough to put the 121 in danger. 2 times only between the two drivers. We go from the wing back again, and the white and black Ferrari has to stay alert. Goes on this middle of the track, maybe thinking about which side to put. He goes on the inside. Rembelten Esport on the outside. As we go here, 121 on the inside, defending what is defendable. And for now, they are in front, side by side, into turn 8. It's a bit of a challenge to ask for no contact between two drivers, and from the outside, on the very left-hander, we are into, or maybe there is a contact at Besseux, and then Bendo, or rather Bendo, I think it's said, so turn 10, to then go into 13, Garban, and then Lach, 12, to then end with Pont, which is 13, but the gap is extraordinarily close between the two drivers. Wait, I think we can go, because at this point it's just easier to go from, I think that one behind is the 200 and...
I think it's the 22 car
22.
Of...
yeah, we can go from here and look at the battle at this point, because it's just easier. As you can see, it's basically a VIP spot for the battle for the position number 12, with the two drivers basically one after the other, and this is extraordinarily close between the two. Which one of the two do you think will prevail?
It's so difficult. I would say that overall, it does look like the Armenterio car that's got the position at the moment does generally seem to have had the advantage, but I'm wondering, you know, it looks like, you know, based on what we saw in terms of straight line speed performance, Armenterio running a lower downforce setup. Now, lower downforce, it doesn't always translate directly in this way, but, you know, it's something that can, you know, really translate over to tyre degradation. The amount of tyre deg that you end up having on your car, it does have very much a characteristic in terms of how much downforce you've got on board. And as we progress further through the stint, it's really very much going to be the case, or likelihood the case, of the Rembelten car, although maybe not quite as quick right now. It just gains a significant amount of time every time we make our way through some of these high-speed corners. Had the more confidence in turns 1 and 2. I think maybe Armenterio being a little bit cautious on the exit of turn 2, one of the easier places to pick up track limit warnings, and as a result, you know, does tend to be a little bit more on the, you know, on the cautious side on the exit there, and maybe taking a couple of lift-offs in order to try to stop you know, running a bit wide on the exit there. But in one form or another, Rembelten do seem to be applying the pressure more and more as time goes on. So despite losing a position a few laps ago, maybe the tide's turning and going in favour of Rembelten now. Let's head into turn 1 once more. We've seen them switch around this part of the circuit. We'll see if it goes in favour of Rembelten this time. Seems like it's been pretty fairly placed between the pair of them still, as we've got a good view from Von Kalben in the number 22 car, and we'll see what drag race is like down the back straight on this next run. In actual fact, getting quite the close view of the back of the Ren Wilson car from this 22 car, who's probably getting a little bit frustrated inside the cockpit, maybe feeling like they've got a little bit of extra pace to unlock, but it's awkward when you've got cars that are ahead of you in the race in terms of, you know, they've probably put laps on you. And yeah, flashing of the lights there from 22 car. He wants to get a bit of a shift on, and feeling like he has got the extra pace at hand and maybe is about to spoil the party. Oh, that's an awkward way to go about it. Trying to go around the outside. There's not even a car's width on the outside there. Ren Wilson down the inside, holding on to their position. 22 sent almost completely off, barely getting it back within the bounds of the circuit there. That was, I have to say, probably one of the more ambitious overtakes, and I didn't even say a little bit misguided in perhaps how it was tackled there, because that is not what you want to be doing when you are more or less about 13 hours or so into a race. You're a lap down on a car that you're not fighting with, and to try to put an entire Ferrari into effectively the gap that was a paper's width. I'm sure that was a pretty high mouth moment for both Vidalik and Von Kalben there, and probably the rest of the rosters of those two cars. But the consequence is that the gap has extended now to about a second between the two Ferraris that were battling for P12, and that may be all she wrote then for time being, as Armenterio, if they have some clean laps, likely to extend that gap a bit further. But I think a battle that may be heating up could be Wild Things Racing versus TMS Performance further down the order in the battle for P22, as the Wild Things Racing car has been gaining a bit of ground bit by bit. Jan Drexler about to hit the timing beam. We'll see what the lap time is for the number 50 car. It's a 54.8, and for Wild Things Racing, it is going to be a little bit on the quicker side, I think, and for Ben Langford a 54.9. So actually, pretty even pacing between them on the last lap, actually slightly in favour of Jan Drexler, but still is a gap that has closed down over the last few laps of this race. And as we continue to close in on the latter stages of the 12th hour, it does look like this could be the next one to watch.
It was, honestly, I was a bit surprised to see the 22 basically staying behind for 7 laps and say, okay, I go from the outside. I imagine like the crew in the 71 car, like basically asking themselves, what should I do to attack the car in front? Then they see on the left a car from behind, like, okay. But speaking of left side, there is Ben Langford going to the right this time to make the opponent. It is Drexler that has to stay behind, and this puts Ben Langford on the inside with the TMM's Performance going in 23rd place, while Things Racing makes it into 22nd and into the Mistral Straight. For the whole time it has been basically the hotspot of the entire race, considering the speed that you are achieving at the very end compared to your opponents. And this put Ben Langford now in 22nd place. Now, car number 26, that was several positions behind at the very beginning of the stints, because it's basically two free stints ago. They were, if I remember correctly, they were basically in 27th place, just behind Ramones. So at this point I wonder if it's for pit stop strategies, but effectively the pace after everything that happened in between with the rain and the contact and etc. Possibly after the dust settled down, as it is said, possibly their pace kind of showed off, and they are slowly taking back the places they may have lost during the race. Even because after, as I said earlier, after the 12-hour mark, at that point it becomes a consistency kind of plan more than an aggressive kind of plan. So your overall pace really dictates what your position is, regardless of the cars around you, because one way or another you will overtake them all, and then you will find yourself after 24 hours in more or less the right spot that you deserve, even if you are laps behind. Considering the current situation, there are just 2 cars in the lead lap, which is Tico van der Velde in P1 for the Williams Esports. They were starting in second, and then there is Dragos Simeon for the West Competition Racing in second place. They were starting in first. Proposition driver and Williams Esports changed positions. Remember that Williams Esports is last in the standings because of the trouble that they had during Watkins Glen. Quite, if you didn't see it, the race last time, there are the highlights on the YouTube channel of the Virtual Aero Masters and possibly even the LFM one. I think it is the LFM one. Where you can see from the highlight the fact that the Williams Esports basically went straight into the bus stop, collided with the wall, destroyed the car, and had to basically be several laps behind the grid, the entire grid, and effectively ended in last place, just bringing home the bare minimum, which are the participation points. Where there is a car going sideways, it's a 977 going sideways. We can see it back from the glorious instant replay. From the helicam we go, it's always the same place, so number 8, a bit too much on the outside, it keeps back the car, and then the rear kind of snaps off. I mean, a bit of a very odd way there. But nevertheless, they are back on circuit without further problems. Now it is currently, there is the car number 38. Generally Esports in 8th place, and then I think we can go with. It's showing a bit odd because it's showing me that their last lap was at 2 minutes 48.
Yeah, that's not what I would have particularly anticipated. I'm just gonna double check the pit wall, make sure there wasn't a drive-through served by the.
No, I think it simply didn't check the timer, so basically it didn't record the lap, because if it's the first, it's currently showing 3 minutes point 32 seconds. So
yeah, I think that's probably the more likely explanation going on in there. It's yeah, because I don't think although the John Lacey Esports car hasn't quite had the ideal race today. It's a very promising start, but then it's kind of found itself at the tail end of the top 10, and we were speaking to Darren King earlier, and they're still keeping their eyes on a podium. They're not completely out of the running from that idea just yet, but they've got a lap that they need to try to gain over several of the cars in front of them if they want to achieve that. It's not entirely out of the question if they if some of their rivals do end up being hit by drive-through penalties and potentially some other instances. We've still got several hours of the nighttime portion of the race left to go, and as already evidenced, some pretty wacky and crazy things can happen in this phase of the race. So still very much everything on the table. We'll get a bit more of a representation of their pace, hopefully, with Antonio Fedeli crossing the line in just a moment to see what the Soul Lamborghini on the grid is doing. And there we go, 54.9, and in actual fact a personal best by the looks of it for the team. So not quite on the same sort of level of pace as the fastest drivers in the field, and I think also Fedeli not quite the fastest driver in the Jean Lacey Esports lineup. I think those honours go to I think a fairly recent acquisition to that roster, Jade Hutchinson, who I've watched a lot in the LFM Pro Series very recently. He's also got a thing about Italian cars, was very competitive in the Ferrari in that championship, then recently joined this esports team and making his way into the Lamborghini, and demonstrated in the early portion of the race just how much speed he has. So I'm wondering if they've kind of put their fastest driver in the car at the very beginning of the race, and then maybe to be looking to put him in for some early morning shifts in the closing stages of this 24 hours. So I'm still not sure if a podium is quite within reach, but definitely a chance at a top 5, I think, as meanwhile we have Porvit in the low-fuel motorsport car side by side with Shazoo GT Omega once again for the battle for 35th position. The two Ferraris going side by side towards turn 8 then, and it's an easy move in the end for the LFM car to blast their way past the Shazoo Ferrari, which has had a little bit of an up and down race and has run into a bit of difficulty. Also, I could be mistaken, but I think the Wild Things Racing and TMMS Performance cars have swapped back positions again. Unless I've got that completely wrong, I could have sworn that the number 26 car, currently in the hands of Ben Langford, had made that position over
right.
TMMS Performance. So they've obviously dropped the ball somewhere, not by too much, because they are still very much in close proximity and may be very likely to put a move on this number 50 car as they have a drag race towards turn 10 once more. Side by side on the run up the hill, then see who comes out on top of that one. Very close stuff. We've seen some very scary side-by-side moments here on many laps previously, and a hair width between them on the entry, but thankfully enough of a margin given between both drivers there, and Langford then resuming that 22nd position, and so not quite sure how he ended up dropping that one, but not too much harm done, of course. In a 24-hour race, a small mistake here and there, not really going to be that detrimental to your overall finishing position, or very unlikely to anyway. Not to say that it's out of the question, but small mistakes here and there, usually overall pace will prevail. But the Wild Things Racing car making their way back into 22nd position, and Jan Drexler, I will imagine, will do his utmost to hang on to the back of the fellow BMW, but based on what we saw previously, I would expect the number 26 car to run away a little bit and try to set off in sight of BF Racing for 21st position.
I think the overtake happened when I went looking at the 977 sliding into turn number 8/9. Because it's the only moment I didn't look at them, so that's the only way I can think the 52 is off this time.
And that's notable. That's very notable. That is the 52 car of Paul Simswell. Someone's going very wide in the background there as well. Not quite sure who that is. And the Ferrari, is it going to be... Oh, I think it's going to be this curb again. And yeah, it's so skittish sometimes across these bumps. And you take a line over and over again. And you're just playing a bit of a lottery, and well captured there. The Rem Welton car in the background was the one that ended up going a little bit... Oh, and there was further contact for the 71. I think that was with the 222 car. And Rem Welton coming to a complete stop on the exit there of turn 11 and getting going again. So, yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of action between Rem Welton and Armentario earlier on. I think definitely for the time being, Armentario quite clearly have the advantage now over the 71 car of Luca Vidalik, and I am sure that the stewards will be looking at that one because that was quite a hefty impact. And it all started off by the looks of it with a bit of a wide moment through turn 10. Open the door, and perhaps, we don't know. It's tricky to tell as Vice Motorsports just emerging from the pit lane. This is for position, but Luka Vidalik unable to get up the inside in towards turn 1. Will have a tyre advantage with those being up to temperature, but chunk of damage now very likely on that car. And the Aston Martin straight line speed pretty decent. May be able to hold onto that position. Although, of course, the net effect of the pit stops will see that Rem Welton car drop down even further, I do believe. But yeah, very much significant impact and perhaps a little bit of a misjudgment, as we are exactly at the 2 o'clock in the morning mark in game time. And yeah, perhaps it's, we are almost at the 13th hour of this 24-hour race, and just perhaps the tiredness starting to set in a little bit on some of these drivers, and getting a little bit slack with their racecraft, but unfortunate contact there between those two.
It was obviously, I think I can get back to it after this little fight between Stale Vassen and Vitalik. Battle that happened a few hours ago already, and now has to happen again because of the contact between the 222 and the 71. Obviously, I will try to get the replay as soon as possible, as Kramer Racing goes into the pits in the Porsche 977 in a completely different tactic compared to whoever is around them. And now I think I've got just the time to get back, because honestly I want to see it back, because it was just the final part that I managed to get into the screen. So we go with the glorious replay to see exactly what happened from the helicam. You can see the 71 going a wide wider and effectively putting the Ferrari number 71 in a bit of a halt in the very external part. So effectively, ultimately, it's one of those cases where possibly Dustin was thinking the Ferrari was wide and didn't expect them to join back into the racing line. But obviously, the rule is always the same. Blue flag cars don't have, or rather, can't be an issue for any leader compared to them, and so I expected some kind of penalty for the 222, now sitting in 19th place, 36 seconds behind Trapani and 17 in front of De Gennaro, so possibly any penalty will not be too impactful for the home of sim racing in the Aston Martin.
I think that'd be quite a severe penalty, though. I think even if those two were battling for position, I think that was a gap that was always going to close. That was where it wasn't even a gap that was going to close in a wheel-to-wheel battle. It was just a gap that just wasn't going to be there at that portion of the corner. And I think Remwelton they did run wide, and it was a bit of an unorthodox entry and a bit of an unorthodox line actually through that same corner again, taking a very wide portion in the mid part of that corner. But I think even if those two were battling for position, I think you'd have to apportion the blame to the Aston Martin there. But especially then if it's a back marker, that's just not that's unfortunately just not really excusable. So I do imagine that the stewards may come down quite harshly on the I think it was the 222 car from O'Reilly that was involved in that one. So we'll have to see sort of what level of severity the stewards do end up applying to that, because I do expect that to be hit with quite the penalty. So unfortunate stuff there. Checking back in though on this scrap between the Wild Things Racing team and TMMS Performance, the gap I thought might look to extend a bit further has actually stayed pretty in a close proximity, sort of between half second and a second between the two BMWs, with Jan Drexler versus Ben Langford, who we had in the commentary box for an interview early on. Still very much going toe-to-toe, and now down to just within a few tenths. That's how powerful the slipstream is. And when you're behind something like the M4, which surprisingly, as much as it doesn't drive like it, the M4 is actually larger than the original BMW in the game, the M6. You always kind of get the sense that it's a smaller, more agile car, perhaps almost slightly deceptive. M4 versus M6, traditionally in the road-going versions of a car, the larger numbered variants are usually on the chunkier side. But no, in this case, the M4 is actually larger than the original M6, and it does make quite the hole in the air. So BMW versus BMW, and very heavily benefiting from this slipstream. In actual fact, Jan Drexler, I think, very much looking in contention, trying to make a move once again as they head towards turn 10. They're pulling out to the right-hand side of the circuit. No defense from the Wild Things Racing cars. They're keeping this quite a subdued battle, still side by side on the entry to the corner. But for the battle of 22nd position, Langford maybe getting the better run on the exit. They're trying to stick a nose out the inside, but can't quite do it unless he can do it on the second part of the corner, and he does, and it's respected by Drexler. They're giving him the room, and in actual fact, quite a cautious exit there, to not wanting to be squeezed out too harshly. I don't think Langford would have done that, but he took full advantage of the room that he was given, and in the process then, TMS Performance having to concede that position and dropping back down to 23rd place, and this is Hladky in the Shazoo GT Mega Ferrari. Their day continues to go from bad to worse, and I have a horrible feeling I know how this one's going to pan out. The entry then to turn 10 very early in the corner. Is there going to be contact with the wall? Oh, I can't actually quite tell though. I think they got very close to it, but I think they may have just about managed to avoid that. 0.3 of a second now between TMS Performance and Wild Things Racing, so I think there'll be another scrap on the run up towards turn 10 again, and we'll have to see which one of them comes out on top this time round.
I think at this point it's just a very, very long battle to the end, because their pace is astonishingly similar, as the 77 is yellow flag. Oh, in the middle of the way, in front of the Williamses. Well, something happened here, because I'm seeing yellow flag. As we go with the glorious replay, many situations ongoing as we go from the splitter. Again, the same corner. This one is just ruining the drivers. It went sideways, but luckily managed to keep the track on the car on track without any further problem. Meanwhile, same situation here is Jan Drechsler and Langford. This time is the BMW against BMW, with Drechsler on the inside, Langford on the outside. Right hand corner, and the inside number 50 comes out on top of Langford in the 26, just behind. We go from the wing. You can see the similar copy as earlier on, but this time Drechsler maintains a more inner line, and the TMM's performance stays in front of Wild Things Racing for now. And you were talking about how big the M4 is, and I'm quite astonished that they have decided to use it in GT4, which is something I don't entirely condone, and entirely it was Langford nearly going for the lunge in a bit of an impossible way, as we were approaching the second to last corner. And as I was speaking of until the end, apparently the end happened as Drechsler went into the pits. Number 50 goes into the pits, possibly to undercut. Let me see the race timing very quickly, because effectively Drechsler, in a sort of way, undercutted the Wild Things Racing, because they are on the same timer, they are on the same strategy, and Drechsler, sorry, basically undercutted the British driver in the 26 BMW. So now it will be interesting to see in the next lap, because the same timer is over the next, or at best the one after. I didn't exactly see when they crossed the line. One way or another, they are on the very second of it. But I expect the next, or the very next one, they will go into the pits, and then we will see whichever of the two comes out on top. Between the two BMW, surely a BMW will win. The question is which nationality will do it, the British one or the German one. 50 currently still in the pits. These LEDs are extraordinarily cool to be seen. I love them.
They are certainly more vivid at this time of night, aren't they?
There is a problem. There is a huge problem for Drechsler. They are still in the pits after 1 minute and 15 seconds. Trouble in the pits. Drechsler still out.
Yeah,
still isn't out.
They've got going eventually.
But after 50 seconds of being stationary, and I don't think it's for damage, because 20 seconds, unless I missed clearly something huge, but 20 seconds of no, 50, sorry, 50 seconds of damage seems a bit too much in my opinion.
Yeah, that's I mean, for the for the pace that they were keeping up versus the, oh my goodness, what car have they been scrapping with this entire time? Wild Things Racing. With the pace that they were maintaining against that car, you really wouldn't have thought that they were carrying much in the way of damage. So I find that highly unlikely.
I understood now. They are not the only one. Even Hanna did it. Hoffman too. I'm seeing Tamo did it too. Meletti did the same, and Mollinger did too. Changing brakes.
Ah, that does make sense. Yes, of course. We have, we've gone beyond the halfway mark now, so yeah, imagine that a lot of these guys will be, I think, running brake pads 3, if memory serves. It's been a while since I've been in yes, endurance racing, but yeah, you've got pads 1, which will typically do sort of anything, I think, from sort of 90 minutes and below. Pads 2, I think you can sometimes, you'll see drivers, I think, maybe taking those all the way up to about 6 hours, if I remember rightly. I think you can possibly stretch those out until then, and anything sort of longer than that, then realistically, although it does sometimes depend a little bit on the nature of the circuit and how much you're using out of the brakes, that pass 3 are the way to go to properly get the durability. Obviously, exchange of durability versus outright peak performance. The level of brake fade that you can get if you try putting pass 1 on on a car for a 24-hour race, I'll tell you now, it's not going to last very long at all. That would definitely figure. And of course, depending a little bit in terms of kind of how the how stints have lined up for these drivers, and they've now made their way over the 13th hour mark. So if they've taken pass 3 to that point, then of course the brakes are going to survive until later on in the race. And perhaps judging when they've done that exchange, on the basis of kind of where they're battling with and who they're battling with on circuit at the time, because if you can, if you're going to have to incorporate that, you want to do it around the midway point, so you don't ultimately lose too much in the way of overall track time, as a very close stuff between the Local Motorsport and the Italian job car in the battle for P15. I think the LFM car may have just emerged from the pits, I'm not too sure, and is immediately locked in a toe-to-toe scrap with the sole Honda in the field. Whether or not that translates into a drag race down the back straight, we'll have to wait and see. I think the Honda may just about have enough in the tyres at the moment to keep that gap at a suitable distance from Sasha Vassner in that car, as BF Racing just coming out of the pits as well. And just on that note, actually, as we saw kind of Ramanate, who is back in the Aston Martin, just kind of highlighting something I've seen a lot of these drivers doing in this race, and because of the nature of this pit lane, it's a very awkward one, very awkward pit lane entry. In actual fact, it's been I think kind of been changed in the most recent real life layout, as Vassner having a little bit of a sneaky look and thinking about it constantly, and even the Italian job car and the 179 having to consider leaving the door open. He wasn't quite sure if the Ferrari was going to send it, looking very racy at this point in the race, but not quite able to make a move just yet. But the pit entry here is quite the awkward one to line up, and pit exit has been a very scary one. I'm always dreading, particularly in the wet weather conditions, about whether or not we'll have any contact between a car emerging out the pit lanes and those sort of battling side by side on the run towards turn 1. And I think, as an act of caution, a lot of drivers have been exiting the pits and using that sort of excess bit of runoff on the right hand side, as the 179 for the car, I think, is going to put an end to that battle and come into the pit lane.
Drive-through.
Oh dear. Well, 100%. I mean, that'll certainly put an end to that battle. Unless not in the
unless they are in the pits. Okay. It's very odd. Let me see, because this stint. No. Okay. So basically, okay, it's late even for me. Sorry. They effectively changed the brakes, not this hour, the hour earlier, because they had a minute 20 seconds pit, so apologies for the mistake, but it was an hour ago, as SOP went into the pits and exit the pits in 100. Honestly, speaking of this, because I'm also trying to understand the strategy around here and there, and unfortunately I kind of listed the Italian job car as the ones that have just made the pit stop. It actually didn't happen. They changed the brakes at the very 50% marker. Now, honestly, I don't know about you. I never drove in a 24-hour, and I don't know how much of a good idea it is to change the brakes. Okay.
Yeah, I can't say that I've done that sort of distance myself, but I've seen, even in 12-hour races, I remember at Bathurst seeing it quite regular to change the pads. As Barrera in the Visceral Esports Ferrari looking to make a move in the 44 car, had a very busy day so far for this one, and gets the job done pretty easily on the run up towards turn 10. But yeah, I have seen admittedly, I don't know entirely in terms of Paul Ricard. I would have thought it perhaps would have had slightly better life around here. It doesn't feel like the sort of circuit where there's too many heavy braking zones. Of course, you've got the very long back straight where you get a long opportunity to try to cool down the brakes. But you know, depending on what sort of level of ducts you're using, quite often you might end up using some slightly lower ducts to try to maintain tyre temperature, because you want that tyre temperature and pressure before you get to that very fast right-hander of turn 10, as we see Max Vortner in the number 5 at
It's a drive-through, this one. This one it is a drive-through.
So I think that's the first drive-through that the Williams Esports car has. Oh, second. Even with that in mind, they still have quite a healthy advantage over West Competition Racing. But the number 1 car will be, looking at that with a pretty nice smile, because that has very much helped them close the gap. Armenterio bringing out the yellow flag. I think they emerged from the pit lanes not sort of a bit earlier, so I'm not sure what that incident is for. Currently down in P15, the Ferrari. So I'm not sure if that was for a particularly significant incident at all. There's a couple more yellow flags hanging around in the field, but yeah, not in.
I think the race control is tired at this point, because it's showing yellow flags left and right, but I don't see any car sideways. So
yeah, well, at least the one thing we can guarantee is that right now Christopher Hoffman in the creme de la course BMW going around the outside of the TSR Esports Audi, although the Audi putting up a pretty good fight on the run up towards turn 10 there. Has got pretty decent straight line speed, but eventually will relinquish the position and drop down into 28th position. But yes, the overlay a little bit uncertain as to exactly what's going on, and then combine that with two commentators who've had quite a long day so far, and you've got quite the recipe for chaos and disaster at this point in the race. But at least, I suppose in terms of the net effects on the race, whilst incidents and drama do give us a bit more to talk about, and a bit more entertainment to have our eyes on from the drivers and team perspective, that's the yellow flags being a bit of a false representation from the overlay, obviously better for all of those participating in this race, because when you are this far into the race, of course, almost still half the race distance left to go, but any incidents that you get involved in, it just feels painful at this point, because the cars are so much more spread out. It takes so much longer to gain ground over those around you, and particularly if you've been on a bit of a charge after incidents early on in the race and you've just kind of worked your way up to a certain position, you've got an aim and an objective in sight, and then it all resets just because of one small mistake, whether it be track limits related or whether it be just a bit of a misjudgment in wheel-to-wheel combat. It can be a very, very gut-wrenching feeling, but thankfully at the moment it seems just a little bit of an overly sensitive overlay, and not too much in the way of on-track incidents then.
By the way, in chat they are kind of asking some things. First of all, our names are myself, Cristiano Romano, and alongside me is John Watts, and we are doing the commentary for you all in this night time, even if I'm not touching anything. Honestly, what the graphic is doing?
Well, fantastic timing of bringing
I don't know.
high quality commentary action to those
no,
who are still tuning in.
I promise, I didn't touch anything. I didn't touch anything. I don't know what happened.
I think everybody who's watching the stream, what we've just seen is a perfect example of a racing driver's excuse, but in the commentary box.
No, please.
I promise I took the same apex, I took the same braking point, but somehow this time I ended up in the wall. And what you've just bear witness to is the OBS version of exactly that. But thankfully no harm done.
By the way, I discovered there was something on, and after 12 hours it went on. Okay, I guess. But by the way, I'm Cristiano Romano. Alongside me is John Watts. I'm the Italian one. That's why I may still make some mistakes in the English, some English wording, while John Watts is not Italian, so he doesn't make any.
Up until a point, and then sort of when the tiredness and everything sets in, I think our quality of English starts to kind of align. So it all kind of blends into one really. It's just a slightly different pronunciation, but other than that, I think at this time of night we're more or less about as incorrect as each other.
And then there is Agathon saying that effectively for a 24 hours race it will be necessary to change brakes, as even for 12 hours it becomes harder to effectively brake even just after 12 hours. So effectively I suppose that you kind of have to change the brakes somewhere around, even because the brakes effectively the brake free can go for 24 hours. It's just that they can go for 24 hours, but they're possibly very, very poorly maintained after all those hours, and you possibly are braking 12 years later compared to where you usually are braking. And we are currently we are currently seeing and watching the 100 SOP car, because not this one but the lap earlier they made a 53.8, which is their personal team best. They are now the, I think, 6th team into the 53 timing, and even the further one from the lead, because effectively there is no one after them making a 53. So this possibly has a bit of a good and bad situation, considering that they know they have the pace for being upper into the grid, but they are in 14th and lapping quicker than basically everyone up until they are the quickest car on track. 54.0 is effectively the quickest car on track. There is no one else making the overtake. Meanwhile, making the overtake is the Aston Martin in the 76 Aston Lightspeed, making the overtake on Conrad in the 977 Kramer after going a bit wider on the right-hander. And the Porsche in a bit of difficulties every time I effectively pick them in my camera. Seems like they're in a bit of a difficult path, and their timing effectively consolidates this sentence, as their last lap was a 55.9, definitely off pace compared to the rest, and 57.1 was the last lap being set, even if there was an overtake in the middle. And as I was saying, the 100 is currently the quickest car on the whole field, even quicker than the Williams eSport car. So technically they could get at the very least into 13th place. And if the situation goes like this for the rest of the 12 hours, even in the top 10, even after the drive-thru, but possibly it's quite a good lighthouse for the 100 to look at, because they possibly have their path a bit lighten up, considering they are again 54.0. Chris Sever is absolutely flying in the Beamer. Another 54.0, and again quickest car on track, gaining a whopping 3 seconds on Conrad in 11th place, effectively 30 seconds up ahead. But with this rhythm they will get at least in 13th place because they are lapping 7 tenths per lap quicker than Leon Burns for the Ren Velten. They may get on the battle for 13th place in 5 laps, so 10 minutes effectively.
Yeah, very much so. I think Christopher, the overall fastest driver that they have in that SOP esports racing lineup, and yeah, they're still 10 positions down on where they started in this race, and they've had quite a topsy-turvy time in the opening, what is now just over 13 hours of this race, and they've constantly shown they've got pace, and it's unsurprising. They've got a good lineup of drivers. They've quite clearly got a car that is working well around this Paul Ricard circuit, but it's a small accumulation of insignificant, but then what ends up becoming quite impactful level of mistakes over the course of the stint, and that's what has just bit by bit dropping down the order. But this time around, 54.5, so dropping a little bit of pace now. So maybe the best of those tyres being used up somewhat. But yeah, still very respectable pace from the 100 car, and I think very much on target to close in on the Ferrari, at least within the next stint, the Red Wilson Esports car for P13. And when you look at the gaps, then if they were able to, over the remainder of the race, make up that 20 seconds towards the LFM Ferrari currently sitting in P12, it's currently pretty tight there all the way up until the tail end of the top 10. In endurance terms, when we're considering how long we've been running in this race for, those gaps are pretty small. So definitely not out of a chance of scoring a top 10 finish, which I think, considering the type of race they've had today and the challenges that they have had to face, I think if they came away with a top 10 finish, I think they'd be pretty pleased with that recovery. But ultimately, I think they are going to be just a little bit disappointed that qualifying position didn't quite translate over to something a little bit more profitable in terms of the points that they're likely to score from today's race. Still reeling in though, that Red Wilson Esports Ferrari taking out about half a second to 0.8, I think, on this lap. We'll have to see what the times are when they next cross the line, and you can see the orange and blue distinctive livery on the Ferrari just up ahead as it glimmered across the circuit. We get a nice shot of that one, and very nice livery on that, currently piloted by Leon Burnt. 55.1 on the last lap, crossing the line now for the 71 car. 54.5, which is personal best in this stint. Still obviously quite a way off the previous personal best set by the SOP Esports car, and gap now less than 3 seconds, 2.7 seconds the gap, and 50 back into the 54.0s for the American driver piloting the number 100 BMW. So still very much on track to reel in that Red Wilson Esports Ferrari and put them under pressure in probably around the next 5 or 6 laps. I think based on the current margin that seems to maybe settle down since that initial kind of pace boost from the fresh tyres has dropped away a little bit on the BMW.
You know what may be the biggest advantage for this car? The fact that Chris Evert is American. I'm not joking. Like, for the whole field, this helps putting what I'm saying into perspective, as I think I can do it right now, and the answer is yes. So the whole field is effectively all from the European continent, except there is a West competition race in 4th place being driven by an Australian driver, seems like it. And then there is the SOP, Chris Evert is American. Now, I know that what I'm about to say may be the cause of being 3 AM, but the fact is that in USA, currently 6 to 8 hours earlier, so basically let's say it's 9 o'clock there. It gets easier to drive. You can say whatever you want, even if some people are more active during the night. Whichever way you put it. If it's 9 o'clock, you will be way more reactive and ready compared to someone at 3 AM. So basically, that's a bit of an advantage to the SOP lineup, having an American driver, which effectively doesn't have the kind of penalty of having to drive at the middle of the night, at 3 AM, 4 AM, and etc. Because there is an American driver that will do it for you. You don't have the problem of the stint that no one wants to do it because of obvious reasons, because people have to sleep, unfortunately, which is something I don't approve. And yeah, that may be a big advantage for the American driver, being the only one from the USA. And well, obviously Chris Evert, also looking at the times, 54.0, it's basically on par with the best times being set by the Williams Esport lineup. And currently watching in 1st place is in a 54.5 sort of pace, which works. Obviously they have a minus 20 seconds of advantage at this point. I don't think they are even pushing at this point. I just think they are just delivering, which goes perfectly with the pace they had for 12 hours. A bit of rest is absolutely accepted by everyone, except possibly the rivals. That's not exactly true. But obviously, having an American driver or anyone from different time zones compared to your, and effectively compared to the European one, because now where I am now is 3 AM, where you are it's 2 AM. So effectively, it may be an advantage. Now, obviously, Chris Evert is a very good driver. It's possibly that even you said earlier, he may also be the quickest driver, and it's been shown by the fact that he set the quickest lap time, 53.8, several laps ago, and now still lapping 54 low, and still being the quickest car on track. And effectively, this may be the Joker card they haven't been using. The quickest driver is also the American one, so it will be the quickest in the worst possible moment for anyone else to defend. If you think about it, technically speaking, it's a good idea.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and it's it's an actual fact. It was when you were talking about that, we quite often draw comparisons between the real and the virtual worlds of sim racing versus real life motorsport, and we talk about there's obviously so many similarities of the level of concentration. There's quite clearly elements missing from a physicality point of view. It's not quite as physically exerting, still mentally straining, of course, to uphold the level of concentration for this amount of time on the sim, but yeah, it's this is one of the things that you can actually employ almost as a strategy that you can't really do in a real life event. In a real life event, everyone's racing at the same place, everyone's racing at the same circuit, so it doesn't matter what nationality you are. You're all bound to having to wake up and sleep through the same kinds of hours. But yeah, this is kind of that extra sort of trick up the sleeve that can seriously make a difference, because Chris Evert has arrived into this car having a perfectly normal perfectly normal American day. Has woken up at probably a fairly reasonable time. I'm not quite sure exactly what the time zone difference is, but probably a relatively comfortable thing for Chris. And he's just hopped in the car, started his day in what is probably quite an enjoyable way to get sort of part of his weekend underway. And yeah, and relative to the vast majority of drivers around them, particularly those who have maybe been in the car from earlier stages in the race, that is something that's very much going to be working in favour of the SOP esports guys. And just sort of also taking a bit of a scroll back to when we're looking at the lap times of Votnire and the Williams Esports number 5 car. Although Chris Evert's lap times have settled down a little bit, they've got a bit more consistent now, sort of only varying by kind of 4/10 or so. One thing that did stand out to me is a couple of laps ago, the Williams Esports car, which I think maybe had a bit of a difficult lap maybe last time around with some traffic, but fundamentally for the most part, each of those laps was more or less within a quarter of a second of each other, and it wasn't the fastest laps on track at the moment. Those generally, as we've been talking about, have been going the way of the SOP esports car, but it was fast and it was consistent, and it's just again and again and again, and that's what they have been so good at doing today. Take a very wide line through turn 11 and into 12 there, but yeah, just maximising all of the track width. But never sort of, never exploring quite as much as some of the other cars on circuit today. Obviously, have still taken a couple of drive-throughs, but as we discussed, it is borderline impossible to actually survive 24 hours of racing here at Paul Ricard without getting into without getting a drive-through penalty. Last lap for Leon Byrne in the 71 car, 55.3, comparing that over to the car that sits behind in P14. Chris Evert, 54.4. for the SOP esports car, so several tenths quicker, and now very much looking to try to apply the pressure to the 71 car. We know how formidable the straight line speed of the BMW is, and we know how good, composed, and consistent Christopher has been looking in this number 100 car over the last few laps. And Ren Wilson, after that pretty intense battle with Armentero, which we haven't seen. Also, we haven't seen a follow-up, I don't think, as of yet. Stewards obviously have had quite a lot of stewards inquiries to deal with today, but still waiting for, I think, a bit of a decision on the incident between them and the 222 car that we saw. But right now, Christopher gaining in the slipstream, going over to the left-hand side, side-by-side action on the run up towards turn 10. They're going to be very tricky, although made significantly easier by the Ferrari having a very dramatic liftoff before the apex, and I think understandably so. There's no point in fighting. It's by the lap times that the SOP esports car is doing quite clearly the faster car of the two, and as a result, Leon Burnt has just decided to concede the position, sit behind, maybe save a tiny bit of fuel, whilst he can hang around a little bit in the slipstream of the BMW, maybe able to hang in that for maybe 1 or 2 laps if he's lucky. But I think the way that Sever is pushing on, it's going to be pretty tricky to hang on to the Beamer for all too long. Florian Duacop in the number 4 car, the Unicorns of Love Cross Pulse Sim Sports, having a little bit of an issue again at this fast right-hander at the end of the back straight, and the Ferrari doing Ferrari things, and a big slide, well held from that man in the cockpit of the Ferrari. But yeah, that's one that we haven't seen so far, I think, in this race of just bouncing all sorts over those entry curbs. And again, just the Ferrari, you know, it's not even the fact that it's inherently skittish. It's just unpredictable. It is an absolute lottery every time that you go over a curb, or even sometimes just part of the circuit has a small amount of undulation. Sasha Vassner in the low fuel motorsport 255 car now applying the pressure to K Chroma Racing Esports. This is for a position inside of the top 10, and the Ferrari sending one down the inside of the right-hander, making that one look easy and not really fought from the red and black Porsche of the K Chroma Racing Esport outfit in all of that one. So the LFM team finding their way into the top 10, and well fought back from those guys to get into that position. Whether or not in all the pit stops in the next 10.5 hours of racing they will hold on to that, we'll have to wait and see. But they'll be looking to get quite the move on, because I'm sure they've been keeping an eye on that SOP esports car, who's already extended the gap almost up to 2 seconds now over the Remwelton esports Ferrari, and now less than 18 seconds behind the K Chroma Racing Porsche there. So the LFM Ferrari will be looking to get a bit of a shift on and make sure that BMW doesn't get too close in the next couple of hours, and putting that top 10 position that they've just claimed under threat.
Obviously, the BMW in 12th place has already a 2 seconds gap, which is quite the thing there. And obviously there is still 18.5 seconds to go into Conrad in 11th place. Still a bit to go for the American driver, but obviously there isn't much. There is much time still to do. 17 seconds are not really the worst, considering the last lap has been 2 seconds quicker than Conrad. Conrad is still having some difficulties on the Porsche, in the German Porsche, and the Kramer Racing Esport.
Big tank slapper on the entry there to turn 10. Yeah, not looking very comfortable in that car whatsoever.
No, but it seems like I know they will hate me for saying it, but it seems like Conrad is the one that always comes out as the one having troubles with the Porsche, because every time effectively I say his name, it's effectively only his name in the 977 that keeps underperforming compared to where the team is. 54.7 was the best being set by the team, But at the moment, Titus Conrad doesn't seem to be reaching those laps. Last lap was a 56.7, and now being passed by the Pulse Team Sport number 4, that you were saying the Ferrari was indeed having some trouble into the curb. Effectively, it's a bit of a lottery there. In Watkins Glen, we saw the number 44 basically hitting a curb as always and being sent into the barrier on the left side. And thus, I think now Christopher will have an, I wouldn't say easy time, but it's definitely a bit easier to get into 11th place. Now, being 3 AM, it means that I'm close to be over, because otherwise I will sleep on the keyboard. And anyway, obviously I will stay until I get told to get away from here, because I don't know if you have everything prepared.
I've got to negotiate a couple of things, unfortunately, because what I found was I tried to keep everything running in the background, but when I did, Discord actually exploded several times in the process of doing that. So what I am going to do is I'm going to have to stop following your feed. So if you keep the viewers informed for a bit, and I shall get everything prepared.
Okay.
At my end.
Oh, there is a yellow flag again. It's another Ferrari, and it's again another, because every time it seems like it's a Ferrari being a bit of being in an issue of some kind. It's again the curb. This time it's not the curb, it's just the rear snapping off and not following the driver's ideas of making the right-hander, sorry. And now it was burnt in the 71, losing I think it was possibly 5 to 10 seconds, as they were, okay, it was basically 10 seconds, considering they were 3 seconds behind Sever, now 15 seconds behind Conrad. Berndt is now 13.5 behind behind Severt is Berndt, and now even behind is Berrer in the 44, being closely followed. Speaking of 44, it was indeed the 44 that Watkins Glen had some troubles with the Ferrari and the curbs. They are now being followed by Humber. Now, even for the Visceral Esport, there is the same tactic being used by the SOP lineup, using someone that is not from the European continent into the night. Now, the Colombian currently in the 44 is lapping 55.5, so not exactly the best of the team's lineup, but at least he doesn't have to sleep, so it's a plus, considering the Visceral Esports lineup is composed also by European drivers, I suppose. But behind is Humbe, the Frenchman, for the BF Racing. Now, BF Racing that always seems to be in a fight to gain places back after losing several seconds. Now, I don't know exactly how it happened, because their pace is definitely on top, but not exactly in the same way their positioning is. Now the Ferrari on the inside, they go change of idea, as the red and white Ferrari understands that there is still space on the left side of the track, and then they go to defend the outside, and consequently go back on their line. Down we go to the splitter to see the 44 going and trying to get away as quickly as possible. Now we are into the lap 407. This duo here is getting into 404 in the next lap. Currently nearly 3 AM on track, and 10 past 2 in UK zone, 10 past 3 in CEST, and then the others I don't know, I'll be honest, but I think it is in USA, to at least get on par with the drivers in USA, it should be 9 or 10 depending on the zone, while in Colombia it should be 8 to 9 if I'm correct. Not entirely sure about that, but basically for everyone else that's the timing. And also there is an Australian, which is 6 hours in front. So basically it's 8 AM for Hobbs in the 33 West competition racing, now in 4th place. So even them using a bit of a trick. So someone that has a normal sleep schedule for their lineup. Currently in 4th place. Sisaka being in 2nd place. Not anymore having the fastest lap of the race so far. Now watch now has also the chance to get with his rhythm to get into the pits, change for new tires, and then get back into the pits for another set of tires to get the fastest lap with his rhythm, because there is 1 minute and 20 seconds between Wojciech and Simeon, and the pit stop is usually 1 minute long. So okay, not yet. They still need 40 seconds to do it. But if needed, they could get on the very last lap, if they can even maintain this this gap to the end, and come into the pits, changing the tires, and get back on track to even stay in front as much as possible, and to get even the fastest lap. So we are still with this little competition for 20th place, 44. Stefano Barrera for Visceral Esport, and Humbei, Gaetan Humbei for BF Racing in 21st.
I'm looking at that same battle. I've got everything fired up at my end, as yeah, BF Racing's still applying the pressure there to Visceral Esports. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, when you are ready to go, Christian, I can take over. And then people watching the stream will be stuck with me, and only me, I think, for approximately let's
many
have
hours.
a little bit of a look. Yeah, I can't quite remember. I think I've got about 4.5 hours of solo comms to do. Let's have a little bit of a look. What people are going to have. Actually, no, it's even longer. So yeah, people will have me for about 6 hours by myself, and then I'll be joined by the wonderful Kevin Galvin. Once again, he'll be back with us in the early hours of the morning, and then Christian, you'll be resuming commentary duties to see this race through to the end. So I shall let you head off and catch some well-needed rest. As just popping up, we get a little bit of an investigation between the 777 of the TSI Esports and the 76 SimRC Endurance team on lap 404, which is under investigation. We'll see how that pans out. But yeah, I shall let you get some rest, and I think. If we head to a short break during the transition, and then I shall be back to carry on some comms. But yeah, I think we'll look to make that transition now then.
Okay, so we can go for a little break. In the meantime, I will keep 2 minutes with this little fight ongoing while I effectively mute Discord and myself, and then in 2 minutes the transition will happen, so stay here for the rest of the night, brought to you by John Watts.
Cheers, mate, and yeah, enjoy the morning race as well, and thank you for all your work today.